Hello friends. Tonight we're diving into one of history's more unexpected battles, when Napoleon Bonaparte, conqueror of Europe, found himself on the losing side of a rabbit hunt gone horribly wrong. It was supposed to be a grand celebration, an afternoon of sport with hundreds of rabbits released for the chase. So before you get comfortable, as always, take a moment to like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also, please let us know where you're watching from and what time it is for you. It's intriguing how something like this can happen, right? Now dim your lights, turn on a fan for some noise, and let's see how interesting this gets. You know how sometimes the most ridiculous moments in history happen when powerful people try to do something perfectly normal? Well, settle in, because you're about to hear about the time Napoleon Bonaparte, conqueror of Europe, Emperor of France, the man who redrew the map of the world, got completely overwhelmed by a bunch of fluffy rabbits. Imagine Napoleon in July 1807, when his power was at its peak. He has just signed the Treaty of Tilsit with Russia, which essentially divides Europe between him and Tsar Alexander the Hun as if they are splitting a pizza. The treaty negotiations took place on a raft in the middle of the Niemen River, which sounds uncomfortable, but was apparently the fashionable way to conduct international diplomacy back then. Napoleon is feeling pretty good about himself. He's 37 years old, ruler of an empire that stretches from Spain to Poland, and he's just convinced one of Europe's most powerful rulers to be his friend instead of his enemy. In his mind, the occasion calls for a celebration. This is not just any celebration, but one that is fittingly imperial and manly. So what does the Emperor of France decide to do? He wants to go hunting. Specifically, he wants to go rabbit hunting. Now, this may seem like a perfectly reasonable way for a powerful man to decompress. After all, hunting was the traditional pastime of European nobility. It showed you had leisure time, excellent aim, and weren't afraid to get a little dirt under your fingernails. This is where Napoleon's personality begins to emerge. Napoleon cannot simply go hunting like any other individual. Everything has to be grand, everything has to be perfect, and everything has to make a statement. He doesn't want to wander through the woods hoping to spot a rabbit or two. He desires a hunt that is not only grand but also spectacular, a hunt that will leave a lasting impression. He turns to his chief of staff, Alexandre Berthier, and tells him to organise a rabbit hunt. This is not just any rabbit hunt, but a hunt fit for an emperor. Berthier, who has dealt with Napoleon's grandiose ideas for years, probably sighs internally, but immediately gets to work. After all, if your boss has just conquered most of Europe, you don't argue with him about party planning. The location chosen is the grounds around Malmaison, Napoleon's country estate. It's a beautiful property with rolling hills, scattered woods, and plenty of open space, perfect for a hunting party. The plan is simple: invite all the important military officers and government officials, release hundreds of rabbits into the countryside, and then have a grand time chasing them down. You can imagine Napoleon's excitement as the plans come together. He's probably pacing around his study, hands clasped behind his back in that famous pose, detailing exactly how he wants everything arranged. The weapons must be cleaned and prepared, the refreshments must be perfect, and there must be many rabbits. This phase is where Berthier starts to earn his reputation as one of history's most competent staff officers. He understands that his emperor doesn't just want a hunting party. He wants a hunting party that will become a legend. Berthier starts the planning process with the same meticulousness he would apply to a military campaign. First, he needs to secure the hunting grounds. The estate must be properly prepared, with beaters positioned to drive the rabbits toward the hunters. Then there's the matter of weapons. Fine hunting rifles for all the guests, properly maintained and sighted. Food and drink should also be provided for the guests, as they will undoubtedly engage in a lengthy day of outdoor activities. They need to arrange transportation to and from the hunting grounds. It's starting to sound less like a casual afternoon and more like a logistical operation. But most importantly, Berthier needs rabbits. Berthier requires an abundance of rabbits. The year is 1807, so it's not like he can just call up a rabbit supplier and place an order. He needs to find someone who can provide hundreds of rabbits on short notice, and they need to be the right kind of rabbits. Healthy, numerous, and suitable for an imperial hunting party. As you drift off tonight, picture Napoleon in his study, completely absorbed in planning what he thinks will be a perfect day of hunting, with no idea that he's about to face one of the most embarrassing moments of his career. So there's Berthier, Napoleon's most trusted organiser, facing what might seem like a simple task: get some rabbits for the emperor's hunting party. But you know how it is when your boss wants something done perfectly. Suddenly even the simplest job becomes complicated. Berthier starts by doing what any sensible person would do. He asks around. Where does one acquire several hundred rabbits for a hunting party? It's not exactly the kind of question that comes up in normal conversation. Oh, by the way, do you know anyone who has a few hundred rabbits lying around, asking for an emperor? The answer, it turns out, is local farmers and rabbit breeders. In early 19th century France, rabbit farming was actually quite common. Rabbits were a reliable source of meat and fur. They reproduced quickly, and they didn't require much space or expensive feed. Your average French farmer probably had a dozen or so rabbits in hutches behind his house. But Berthier doesn't need a dozen rabbits. He needs hundreds. So he starts sending out his assistants to every farm and rabbit breeder within a day's travel of Malmaison. The message is simple. The emperor needs rabbits, and he needs them by a specific date. Money is no object. Now you can imagine the conversations this must have sparked in French farmhouses. The emperor wants our rabbits. Does the emperor want them all? For hunting? Well, if Bonaparte wants rabbits, Bonaparte gets rabbits. It probably seemed like the most patriotic thing a rabbit farmer could do for France. Word spreads quickly through the farming communities. Imperial agents soon contact every rabbit breeder in the region. The demand is so high that people start bringing rabbits from farther and farther away. Carts full of rabbit cages start rolling toward Malmaison from all directions. But here's where things get intriguing, and where Berthier makes what historians now recognise as a crucial error. He's so focused on getting enough rabbits that he doesn't pay close attention to what kind he's getting. You see, there are basically two types of rabbits you might encounter in this situation. There are wild rabbits, the kind that live in the woods and fields, that are naturally wary of humans and will run away the moment they are released. These are the rabbits that would make for proper hunting, skittish, swift, and inclined to scatter in all directions the moment they sense danger. Then there are domestic rabbits, the kind that farmers raise for meat and fur. These rabbits have been bred for generations to be docile, well-fed and comfortable around humans. They're used to being handled and used to being fed by people, and they associate humans with food and safety rather than danger. Berthier, in his rush to fulfill Napoleon's order, ends up with a mix of both types. But here's the problem. The domestic rabbits vastly outnumber the wild ones. Most local farmers and breeders are supplying domestic rabbits because they have a larger quantity of them. And domestic rabbits, it turns out, behave very differently from wild rabbits when released into the countryside. As the day of the hunt approaches, hundreds of rabbits in wooden cages are being transported to Malmaison. The logistics alone are impressive. You've got dozens of carts, each loaded with rabbit cages converging on Napoleon's estate. The rabbits are fed and watered, kept in the shade, and generally treated better than many soldiers in Napoleon's army. The staff at Malmaison is probably a bit bewildered by the whole operation. The stable boys are suddenly dealing with hundreds of rabbits instead of horses. The groundskeepers are being asked to help prepare release points for the rabbits. The kitchen staff is also involved, as they must provide food for all the rabbits until the hunt day. Meanwhile, Napoleon is getting more and more excited about his upcoming hunting party. Napoleon is likely examining his hunting rifle, strategizing with his officers, and envisioning the tales that will unfold from this magnificent hunt. In his mind, it's going to be a perfect day. Good weather, good company, and plenty of rabbits to provide exciting sport. Berthier, meanwhile, is dealing with the practical details. Could you please advise on the optimal location for releasing the rabbits? How many should be released at once? Should they be released all at the same time or in waves to keep the hunting interesting throughout the day? These are the kinds of questions that don't come up in military planning, but they're crucial for a successful hunting party. The decision is made to release all the rabbits at once from several different points around the hunting grounds. The move should provide plenty of targets and ensure that the rabbits scatter in all directions, giving everyone a good chance at some hunting. It seems like a perfectly reasonable plan. As you go to bed, imagine the rabbits in their cages, unaware that they are about to make history in the most unexpected way. The morning of the great rabbit hunt dawns clear and bright, the kind of summer day that makes you want to be outside doing something active. Napoleon wakes up in an excellent mood, probably humming to himself as he gets dressed in his hunting outfit. He's chosen his clothes carefully, elegant but practical, befitting an emperor who's about to demonstrate his prowess in the field. You can picture him standing in front of his mirror, adjusting his coat, making sure everything is perfect. This isn't just a hunting trip, It's a performance. Napoleon wants to present himself as a masterful huntsman to all the important people in his government and military who will be present. The guests start arriving at Malmaison in the late morning. These aren't just casual friends invited for a day of sport. These are the power brokers of the French Empire. Military officers who've helped Napoleon conquer Europe, government officials who run his administration, and diplomats who negotiate his treaties. Everyone's dressed in their finest hunting attire, carrying beautiful rifles, looking forward to a day of imperial entertainment. The atmosphere is festive and relaxed. After years of constant warfare, everyone's ready for a break. The Treaty of Tilsit has brought a temporary peace to Europe, and for the first time in years, Napoleon's inner circle can gather without discussing military campaigns or political crises. It's just going to be a pleasant day of hunting, tasty food, and masculine camaraderie. Berthier, meanwhile, is running around making sure everything is perfect. He's coordinating with the beaters who will drive the rabbits toward the hunters, checking that the refreshment stations are properly stocked, and making sure all the rifles are in excellent working order. He's also supervising the final preparations for the rabbit release. Throughout the hunting grounds, the rabbits themselves are placed in key locations. Hundreds of cages are scattered through the woods and fields, each one containing several rabbits ready to be released on signal. The plan is beautifully simple. When Napoleon gives the word, all the cages will be opened simultaneously, releasing a small army of rabbits into the countryside. The hunters will then fan out and begin their sport. What nobody realises is that the majority of these rabbits have spent their entire lives in captivity. They've been hand-fed by farmers, handled by humans, and generally treated as livestock rather than wild animals. They don't have the instincts that would make them good hunting targets. They don't know they're supposed to be afraid of humans. The hunting party gathers in the main field, and Napoleon gives a little speech about the day's activities. He's in his element, commanding attention, setting the tone for what he expects to be a memorable day. The rifles are loaded, the beaters are in position, and everyone's ready for the grand release. Berthier gives the signal, and all across the hunting grounds cage doors swing open. Hundreds of rabbits hop out into the sunshine, probably blinking in the sudden brightness, and looking around to get their bearings. For a brief moment, everything appears to be proceeding as planned. The hunters spread out across the field, rifles ready, expecting the rabbits to scatter in all directions and provide them with moving targets. Napoleon himself takes a position in the centre of the field, probably feeling very satisfied with how well everything is organised. But then something unexpected happens. Instead of running away from the humans, the rabbits start moving toward them. Not just a few rabbits, but dozens of them, then hundreds. They're hopping across the field with what appears to be determination, heading straight for the hunting party. At first, the scene probably seems amusing rather than alarming. Maybe Napoleon chuckles and makes a joke about brave rabbits. Maybe some of the officers laugh about rabbits that don't know they're supposed to be afraid of hunters. It's quirky and unexpected, but not necessarily problematic. But the rabbits keep coming, and more rabbits keep emerging from the woods. And instead of providing moving targets running away from the hunters, they're converging on the humans like they're expecting something, which, of course, they are. They're expecting to be fed, just like they've been fed every day of their lives. The hunting party starts to realise that something is going very wrong with their carefully planned day of sport. These aren't wild rabbits behaving like wild rabbits. These are domestic rabbits behaving like domestic rabbits, and domestic rabbits have very different ideas about what humans are for. As you drift off to sleep, imagine Napoleon standing in that field, rifle in hay, observing hundreds of rabbits hopping toward him with an unmistakable confidence, and beginning to realise that his perfect hunting party is about to transform into something entirely different. Do you recall the moment when you become aware of a dire situation, yet uncertain about how to address it? That's exactly where Napoleon finds himself, as hundreds of rabbits continue hopping toward the hunting party with what can only be described as enthusiasm. At first, the situation is more puzzling than alarming. These are supposed to be prey animals, after all. They're supposed to run away when they see humans with rifles. Instead, they're approaching like they're expecting a handout. Some of the officers are still chuckling nervously, making jokes about fearless French rabbits showing their patriotic spirit. But the rabbits keep coming, and they're not just approaching, they're surrounding the hunting party. It's like watching a slow-motion avalanche of fur and floppy ears. The rabbits hop closer and closer, and some of them start doing what domestic rabbits do when they want attention from humans. They start climbing. Imagine Napoleon, the Emperor of France and conqueror of Europe, standing in a field as rabbits begin hopping onto his boots, then onto his legs, then up with his coat. These aren't tiny rabbits either. These are well-fed farm rabbits, some of them weighing several pounds each, and they're treating Napoleon like he's their favourite farmer coming to feed them. The other hunters are experiencing the same problem. Rabbits are climbing all over them, getting tangled in their hunting gear, and generally behaving like overly friendly pets rather than wild game. Some of the officers are trying to gently push the rabbits away, but there are too many of them, and they keep coming. Napoleon's initial amusement is rapidly turning to irritation. This is not how an imperial hunting party is supposed to go. He's supposed to be demonstrating his marksmanship, enjoying civilized sport with his colleagues, and creating stories that will enhance his reputation. Instead, he's being overwhelmed by affectionate rabbits. The situation gets worse when the rabbits start exhibiting more aggressive behaviour. They are not aggressive in the sense of attacking, but aggressive in the sense of relentlessly pursuing their desires. And what they want, having been trained by a lifetime of human interaction, is food and attention from these humans who have appeared in their territory. Some of the larger rabbits begin to exhibit bolder behaviour. They're not just climbing on the hunters, they're exploring pockets, chewing on clothing, and generally treating the hunting party like a mobile petting zoo. Napoleon finds himself with rabbits in his coat pockets, rabbits tugging at his buttons, and rabbits that seem determined to climb all the way up to his shoulders. The rifles, intended for hunting, turn into completely useless tools. You can't shoot at rabbits that are climbing all over you without risking injury to yourself or your fellow hunters. And even if you could get a clear shot, these rabbits are so tame and friendly that shooting them would feel less like hunting and more like massacre. Berthier, watching this disaster unfold, probably realises exactly what went wrong. Instead of encountering wild rabbits, Berthier has encountered domestic rabbits, who view humans as sources of food and comfort, rather than as potential predators. But realising the problem and fixing it are two different things, especially when you're dealing with hundreds of determined rabbits. The hunters try various strategies to deal with their situation. Some attempt to walk away from the rabbits, but the rabbits simply follow them, treating the scenario as a fun game. Others try to shoo the rabbits away, but the rabbits interpret this as playful interaction and become even more enthusiastic. Napoleon, meanwhile, is getting genuinely frustrated. He's trying to maintain his imperial dignity while literally covered in rabbits. Every time he manages to remove one rabbit from his person, two more take its place. His carefully planned hunting outfit is getting covered in rabbit fur and possibly other things that rabbits leave behind. The other members of the hunting party are having their struggles. These men, important government officials and military officers, are accustomed to receiving respect and deference. Instead, they're being treated like walking rabbit toys by an army of overly friendly farm animals. The beaters, who were supposed to drive the rabbits toward the hunters, are standing around looking confused. Their job was to make sure the rabbits ran in the right direction, but these rabbits don't need to be driven anywhere. The rabbits are precisely where they should be, swarming all over the humans they believe are there to feed them. As the situation continues to deteriorate, Napoleon starts giving orders. He's a military commander after all, and his instinct when faced with a crisis is to take charge and start issuing commands. What exactly do you instruct when you're being surrounded by amiable rabbits? Retreat from the rabbits doesn't sound very imperial. Tonight, as you settle in, picture Napoleon standing in that field, his imperial composure beginning to crack as he realises that he's about to suffer one of the most ridiculous defeats of his career, at the hands of creatures that weigh less than his boots. Every disaster culminates in a realisation that maintaining dignity is no longer a luxury. For Napoleon, that moment arrives when a particularly large rabbit manages to climb all the way up his coat and perch on his shoulder like some kind of furry, floppy-eared parrot. The Emperor of France, the man who has stared down the armies of Austria, Prussia and Russia, finds himself in the utterly ridiculous position of being unable to dislodge a single rabbit from his person without losing his balance and potentially falling over. Naturally, dozens of other rabbits surround his feet, hopping back and forth, rendering any abrupt movement hazardous. You can imagine the thoughts going through Napoleon's head at this moment. This is supposed to be a relaxing day of sport, a chance to unwind with his closest associates and enjoy some traditional aristocratic entertainment. Instead, an army of overly affectionate farm animals is treating him like a jungle gym. The other hunters are faring no better. The creatures that eat lettuce are defeating these seasoned military officers who have charged into battle without flinching. Some of them are trying to maintain their composure, but it's hard to look dignified when you're covered in rabbit fur and there's a rabbit trying to nest in your hat. The situation reaches its peak when someone, history doesn't record who, makes the fatal mistake of trying to run away from the rabbits. Perhaps it's one of the younger officers, someone who thinks he can simply outrun the problem, but running turns out to be exactly the wrong strategy, because it triggers every rabbit's instinct to chase after something that's moving. Suddenly, instead of just climbing on the stationary humans, the rabbits start hopping after the running humans. And rabbits, it turns out, are surprisingly fast when they want to be. They can hop at speeds of up to 25 miles per hour, which is considerably faster than most humans can run while carrying hunting rifles and wearing formal hunting attire. Napoleon, seeing one of his officers being chased across the field by a horde of bouncing rabbits, probably realises that the situation has moved beyond embarrassing and into the realm of the completely absurd. This is the kind of scene that would be funny if it were happening to someone else, but is absolutely mortifying when it's happening to you. The decision is reached, though it is not entirely clear who made it, that the hunting party should retreat. It's not a tactical repositioning or a strategic withdrawal, but a genuine retreat from an army of rabbits. Napoleon, who has never retreated from a human enemy, is about to retreat from a bunch of farm animals. But retreating from rabbits turns out to be more complicated than retreating from, say, Austrian cavalry. The rabbits don't understand military protocol. They don't recognise surrender flags or ceasefire signals. They just see their favourite humans trying to leave, and they're determined to follow. The hunting party starts moving toward their carriages, but the rabbits move with them. It's like trying to evacuate a building while being followed by hundreds of overly enthusiastic pets. Every step toward the carriages is accompanied by a bouncing escort of rabbits, who seem to think their presence is the most entertaining thing that's ever happened to them. Napoleon, trying to maintain some semblance of imperial dignity, walks as calmly as he can toward his carriage. But it's hard to look imperial when you're brushing rabbits off your coat every few steps, and there's rabbit fur floating around you like some kind of barnyard snowstorm. The carriages, when they finally reach them, present their problems. The rabbits completely terrify the horses. Horses and rabbits don't normally interact, and the horses aren't sure what to make of these small bouncing creatures that keep hopping around their hooves. Some of the horses are dancing nervously, others are trying to back away, and the coachmen are struggling to keep them under control. Getting into the carriages becomes an operation in itself. The moment someone opens a carriage door, rabbits start trying to hop inside. They're not being malicious, they just want to continue their interaction with these fascinating humans. But having a carriage full of rabbits is not exactly what Napoleon had in mind for his dignified departure. The scene becomes increasingly chaotic as the hunting party tries to separate themselves from their rabbit admirers. Some of the officers are literally having to pick rabbits off themselves and set them down before climbing into carriages. Others are trying to create barriers to keep the rabbits from following them. Napoleon finally makes it to his carriage, probably with less grace than he's used to displaying in public. The coachman, who's never dealt with a rabbit siege before, is doing his best to keep the rabbits from climbing onto the carriage itself. Some of the more athletic rabbits are actually managing to hop onto the running boards and peer into the windows. As you drift off tonight, imagine Napoleon sitting in his carriage, looking out at a field full of rabbits, who are probably wondering why their new human friends are leaving, and trying to figure out how he's going to explain the matter to anyone. The carriage ride back to Malmaison is probably one of the most awkward journeys in Napoleon's life. Here he is, the Emperor of France, fresh from one of the most embarrassing defeats in military history, and he has to sit there with rabbit fur still clinging to his coat while pretending that what just happened was somehow normal. You can imagine the silence in that carriage. How do you address the situation after being unexpectedly overrun by a group of domestic rabbits? How might one present that in a way that appears impressive rather than absurd? Napoleon, who typically possesses a wealth of words, likely spends the entire journey attempting to contextualise this disaster. The other carriages are dealing with their own awkward situations. These are high-ranking military officers and government officials who have just experienced something that defies all their training and experience. They've been in battles, they've negotiated treaties, and they've dealt with political crises, but none of that prepared them for being climbed on by overly friendly farm animals. Some officers may be joking to lighten the mood, but what do you joke about when rabbits have just defeated your emperor? Others are maintaining a dignified silence, pretending that nothing unusual has happened. A few are probably already trying to figure out how to tell this story to their wives without sounding completely insane. Meanwhile, back at the hunting grounds, Berthier is left to deal with the aftermath. Berthier must decide how to handle the hundreds of rabbits roaming the estate. He can't just leave them there, they're not wild rabbits, so they don't know how to survive on their own. But he also can't exactly round them all up and return them to their original owners, because that would require admitting what happened. The estate staff is probably having the strangest day of their careers. The groundskeepers, who were expecting to help with a normal hunting party, are now dealing with a rabbit population explosion. The stable hands are trying to calm down horses who are still spooked by the morning's events. Everyone is attempting to restore some semblance of normalcy to the once peaceful country estate. Word of the rabbit incident starts spreading almost immediately, despite everyone's best efforts to keep it quiet. Servants talk to other servants, coachmen share stories with other coachmen, and pretty soon the tale is making its way through the social circles of Paris. But the stories that spread aren't exactly accurate. They're embellished, exaggerated, and twisted into something even more ridiculous than what actually happened. Meanwhile, Napoleon grapples with a crisis of public relations. Napoleon has established his reputation by being invincible, mastering every situation, and never letting anyone catch him off guard. The idea that he could be defeated by a bunch of rabbits is exactly the kind of story that his political enemies would love to spread around Europe. The official version of events that emerges is carefully sanitized. The hunting party was successful and enjoyable, the emperor demonstrated his excellent marksmanship, and everyone had a thoroughly imperial time. Any mention of rabbits behaving unusually is carefully omitted from the official records, but you can't completely suppress a story this good. Whispers and private letters circulate the rabbit incident as a historical anecdote. Military officers tell the story to their friends, government officials share it with their families, and gradually it becomes part of the unofficial history of Napoleon's reign. The irony lies in the fact that this absurd rabbit defeat occurs during the pinnacle of Napoleon's power. He's just negotiated the Treaty of Tilsit, he controls most of Europe, and he's at the peak of his political and military influence. However, he finds himself completely powerless against a group of domestic rabbits who merely seek food and affection. Years later, when Napoleon is in exile on St. Helena, he probably has plenty of time to reflect on the rabbit incident. The story becomes increasingly humorous over time and distance, yet it also serves as a poignant illustration of how even the most powerful individuals can succumb to unforeseen circumstances. Berthier, meanwhile, learns a valuable lesson about the importance of understanding your resources. He has successfully managed military logistics for some of the most complex campaigns in European history, but his failure to distinguish between wild and domestic rabbits has led to his defeat. It's probably not a mistake he'll ever make again. The rabbits themselves, having had their brief moment of historical significance, are eventually rounded up and returned to more conventional lives. Some probably end up back on farms, others might be relocated to areas where they can live more naturally. But for one morning in 1807, they were the most important creatures in France. As you settle in for the night, think about how this story reveals something essential about human nature. No matter how powerful or important we become, we're all just one encounter with unexpected rabbits away from looking completely ridiculous. The beautiful thing about Napoleon's rabbit incident is how it perfectly captures the absurdity that lurks beneath all human pretension. Here we have the most powerful man in Europe, someone who has literally reshaped the political landscape of an entire continent, and he's brought down by creatures most people consider suitable for children's petting zoos. The story's continued survival, despite everyone's best efforts to suppress it, adds to its delight. Napoleon's government certainly didn't want this story getting out, and most of the participants probably preferred not to talk about their morning being overwhelmed by farm animals, but the story was simply too good to stay buried. Over the years, the rabbit incident has taken on a life of its own. Each telling, like all good historical anecdotes, embellishes and exaggerates the story. In certain renditions, thousands of rabbits completely overwhelm Napoleon. In other versions, the rabbit attack actually injures Napoleon. Some stories claim the rabbits were deliberately released as part of a practical joke, while others suggest they were trained to attack rabbits deployed by his enemies. The truth, as you now know, is both more mundane and more amusing than the legends. It wasn't thousands of rabbits, and they weren't trying to attack anyone. It was simply a case of domestic rabbits behaving like domestic rabbits, treating humans as sources of food and comfort rather than as predators to be avoided. But the story endures because it reveals something important about power and human nature. Napoleon dedicated the majority of his career to demonstrating his ability to surmount any challenge through his unwavering determination, strategic planning, and exceptional organisational skills. He defeated armies, conquered nations, and rewrote the laws of entire societies. However, he was unable to overcome a group of hungry rabbits. There's something deeply satisfying about this story, especially for those of us who sometimes feel overwhelmed by the ordinary challenges of daily life. If rabbits can defeat Napoleon Bonaparte, perhaps our own minor setbacks don't carry such embarrassment. Maybe getting flustered by a technology problem, or being outwitted by a household pet, or failing to assemble a piece of furniture properly puts us in pretty good company. The rabbit incident also highlights the importance of understanding your resources and your environment. Berthier was an excellent organiser, but he failed to ask the right questions about the rabbits he was acquiring. He focused on quantity rather than quality, and he didn't consider how the rabbits' background might affect their behaviour. It's a lesson that applies to everything from military campaigns to dinner parties. The details matter, and assumptions can be dangerous. Modern historians have used the rabbit story as an example of how even the most carefully planned events can go wrong in unexpected ways. It's become a case study in the limits of control and the importance of contingency planning. Military academies sometimes use it as a humorous example of how intelligence gathering should include seemingly trivial details. This story has also become a favourite among those who study the psychology of power. Napoleon's reaction to the rabbit incident, his apparent inability to laugh at himself, his focus on damage control rather than enjoying the absurdity, reveals something about how absolute power can make people lose their sense of humour about themselves. But the rabbit incident's most lasting lesson is that life is unpredictable and absurd, no matter who you are or how powerful you are. Napoleon could plan brilliant military campaigns and reorganise entire legal systems, but he couldn't plan for the possibility that hundreds of domestic rabbits would mistake him for their favourite farmer. The rabbits, of course, were completely innocent in all this. They were just being rabbits, following their instincts and their training. They saw humans and expected food and attention, just as they'd been conditioned to expect throughout their lives. From their perspective, the humans were the ones behaving strangely by running away instead of providing the expected carrots and lettuce. In the end, the rabbit incident becomes a perfect metaphor for the gap between our plans and reality, between our self-image and how the world actually works. Napoleon saw himself as the master of Europe, but the rabbits saw him as a potential source of breakfast. Both perspectives were valid, but only one of them was prepared for what actually happened that morning. As you drift off to sleep tonight, remember that no matter how important our plans seem to us, somewhere there are rabbits who have their ideas about how things should work, and sometimes, just sometimes, the rabbits win. And just like that, we have come to the end of yet again another exciting story. Rabbits and Napoleon in the same sentence was not on my bucket list until people requested we look into it, and this is where we ended up. If you are still struggling to fall asleep like a lot of us deal with, don't you worry, because I have placed some of my favourite stories here, old and new, for you to choose from if you want to hear something else. It's always an honour helping you guys to sleep every night with all kinds of different historical stories and events. Sweet dreams, my friends. I'll see you later. Take care and good night. In the hushed darkness of a 13th century manor house, as the last embers in the central hearth faded to soft orange glows, the lord of the manor would not retire alone. Around him, in the enormous hall, lay his household staff, family members, and perhaps even trusted servants, all arranged in a careful choreography of medieval sleep. This collective slumber, so foreign to our modern sensibilities, represents one of history's most misunderstood phenomena, the medieval relationship with sleep. Contrary to popular assumptions about the discomforts of pre-industrial life, medieval Europeans may have enjoyed sleep patterns more aligned with human biology than our current regimens. The sleep of the Middle Ages wasn't merely a functional necessity squeezed between brutal days of toil. It was an elaborate practice infused with ritual, social significance, and a profound understanding of human needs that modern science is only now rediscovering. The medieval night began not with the flick of a light switch, but with the gradual recession of daylight. As twilight descended across Europe's countryside and burgs, a natural wind-down period commenced. Without the harsh blue light of electronic devices to disrupt melatonin production, medieval bodies responded naturally to environmental cues. The dimming of the day triggered sleep hormones in perfect synchronicity with the body's circadian rhythm. Evidence from medieval household accounts, monastic records, and medical manuscripts reveals that medieval people practiced what sleep researchers now call sleep hygiene, not through scientific understanding, but through customs evolved over centuries. Families would gather around fires in the hours before bed, engaging in what one 14th century English text called the gentle telling of tales. This storytelling tradition served multiple purposes, reinforcing community bonds, passing down cultural knowledge, and, crucially, allowing the brain to transition from the active demands of daytime to the receptive state conducive to sleep. Inventories from noble households across Europe list specialised items for sleep comfort that defy our image of medieval discomfort. While commoners might sleep on straw-filled mattresses, regularly refreshed with aromatic herbs like lavender and chamomile, natural sleep aids, the wealthy invested heavily in sleep quality. Featherbeds, documented in the 1380s household accounts of John of Gaunt, could contain up to 60 pounds of down. These were topped with linen sheets, woolen blankets in winter, and lightweight coverlets in summer, seasonal adaptations showing a sophisticated understanding of sleep temperature regulation. The medieval bed itself evolved into an architectural feature in its own right. Far from a simple platform, the bed became what historian Sasha Handley calls a micro-environment for sleep. High bedsteads kept sleepers above drafts, while bed curtains created microclimates that preserved body heat. Particularly in northern regions, these enclosed bed spaces maintained optimal sleeping temperatures through bitter winters without central heating. Perhaps most notably, medieval people organised their sleep around natural human ultradian rhythms. Medical texts from Salerno's famed medical school advise sleeping with the head slightly elevated, and on the right side initially for proper digestion. Then turning to the left side in deep sleep, advice that echoes modern recommendations for optimizing airway positioning during sleep. Despite the absence of memory foam or adjustable bases, medieval sleepers customized their experience through ingenious means. Illuminated manuscripts show various pillow configurations, from cylindrical bolsters supporting the neck to smaller cushions tucked under elbows or knees. Personalised comfort adaptations we've rediscovered through ergonomic design. Archaeological findings from cesspits in London and York have revealed remains of medicinal herbs commonly used for sleep, including valerian root and passion flower, showing sophisticated pharmacological approaches to sleep management. The physical arrangements for sleep extended beyond beds. Manor houses and even modest dwellings were designed with sleeping areas positioned to maximise morning light exposure. An architectural feature that modern chronobiologists recognise for its importance in maintaining healthy circadian rhythms. East-facing bedchambers allowed sleepers to wake naturally with the sunrise, reinforcing their internal body clocks in ways that modern blackout curtains and alarm clocks disrupt. What truly distinguished medieval sleep, however, was its social nature. Unlike our privatised, individualised approach to sleep, medieval slumber was communal. This behaviour wasn't merely for practical reasons like shared warmth or protection, although these benefits were real, but reflected a fundamentally different conception of sleep as a vulnerable yet shared human experience. Even kings were rarely alone while sleeping, attended by trusted chamberlains who slept at the foot of the royal bed, creating a sleep culture where the boundaries between private and public were permeable in ways we might find uncomfortable, but that provided unique psychological benefits. People didn't expect to sleep all night in medieval Europe when darkness fell. The idea that people should sleep 8 hours is post-industrial. Medieval medical records, diaries, household histories, and literary sources show a quite distinct pattern. First sleep and second sleep, separated by a nighttime wakeful quiet. This biphasic sleep pattern was common throughout social strata. After going to bed at nightfall, medieval people had a 4-hour first sleep or dead sleep. After waking up naturally for 1 to 2 hours, they went back to second sleep until daybreak. Medieval folks used this midnight awakening as a natural window of consciousness, not sleeplessness. European monastery church records provide some of the best evidence of this interval. The monastic rule of St. Benedict scheduled midnight prayers, matines, during the wakeful hour to accommodate this natural sleep divide. Instead of fighting their biology to stay awake for devotions, monks synchronized their spiritual practices with human sleep architecture. The significance of midnight awakening goes beyond religion. Medical manuscripts from Salerno and Montpellier, Europe's top medical schools, show that doctors believed midnight waking was crucial for health. The 13th century physician Aldebrandon of Siena said that this wakeful period allowed the vapours of food to be properly distributed through the body, a pre-scientific knowledge of how sleep stages affect digestion and metabolism. This nightly waking gave regular households an unusual opportunity. It was common for homeowners to check on their property, bank fires for the second sleep, and examine their security. The 14th century guide for parish priests recommends middle night marital intercourse because the body is rested but the mind clear. The recommendation implies a profound awareness of how restful sleep influences mood and physical receptivity. Interestingly, this wakeful interlude produced various types of consciousness that current neuroscience has only recently learned to detect. Neurologists call the state between first and second sleep hypnopompic consciousness, which boosts creativity, imagery, and emotional processing. Medieval folks innately understood and practiced this distinct mental condition. Court records and diaries show how midnight wakers considered legal issues. A 15th century Ghent judge said he made his toughest decisions after consulting his thoughts in the watch between sleeps, believing it provided deeper moral insight than daylight deliberation. Craftspeople conceived new designs, farmers planned seasonal rotations, and merchants planned business initiatives during this contemplative period. Wakefulness had emotional and social benefits. Larger medieval households described night talking, intimate chats during midnight waking. These nighttime conversations allowed for exceptional emotional honesty, unlike daytime contacts confined by societal hierarchy and public presentation. A 14th century English noblewoman's diary says she learned her husband's innermost worries only in the watch between sleeps, when souls speak more truly. This split sleep pattern boosted creativity. Chaucer writes poetry during his watching times, and illuminated manuscripts often state they were written in the midnight thinking time. Medieval dream interpretation guides distinguished between dreams during first sleep, processing daily events, and those during second sleep, prophetic or insight-bearing, due to the quality of thoughts during this period. Archaeology confirms this practice's prevalence. Medieval home excavations sometimes reveal little oil lamps for nighttime activities. In household inventories across social classes, night tables with writing tools, miniature prayer books, and meditation tools are common. When modern researchers removed artificial light from test subject settings for several weeks, they automatically reverted to biphasic sleep. Strong proof that segmented sleep is our biological rhythm. Medieval people honoured this cycle rather than pushing continuous sleep, aligning with their evolved sleep architecture in ways modern civilization rarely allows. Psychological benefits make segmented sleep valuable. The midnight wake-up allowed memory consolidation and emotional processing. Modern sleep science shows that disrupted sleep can improve memory formation. A 15th century French physician advised pupils to reread difficult material before bed and allow the mind to work upon it in the midnight watching. Medieval folks knew the value of this processing time. Medieval sleep environments were more complex and deliberate than popular belief. Medieval sleeping arrangements were frequently utilitarian marvels that represented considerable household investments and years of comfort technology, unlike the crude, unpleasant platforms depicted in modern media. Archaeology from intact medieval households shows that sleep quality was important. Excavated 13th century merchant homes in London showed specialised floor designs with insulating materials packed beneath sleeping areas, including wool, straw, and even feathers in wealthier homes, to block the cold from stone or packed earth floors. This intelligent underfloor insulation shows heat transmission concepts that affect sleep quality. Medieval sleep revolved around the bed, which evolved quickly. Bed technology improved by the 13th century from simple raised platforms. Estate inventories from around Europe reveal more sophisticated bed designs with specialised comfort components. The bed's hardwood frame, termed the bedstock, has mortise and tenon joints allowing minor flexibility without squeaking, which 14th century Florence Carpenter Guild laws required for undisturbed rest. Medieval mattress technology improved constantly. Peasant homes still used straw-filled beds, although they were more advanced. Traditional European farming groups using medieval methods used straw beds, not loose straw piled into sacks. Specially selected straw, oat straw, was recommended for its softness. Completely dried to prevent mould and broken to provide a springier texture was used. Most homes emptied and refilled these beds seasonally. For the wealthy, mattress technology evolved. By the 14th century, merchants and artists used wool-filled mattresses, while feather beds were the height of medieval sleep luxury. These were constructed sleep surfaces, not feather sacks. Guild regulations from 14th century Paris required feather beds to be built with particular weights of different feather varieties piled for compression and rebound. The most sumptuous examples had goose down on top and stiffer feathers underneath for stability. Similar to modern high-end mattresses, medieval pillows are often forgotten sleep technologies. Modern pillows are uniform, whereas medieval pillows were individualized. Archaeological evidence and household inventories show at least 4 pillow types: neck bolsters for spinal alignment, softer head pillows for comfort, wedge pillows for medical conditions, particularly respiratory issues, and smaller support pillows for positioning. Salerno medical writings advise lifting the head for digestion disorders and supporting the legs for back pain. Bed sheets were also designed for sleep comfort. Linen sheets were valued for their breathability and moisture-wicking capacity. Even small houses had many sets of linens and regular laundry records. In winter, woolen blankets provided insulation, while silk or light wool coverlets gave summer warmth. Seasonal bedding rotation shows a profound awareness of how ambient temperature influences sleep quality. Equally inventive was sleeping room climate control. Bed curtains were attractive and microclimatic. Fully enclosed bed curtains conserved body heat in winter. Large medieval houses recorded various curtain weights for different seasons, with summer curtains blocking insects, allowing airflow. This seasonal sleep environment adaptation shows a comprehensive awareness of how ambient variables affect rest quality. Medieval dwellings also showed excellent sleep management. Sound-dampening interior shutters were common in metropolitan bedrooms. In intact York and Bruges homes, archaeologists found woven rush mats put on walls near public streets as early sound insulation. Medieval folks recognized noise pollution as a sleep disruptor and addressed it with intentional design. Medieval sleep was influenced by aromatherapy. Domestic and archaeological records show aromatic herbs in bedding. These were lavender and chamomile for relaxation, mint and rosemary for insect repellent, and dried rose petals for fragrance. For decades, home manuals have recommended inserting little herb-filled sachets into pillowcases to improve sleep. Researchers even reviewed illumination for its impact on sleep quality. Medieval dwellings used candles or rushlights in bedrooms for specific purposes. When affordable, beeswax candles were recommended near beds because they smoke less than tallow. Rushlights, manufactured by immersing river rushes in fat, burned longer and dimmed to help people fall asleep. These thoughtful evening light selections follow recent advice to avoid bright light before bed. Medieval sleep environments were sophisticated enough to regulate nighttime temperature. Bed warming technologies improved in Northern Europe. Early medieval hot stones evolved into warming pans equipped with adjustable handles and ventilated lids, which diffused heat evenly without causing burns. These gadgets were used in houses of all social strata, demonstrating the importance of ideal sleeping temperatures. Medieval Europe saw a number of systematic sleep hygiene activities when the sun set. These were centuries-old practices that prepared body and mind for repose. The intricacy of these pre-sleep practices undermines the idea that scientific sleep optimization is new. The transition to night began with day-shutting rituals that separated waking and sleeping. Closing shutters or drawing curtains were symbolic thresholds. Even humble 14th century French households had practices for closing the day, typically with brief spoken phrases or prayers to signal that labour was over and rest could begin. Medieval Europeans intuitively knew the necessity of light reduction before sleep, according to archaeology. Medieval dwelling excavations reveal clever shutter designs that blocked light more completely. Rich urban homes had exterior shutters for security and inside fabric hangings to exclude remaining light by the 15th century. These dark generation investments showed how much society valued sleep. Staged light reduction was notable in medieval times. As darkness approached, homes switched from brilliant central fireplaces to dim lights. Church and monastic records show that different candle types were used for different evening activities, leading to rush dips at bedtime. Our modern abrupt shifts from brightness to darkness impede melatonin production, but this progressive dimming naturally signalled sleep. Evening meals were part of sleep preparation. Despite expectations about primitive medieval diets, household records and medical writings show sophisticated sleep nutrition. Evening meals were eaten at least 2 hours before bed to allow for partial digestion. In the evening, Salerno medical books advise lighter diets like lettuce, almonds, and warm dairy liquids mixed with mildly sedative spices to promote sleep. Physical sleep preparation was also deliberate. Cleaning before bed highlighted psychological shifts as well as cleanliness. Even in simple families without bathing facilities, people washed their hands, face, and feet before bed and for its relaxing benefits, according to housekeeping manuals. Some 15th century manor buildings had evening bathing chambers next to bedrooms for more extensive pre-sleep bathing procedures. Medieval sleep habits for stress reduction and brain clearing were unique. Monastic and household texts suggested evening reflection and concern control that mirrors modern mindfulness. 14th century merchant advice advocated examining the day's transactions and resolving mental issues before bed, since unresolved matters will otherwise disturb rest. The early observation that cognitive stimulation reduces sleep quality is extraordinary psychological insight. Bedtime prayer sequences were both spiritual practice and sleep induction. These were systematic mental activities that diverted attention from daily worries, not just religious observances. Popular nighttime prayers alternated between simple, repetitive elements, relaxing, and brief narrative segments, focusing the attention. This advanced structure naturally induced tiredness from active thought. Even bed-making was ritualized, according to household sources. Medieval folks of all classes made beds each night. It was common to shake and turn mattresses to rejuvenate their loft, arrange bedding for best warmth distribution, and sweep the area around the bed to remove dirt and symbolically clear the space for rest. Social interactions were manipulated to aid sleep transitions. Manorial records required quiet time in the evening. Sleep preparation began with specific phrases or little customs in some households. For quieter, more introspective conversation, a 15th century housekeeping manual encouraged the head of the home to say, "The day is now put away." Most notably, medieval sleep rituals addressed sleep onset insomnia. Medical manuscripts provide advanced sleep treatments. They comprise mental tracing of patterns, rhythmic breathing, and progressive muscle relaxation expressed in language that resembles modern approaches. A 14th century Montpellier medical treatise discusses body scan meditation, similar to that taught in sleep clinics. Medieval sleep literature emphasized posture. Medical texts outlined ideal sleep postures for different body types and health issues. Modern understanding of how body position influences digestive processes during sleep suggests commencing sleep on the right side to help digestion before turning to the left. This was not common wisdom, but scientific observation of sleep quality. Auditory practices helped wakefulness transition. Night watch calls the hours in villages and cities, providing temporal grounding. These repetitive sound patterns may have helped maintain sleep rather than disrupt it. People say the familiar calls comforted and oriented them during brief overnight awakenings without disturbing sleep architecture. The social structure of sleep may be the biggest distinction between medieval and modern sleep. Medieval sleep was a shared, vulnerable state entrenched in well-arranged social ties that offered distinct psychological benefits not found in modern, isolated sleep. European household archaeology shows sleep arrangements that challenge privacy notions. From humble farmhouses to royal palaces, medieval sleeping places were shared. This sharing wasn't just for economic reasons, it represented attitudes about sleep vulnerability and communal protection. It started in childhood. Medieval children slept with family, unlike modern Westerners. Household inventories and architectural evidence demonstrate that wealthy people rarely had separate nurseries until the late medieval period. Young children usually slept on communal beds near parents or caregivers. This arrangement provided physical warmth and safety as well as auditory and olfactory cues from trusted people to promote sleep. Children continued to sleep together as they grew. Household and guild records show service children, apprentices, and biological children sleeping together by age. Young people slept 2 or 3 to a bed, clustered by gender and age. A establishing sleep communities, groups that share sleep vulnerability and build sleep standards. The psychological benefits of these arrangements were significant. Medieval medical literature says youngsters who sleep together have fewer night terrors and sleep disturbance. Medieval folks intuitively knew that trusted persons' sensory awareness triggers parasympathetic nerve system reactions that deepen sleep. Modern sleep science has just lately recognised this. Adults slept together beyond family. Medieval residences had a central hall where servants, apprentices, and extended family slept. This setup gave psychological security rather than disrupting sleep. Household accounts provide methods for grouping sleepers to accommodate individual needs and relationships. Even the rich, who could afford separate sleeping chambers by the later medieval period, rarely slept alone. Noble household chamber accounts show that servants lay on pallets at the foot of the bed with their masters. Medieval nobility preferred reliable companions during vulnerable sleep phases over loneliness. This communal sleep design had several psychological benefits that modern sleep experts are now recognising. Shared sleep rooms corrected sleep patterns, reducing anxiety over perceived sleep anomalies. When brief nightly awakenings occurred, the noises and presence of other sleepers reassured and reduced anxiety-induced sleeplessness. Medieval travel tales show how rooted these communal sleep obligations were. One 15th century merchant called private sleeping unnatural and disquieting to the mind. Inn regulations across Europe required tourists to share beds with strangers of the same gender until the early modern period, demonstrating how common shared sleep vulnerability was deemed. The intimacy of communal sleep areas encouraged unusual social bonds. Medieval stories emphasize pre-sleep discussions for resolving conflicts and improving relationships. Before bed, a 14th century family manual encourages settling disputes because harmony before rest brings better health to all. This incorporation of dispute resolution into sleep habits provided regular relationship healing that standalone sleep arrangements rarely do. Medieval sleep's communality improved safety. Before modern locks and security measures, numerous sleepers were protected by collective vigilance. Medieval households generally placed younger, lighter sleepers, usually apprentices or younger servants, near doorways, establishing a natural surveillance system. Household accounts recommend having different grades of sleepers with different awakening thresholds across the sleeping area. Social levelling was also achieved through sleep vulnerability. Daytime activities were hierarchical, but sleep momentarily lowered status. Snoring, shifting postures, and the universal weakness of unconsciousness made even high-status people seem more real to their subordinates, according to historical reports. This periodic reminder of shared humanity softened medieval social hierarchies. The communal sleep environment helped vulnerable populations more than our private sleep arrangements. Shared sleeping arrangements helped new mothers care for their babies at night. Village records and household narratives show that nursing mothers slept near other women who could help with evening feedings and child calming. Instead of being separated, older people were included in home sleeping arrangements, allowing the collective to adapt their natural sleep habits. Community sleep normalized nightly distress, which was important for psychological wellness. Nightmares and anxiousness were immediately relieved. Medical writings from the time prescribe a trusted sleeping companion's voice to comfort people awakening from terrible dreams, which is easier in shared sleep places than in our secluded bedrooms. Sleep historians now recognize the shift from communal to privatized sleeping, which began among the wealthy in the late medieval period, but didn't reach most communities until much later. This shift had mixed effects on human psychology. While privatizing sleep increased individual control, it eliminated many of the security and social benefits of communal sleep. Medieval understanding of dreams and nighttime consciousness was highly developed, predicting modern findings concerning dreams' effects on emotion, creativity, and problem-solving. Medieval civilization developed intricate frameworks for identifying dream varieties and promoting positive dream experiences. Medieval dream theory classified dreams by psychological cause and meaning. Medical books from Salerno and Montpellier distinguished digestive dreams, those influenced by nutrition and physical conditions, from spirit dreams, those originating from deeper psychic processes. This distinction acknowledges dreams' psychological purposes and modern awareness of how physical variables affect dream content. Medieval understanding of how sleep absorbed everyday events was sophisticated. The 13th century encyclopedist Bartholomeus Anglicus observed that the mind sorts through the day's events while the body rests, foreshadowing REM sleep memory consolidation research. Household instructions advise quickly revisiting important daily events before bed to aid this processing function, which sleep researchers now know improves memory integration. Medieval dream notebooks show that people actively engaged with their dreams. Several preserved monastic and noble household dream diaries document dream content with attention to repeating themes and emotional patterns. A 14th century Florentine merchant kept a thorough book about how he tracked dream symbols, linking them to his waking concerns and using dreams to make commercial decisions. Medieval dream practice used complex dream incubation techniques to actively influence dream material to answer specific inquiries or difficulties. The monastic records describe focusing on certain questions before sleep and utilizing visualization to bring them into dream consciousness. This goal was practical cognitive training, not just spiritual. Multiple craft guild records mention masters telling trainees to consult their dreams when designing. Archaeology supports medieval dream practice. Excavations found dream-related objects near beds. These include modest religious artifacts, symbolic emblems, and written queries or issues under pillows, physical expressions of medieval belief that sleep consciousness might address waking difficulties. Medieval nightmare treatment was centuries ahead of modern methods. Medieval dream guides advised dealing with nightmares rather than suppressing them. One 14th century physician guide advocates helping patients achieve dream re-entry, returning to terrifying dream scenes while waking and imagining altering them. This method is similar to nightmare disorder treatments that rewrite distressing content. Medieval understanding of dreams and nighttime consciousness was highly developed, predicting modern findings concerning dreams' effects on emotion, creativity, and problem-solving. Medieval civilization developed intricate frameworks for identifying dream varieties and promoting positive dream experiences. Medieval dream theory classified dreams by psychological cause and meaning. Medical books from Salerno and Montpellier distinguished digestive dreams, those influenced by nutrition and physical conditions, from spirit dreams, those originating from deeper psychic processes. This distinction acknowledges dreams' psychological purposes and modern awareness of how physical variables affect dream content. Medieval understanding of how sleep absorbed everyday events was sophisticated. The 13th century encyclopedist Bartholomeus Anglicus observed that the mind sorts through the day's events while the body rests, foreshadowing REM sleep memory consolidation research. Household instructions advise quickly revisiting important daily events before bed to aid this processing function, which sleep researchers now know improves memory integration. Medieval dream notebooks show that people actively engaged with their dreams. Several preserved monastic and noble household dream diaries document dream content with attention to repeating themes and emotional patterns. A 14th century Florentine merchant kept a thorough book about how he tracked dream symbols, linking them to his waking concerns and using dreams to make commercial decisions. Medieval dream practice used complex dream incubation techniques to actively influence dream material to answer specific inquiries or difficulties. The monastic records describe focusing on certain questions before sleep and utilizing visualization to bring them into dream consciousness. This goal was practical cognitive training, not just spiritual. Multiple craft guild records mention masters telling trainees to consult their dreams when designing. Archaeology supports medieval dream practice. Excavations found dream-related objects near beds. These include modest religious artifacts, symbolic emblems, and written queries or issues under pillows, physical expressions of medieval belief that sleep consciousness might address waking difficulties. Medieval nightmare treatment was centuries ahead of modern methods. Medieval dream guides advised dealing with nightmares rather than suppressing them. One 14th century physician guide advocates helping patients achieve dream re-entry, returning to terrifying dream scenes while waking and imagining altering them. This method is similar to nightmare disorder treatments that rewrite distressing content. Due to historical changes in sleep interactions, medieval Europeans' excellent sleep quality slowly declined. Understanding this decline helps us apply medieval sleep advice today. Late medieval European towns installed public mechanical clocks, changing sleep patterns. Early watches didn't affect sleep, but they did change the attention from environmental cues to time. Town records from the 15th century show the gradual adoption of clock time instead of sunrise and sunset as daily reference points, the first step toward divorcing human timetables from natural light cycles. Archaeology shows this window design change. Later medieval homes prioritised privacy and heat retention over natural light, although early medieval bedrooms contained windows that let in morning light. This architectural change devalues sleep-natural light alignment, which is increasingly critical for circadian rhythms. Industrialisation and artificial lighting most affected medieval sleep. Although early 19th century gas illumination extended productive hours into the evening, industry schedules demanded standardised waking times unaffected by seasonal light. Early industrial society documents reveal plant owners fighting inefficient sleep patterns. In 1883, a factory manual warned against workers' persistent habit of night waking between sleep phases due to industrial schedules eliminating biphasic sleep. Sleep conditions changed. The 18th and 19th centuries saw single-family residence and individual beds replace medieval communal slumber. The architectural change increased solitude but removed shared sleep's social security and closeness. Medical records from this transitional era show rising claims of sleep difficulties due to unusual solitude at night from the new sleeping arrangements. Changes in labour habits eroded medieval notions of sleep as a transition. Natural cycles and moderate activity shifts characterised pre-industrial work. Industrial time discipline destroyed the natural wind-down time of medieval sleep patterns. Industrial and office timetables created guillotine waking, sharp alarm-driven transitions. Many found sleep uncomfortable during this change. Early mass production homogenised sleeping surfaces without regard for comfort. Yet medieval people of all classes had devised sophisticated bedding systems that met bodily demands. Historical records indicate that workshop dwellings had crude beds, unlike medieval peasants. Over centuries, sleep comfort technologies would improve. These changes lead to consolidated sleep culture, the idea that normal sleep is a single, unbroken period rather than the centuries-old biphasic pattern. Medical texts of the late 19th century pathologized nocturnal waking as a disorder. This medical reinterpretation replaced medieval sleep wisdom with modern norms. This historical transformation goes beyond discomfort. Medieval sleep practice was physically and psychologically advantageous, according to modern studies. With unprecedented rates of insomnia, sleep-disordered breathing, and circadian rhythm issues, sleep professionals call the global sleep crisis caused by suppression of natural sleep patterns. The loss of medieval sleep's midnight waking period is notable. A normal sleep break was essential biologically and psychologically. Neurological research found this interval had brainwave patterns that supported creativity and emotional processing. Industrial and post-industrial sleep practices eliminated this cognitive state by requiring continuous sleep. Medieval slumber societies offered psychological stability that modern ones lack. Modern sleep experts have established that trusted people reduce sleep delay and stress hormones. Modern sleep arrangements eliminate these benefits, creating anxiety-related sleep disruptions. Even in medieval times, seasonal sleep duration fluctuations were biologically good. Pre-industrial civilizations and historical sources show that medieval people slept longer in winter due to natural melatonin synthesis. Modern sleep schedules ignore seasonal changes, creating winter circadian misalignment. Medieval and pre-industrial sleep traditions are being rediscovered despite these losses. Sleep medicine now admits that medieval sleep practice was sophisticated and biologically sound, so we should revisit it. New sleep transition. Understanding is the best rehabilitation. After centuries of alarm clocks disrupting sleep, sleep professionals emphasize pre-sleep wind-down, reclaiming the medieval idea of sleep as a transitional activity. Modern sleep hygiene follows medieval practices of gradually reducing light exposure, quieter evening activities, and systematic pre-sleep routines. Modern technology harms and helps sleep. Screen usage influences melatonin production, yet apps and devices measure sleep and support circadian cycles. There are programs that regulate lighting throughout the day to approximate natural light progression, and alarm systems that pinpoint optimal awakening points throughout sleep cycles to recreate medieval sleep patterns. Architecture honours sleep wisdom. After decades of decreasing natural light in bedrooms, modern sleep-focused architecture prioritises eastern exposure for morning wake-ups, reverting to medieval design. Some creative neighbourhoods are investigating communal sleep solutions for uneasy sleepers. Researchers and sleep experts studied medieval segmented sleep. Biphasic sleep patterns like first and second sleep improve sleep, mood, and cognition in long-term studies. Sleep clinics increasingly recommend this routine for insomniacs who believe their sleep disorder is their body re-establishing its natural cycle. Medieval sleep surroundings were rediscovered. Modern designers emphasize natural materials, temperature regulation, and personalised support similar to those used in medieval bedding systems, following years dominated by artificial sleep environments. Adjustable firmness mattresses and weighted blankets are inadvertent homages to medieval sleepers' custom bedding. Medieval sleep still affects psychology and spirituality. Sleep experts recommend medieval home evening contemplation style mindfulness. Increasing interest in dream work and creative dream engagement rediscovers medieval ideas of dreams as valuable sources of knowledge and creativity. The rising recognition that sleep is a cultural habit motivated by societal values and goals is positive. Medieval people valued sleep quality and built social norms to protect it, unlike modern production cultures. The slow sleep movement promotes workplace and societal practices that respect natural sleep patterns. A key paradigm change is realizing that societal institutions mismatch human nature and create numerous sleep disorders. Modern companies are experimenting with flexible timetables that match natural chronotypes and seasonal changes, like medieval civilizations did. Workers were organized around seasonal light shifts and human energy cycles. These strategies apply medieval wisdom to modern conditions. Medieval sleep reminds current sleepers that many human sleep features are neither infinitely adaptable nor flawless to copy. Human nature operates best when aligned with rhythms our medieval ancestors intuitively recognized and honored. Despite great pressure to conform to industrial and post-industrial sleep demands, medieval sleep teaches us to examine whose pre-industrial sleep expertise remains physically and psychologically helpful, not to reject comfort or technical progress. Current knowledge and rediscovered old customs may help us create sleep patterns that match evolutionary and current needs. Researchers say medieval people didn't understand the neurochemistry of sleep, but they recognized its patterns and respected its requirements in ways we're only now beginning to appreciate. That appreciation can solve our sleep crisis without drugs or technology by restoring decades of pre-industrial sleep practice. Medieval sleep advice is more than just history. It offers ways to sleep better and honour our natural heritage. As research validates medieval sleep patterns and practices, we may find that rediscovering our ancestors' centuries-old knowledge of natural sleep is the best sleep advancement. From the vantage of old Macedonia, where elders gathered beneath olive trees to swap hushed lore, the story of Hercules emerged in sparks of disbelief. They whispered about a force that blurred the boundaries between the mortal and divine realms. This child, born in modest Tiryns, possessed an unsettling gift. Feats of strength performed so calmly that some wondered if the gods had quietly laid a blessing or a curse at his feet. Tiryns was a farming community framed by rocky hills and cloud-strewn skies, a place defined by the routine labour and rigid social caution. The boy's first display of uncanny power was witnessed by a shepherd. With a single tug, he reined in an ox known to drag grown men like ragdolls. It wasn't the show of force itself that troubled onlookers. It was the eerie silence with which he did it, as though testing a boundary rather than revelling in might. Soon, neighbours recalled other oddities, doors unhinged by a careless push, footprints left in stone, and animals that yielded to his hand without resistance. Though some saw him as Tiryns' protector in training, others felt uneasy. Mortals were fragile beings. Gifts of such magnitude often drew divine ire. Hercules, for his part, behaved like any curious youth, combing riverbanks for turtles or carving shapes into the soft rock. Yet beneath each childlike pastime lurked an awareness of difference. He sensed that the world around him fit like a shirt one size too small, familiar but constricting. A single miscalculation could fracture relationships or destroy trust. As he neared 15, rumours of unnatural predators swept across the farmland. Shepherds muttered of wolves the size of ponies, with eyes lit by feral intelligence. The local militia dared not test the truth of those claims, leaving the fields in a state of hush. Hercules, compelled by equal parts curiosity and duty, gathered a simple spear and ventured into the pine forests alone. For 3 nights, the darkness swallowed him. On the 4th dawn, he reappeared at the village edge, clothes torn, blood running down his arms. Yet he carried no trophy, only the quiet certainty that the threat was gone. Word of his deeds spread through travellers' wagons and along shepherds' routes, echoing into lands beyond. It was said that the monstrous wolves vanished as swiftly as they had come. In the villagers' eyes, such might have signalled a guardian, or even a chosen instrument of the gods. Soon they built humble altars to honour him. They offered tiny bowls of grain and small cups of wine as offerings to the boy who had ensured their nights. Hercules accepted none of it openly. He would pause at those altars, gaze at them in faint puzzlement, then slip away. Inside him, a tug of longing clashed with the weight of expectation. He cherished the farmland's rhythms, morning light over tilled earth, the lull of cicadas in the summer. Yet each casual greeting now carried a jolt of awe, and every dirt path he roamed felt narrower, as though funneling him towards some vast unseen road. Occasionally, he stole into the hills to commune with nature's raw pulse, pressing his broad hands against boulders as though listening for whispered secrets of stone. Tiryns was never the seat of sophistication. Unlike Athens or Thebes, it lacked gilded temples and philosophical gatherings. In a way, the simplicity of Tiryns allowed Hercules to flourish without being overwhelmed by rumours. People accepted him, half wary, half hopeful, because they needed him. He held back storms that might devour them in a single gulp. He soon learned of a summons from King Eurystheus of Mycenae, a monarch who demanded fealty and recognised the usefulness of a mortal wielding near-divine might. Friends warned him of palace politics. Even the local priest, stooped with age, cautioned that power-hungry rulers often feed on legends until there is little left of the legend itself. However, Hercules sensed an unspoken reminder that a simple shepherd's life would never be his. Gathering sparse belongings, he took one last look at the farmland, the lopsided fences, the distant bleating of goats that once filled his childhood mornings. Then, as dawn's first gleam touched the horizon, he set out for Mycenae. Those who witnessed his departure claimed a hush fell upon Tiryns, like the land itself held its breath, waiting. The path he walked would lead to triumph and sorrow, forging a destiny both luminous and shattering. In his heart, Hercules hoped to find a way back to quiet fields someday, but deep down, he suspected the gods had other plans entirely. The road to Mycenae stretched through rolling plains dotted with olive groves and jagged hillsides. Hercules travelled quietly, observing the land more than pondering the future. Yet he couldn't ignore the murmur that followed him, a hum of anticipation carried by traders, roadside shepherds, and vagrant bards. Upon arrival at the fortified city, he faced a spectacle: drummers at the gates, banners hoisted high, and crowds craning to see if a rumour exceeded reality. King Eurystheus' palace gleamed atop a rise of white stone. Once inside, Hercules found himself before a ruler whose thin lips twitched at each mention of his name. Despite grandiose surroundings, Eurystheus exuded an air of self-importance, undermined by a hint of anxiety. In the hushed court, courtiers eyed Hercules with an odd mix of curiosity and caution. They had heard the rumours of unstoppable strength. Now they assessed the man himself, broad-shouldered, wind-beaten, eyes calm as still water. Eurystheus wasted no time. "Word of your deeds has travelled far," he said, feigning warmth. "To prove your loyalty, you shall fulfil labours for the glory of Mycenae. And the gods, of course." Applause followed from courtiers, though it felt forced. Hercules bowed, not out of fear, but recognising that refusal would brand him an enemy of a kingdom that seemed both powerful and petty. Besides, he sensed destiny's nudge again, that intangible force hinting these labours might shape his future. His first assignment, the Nemean lion. Villagers near Nemea spoke of a cat the size of a warhorse, its fur impervious to spears or arrows. Eurystheus demanded its pelt as proof. Setting out with minimal supplies, Hercules ventured into a region shadowed by tall grasses and jagged rock. On the second day, he spotted massive paw prints pressed into the soil. Following them, he entered a dank cavern overhung by dripping vines. The lion emerged, its coat shimmering like steel. Arrows snapped against its hide, confirming the rumours. They grappled, the beast roaring with unnatural ferocity while Hercules wrestled in silence. locking powerful arms around the creature's neck. At last, he wrenched it downward, ending its life with a blow that reverberated in his bones. No victory cry escaped his lips, only relief. He skinned the lion with its claws and then draped the pelt over his shoulder. When he returned, Eurystheus balked at the sight of that massive trophy. Commanding the city gates shut, he insisted Hercules remain outside, duty to displaying future conquests from a distance. Thus began a curious ritual. Each time Hercules completed a labour, the king would peer down from the safety of high walls, making excuses to avoid direct contact. The champion, calm in compliance, never argued. He found no pride in forcing an audience. Fulfilling duty was enough. Shortly after, he faced the Lernaean Hydra, a serpent with 9 heads that regrew if cut. Hercules approached the swamp of Lerna, its murky waters stinking of rot. He attacked, but each severed head sprouted 2 more, only with the help of his nephew Iolaus, who cauterized each stump with torchlight. Did Hercules triumph. Lifting the central head, still hissing in death, he returned to Mycenae. The king, peering over parapets, dismissed the victory. "You had help," he sneered, yet the people watching from afar marvelled. Labourers mounted. The Cyrenaian hind, sacred to Artemis, tested his finesse. He chased it for a year across forests and streams before cornering the golden-antlered creature. Rather than slay it, he merely captured and displayed it, then set it free, earning grudging respect from the goddess. He subdued the Erymanthian boar, bringing it back alive. After each feat, Eurystheus found reasons to belittle it. Still, word spread, forging Hercules' name into a legend that outgrew even the king's attempts to contain it. Hercules tasked with cleaning the Augean stables, an impossible mass of filth left for decades. Diverted 2 rivers in a single day, washing away the grime and exposing the stable's owner, Augeas, for his dishonesty. Along the way, the hero recognised these tasks weren't simply chores from a cowardly king, they served as rites of passage. Each labour illuminated facets of responsibility, cunning and mercy. Yet Hercules also sensed a growing gulf between himself and normal life. Day by day, the realm saw him less as a man and more as a living weapon. Behind the feats and rumours loomed an unspoken shadow. Stories hinted he was atoning for a private tragedy caused by a divine curse. He carried that burden silently, forging ahead on a path paved by others' demands. In fulfilling each new labour, Hercules grew ever more certain that his real battle lay within, a test to see whether monstrous foes or guilt from a past soaked in blood would claim him first. Over time, Eurystheus' list of labours seemed an endless well of peril. Some missions exuded a sense of malice, as if the king aimed to eliminate Hercules by challenging him to confront real-life nightmares. Yet it wasn't the magnitude of tasks that hollowed Hercules' spirit. It was the sense that each success fueled the king's resentment. Mycenae now revered a champion who strode in only to drop proof of another victory before vanishing again. At dawn one day, a messenger gasping for breath approached Hercules outside the city walls. A threat lurked by Lake Stymphalus, where ravenous birds terrorized farmers. Their iron-like feathers cut flesh, and the beating of their wings filled the sky with a menacing clang. Stymphalian birds were rumoured to be spawn of an ancient curse, feasting on anyone who strayed near the marsh. Eurystheus' decree was terse: exterminate them. Travelling to the lake, Hercules found the marshland choked with tall reeds and stagnant water. At dusk, he glimpsed shadowy shapes perched in twisted trees. Arrows alone wouldn't suffice. For every creature he felled, others scattered into the gloom. Recalling an old tale, he fashioned bronze clappers, forging a racket so loud it startled the flock skyward. As they took flight, he shot them down systematically. Their carcasses drifted into reeds, painting the swamp red under the waning sun. The few that escaped took the legend of this unstoppable archer with them. More labour followed. Fetching the Cretan bull, a massive beast rumoured to breathe fire, brought him face to face with an animal maddened by captivity. Rather than slay it, he subdued it and brought it to Mycenae, only to watch Eurystheus cower behind the gate. Later, capturing the mares of Diomedes required wrestling savage horses bred for violence. Some say Hercules fed Diomedes to his mares in a moment of grim poetic justice, ending their thirst for human flesh. Yet it was an act that left Hercules uneasy. Dispatching a tyrant solved one evil, but the memory haunted him. What lines separated righteous punishment from barbarity? In these wanderings, he discovered people who welcomed him as a living legend, yet recognised his underlying melancholy. Children peered around corners, hoping to see the giant who wrestled monsters. Old men offered wine, praising him as champion of the downtrodden. Occasionally, Hercules paused to help build a wall or fix a broken roof, acts of normalcy that anchored him to everyday life. But the moment always came when a new labour call or a rumour of a monstrous threat demanded his presence. At night, he grappled with nightmares. The unwritten story behind his forced servitude gnawed at him, a rumour that he'd once been driven crazed by Hera's wrath, causing him to commit unspeakable deeds against those he loved. Although few dared mention it aloud, the weight of that guilt never left his eyes. Even the unstoppable Hercules could not outrun sorrow that sprang from within. Eventually, Eurystheus delivered yet another test, to steal the girdle of Hippolyta, queen of the warrior women known as Amazons. In a land beyond the Aegean, Hercules came upon a culture of disciplined fighters who lived independent of typical patriarchal laws. Initially, Hippolyta welcomed dialogue, impressed by rumours of a hero who balanced power with compassion. She considered granting him the girdle as a diplomatic gesture. But Hera, ever meddlesome, spread deceit among the Amazons, whispering that Hercules planned to abduct their queen. In the ensuing chaos, swords clashed, alliances shattered, and Hippolyta fell. Dying, she handed the girdle to Hercules, her expression etched with betrayal and sorrow. He departed with the prize, cursing the gods who twisted every peaceful solution into conflict. This pattern of tragedy bled across each mission. The more he accomplished, the less solace he found. The blame was easily laid at Eurystheus' feet, but Hercules understood that the seeds of discord came from the gods themselves, and from his heart, burdened by regrets. No monstrous hydra or invulnerable lion caused him as much pain as the memories he couldn't erase. Each labour, though celebrated by others, felt like an extension of penance. Still Hercules pressed on, partially out of duty and partially from an instinct that stopping might let darker forces run rampant. He was no politician, no orator, but people believed in him, and in their belief, he found a reason to shoulder his tortured past. So he continued, forging alliances with honest souls, meeting cunning foes in remote lands, and slaying nightmares so ordinary folk could rest at night. Through scorching deserts and perilous seas, Hercules roamed like a wandering guardian. His reputation derived more from his deeds than his words. Even so, a question circled endlessly in his mind. Would saving the world ever wash away the blood on his conscience, or was he doomed to carry his haunted legacy until the end? As the labours approached their conclusion, Hercules observed a change in the political landscape. Mycenae's commoners adored him, weaving new songs about his might, but the courts seethed with jealousy. King Eurystheus, cornered by his decree, pressed onward with increasingly brazen demands. He ordered Hercules to journey to the far edges of the known world. Some suspected the king hoped the hero would never return, sparing him the embarrassment of living in another man's shadow. A test soon arrived in the form of the cattle of Geryon, the creature Geryon, rumoured to have 3 bodies fused into one, reigned over a sun-scorched land beyond the pillars marking the westernmost boundary of mortal travel. The prize, a herd of crimson cattle prized by gods and kings alike. Hercules set off, crossing mountain passes, scorching deserts, and nameless seas. He famously split a landmass to create a strait, some said in a moment of frustration, others as a statement of power, raising what would later be called the Pillars of Hercules. He eventually arrived at Geryon's domain, where a monstrous hound guarded the cattle. Battling Geryon demanded strategy, for each torso wielded a different weapon. Hercules exploited the confusion, striking while the giant struggled to coordinate his 3 minds. With Geryon slain, he herded the cattle through hostile territories, clashing with thieves and hostile kings along the way. His triumphant return to Mycenae, driving those surreal red-hided animals, caused a stir of both admiration and dread. Yet Eurystheus welcomed him only from a safe distance. Soldiers corralled the cattle, sacrificing many on Eurystheus' orders. The more the king tried to belittle Hercules' efforts, The more ordinary citizens hailed the hero as a saviour of the realm. Privately, Hercules remained unmoved by their cheers. Each new conquest carried echoes of moral conflict, as if he were a blade used by manipulative hands. Another monumental feat involved the golden apples of the Hesperides, guarded by a serpent coiled in a hidden orchard. Tales said the apples conferred immortality, though most mortals never reached the far-flung garden. Hercules travelled for months, uncertain if such a place truly existed. Eventually he encountered Atlas, the titan condemned to hold the sky on his shoulders. Seizing an opportunity, Hercules offered to take that cosmic burden temporarily if Atlas would fetch the apples. Atlas retrieved them, but then tried to abandon Hercules, hoping to free himself from eternal torment. Through a cunning ploy, Hercules tricked Atlas into reclaiming the heavens, walking off with the fabled fruit. When he presented the golden apples to Eurystheus, the king had no idea what to do with them. Legend says Athena herself intervened, returning the apples to their rightful place. In that moment, Hercules glimpsed the gods' casual involvement. They toyed with mortal affairs, granting fleeting favours or curses, shaping destinies as one might shuffle coins. He realised that each labour was less about Eurystheus' commands and more about the gods' inscrutable agenda and his path of atonement. Only one task remained: descending into the underworld to capture Cerberus, the three-headed hound of Hades. This final labour surpassed mortal limits, for no living soul dared approach that dismal realm without invitation. Hercules ventured down the dark corridors of the earth, guided by wailing spirits and the unrelenting pull of cosmic gloom. Before the throne of Hades, he offered to wrestle Cerberus barehanded if permitted to bring the beast to the surface. The god of the dead consented, more amused than alarmed. Their struggle was fierce. Each of Cerberus's heads snapped and snarled, snake-like tails lashing in fury. Yet the hero subdued the beast, hauling it above ground to Mycenae's gates. When Eurystheus saw the snarling hound of death, he hid, trembling behind his walls. Hercules, mission done, gently returned Cerberus to Hades. With all labours completed, Hercules stood outside Mycenae's walls, eyes on the fortress that had dominated his life. He expected neither thanks nor release, for he understood his service wasn't to Eurystheus but to something deeper. Turning from the city, he felt both emptiness and freedom. He had conquered beasts and braved terrors unknown to mortal men. Now, the question loomed: could he conquer the shadows that clung to his heart? He walked away, the crowds uncertain whether to weep at his departure or celebrate their king's deliverance from jealousy. Quietly, Hercules carried with him the echoes of every monstrous roar, every anguished cry, forging a destiny severed from royal commands but still bound by the gods' inscrutable design. Released from Eurystheus' demands, Hercules drifted. Some claimed he roamed until he found a remote valley, building a modest home beside a sparkling brook. There, he tried to cultivate olives and vine crops, as though seeking normalcy. Villagers in the vicinity grew accustomed to spotting a giant figure mending fences or hauling timber. For the first time, he blended into daily life, if only briefly. Yet tranquility proved elusive. Strangers arrived, testing the legend. Some wanted to measure strength against the famed demigod, brandishing swords or arrogant boasts. Others offered alliances steeped in hidden agendas. Hercules repelled them, but each confrontation frayed the delicate peace. Rumours circulated about a new champion who might best him, and with each rumour came another challenger. Tiring of this drama, Hercules took to the road, relinquishing the valley to preserve its calm. He wandered from city to city, forging a reputation as a roving problem solver. In Attica, he drove away raiders who preyed on vulnerable farms. In Aetolia, he mediated disputes among tribal leaders too proud to seek peace themselves. Some towns offered him gold or titles, but he refused, yearning for something intangible that mortal wealth couldn't provide. Whispers of his identity preceded him. Children recited his labours as bedtime stories. Local bars named beverages after him, and travelling minstrels twisted details for dramatic flair. Along the way, Hercules encountered Deianira, a woman said to possess both keen intellect and resolute compassion. She saw through the aura of legend, urging him to confront the guilt that shadowed him. Her strength of spirit matched his physical might, and their bond blossomed into love. For a while, he believed he might carve out a life of shared purpose, perhaps leading a small settlement or teaching others to defend themselves without tyranny. They married, weaving fresh hopes into days that felt gentler, yet the old cycles returned. One evening, while travelling together, they encountered the centaur Nessus at a river crossing. Nessus offered to ferry Deianira across the water, but partway he revealed his intent to abduct her. Hercules, swift to act, let an arrow fly, its tip laced with hydra poison. The wounded centaur collapsed, blood soaking the shore. In his final breaths, he whispered deceit to Deianira. Should she ever fear losing Hercules' love, a garment stained with his blood would bind him to her. Moved by desperation, she gathered some of that blood, too distraught to see the trap. Life continued. Hercules continued to be a wandering force, with Deianira either by his side or anxiously waiting at home. Over time, she worried about rumours of his infidelity. Travelling the world exposed him to temptations, and his legend drew admirers of every stripe. In a moment of fragile insecurity, she recalled Nessus's final words. She treated a robe with the centaur's blood, believing it a charm that would secure Hercules' devotion. When Hercules donned it, the old poison ignited like living fire, adhering to his flesh. He tore at the fabric, but the agony only worsened, ripping his skin away. Realizing the horrifying betrayal, he raged in confusion, not knowing the entire truth of why the robe burned him alive. Faced with the insurmountable pain, he sensed no earthly remedy could quell it. Deianira, horrified by what she had caused, either fled or took her life. Accounts differ. Hercules, in his torment, built a funeral pyre on Mount Rita, step by tortured step. He climbed, each footfall echoing the weights he'd carried all his life. Guilt, duty, heartbreak. He stretched himself upon the wood, begging for an end to his suffering. Flames were lit, devouring mortal flesh that once battled monsters and kings. Smoke curled toward the sky, bearing the essence of a hero who had saved entire realms yet failed to escape divine cunning and human frailty. Some say that in those final moments, Zeus intervened, lifting his son's immortal spirit to Olympus. Others claim Hercules simply became ash, the price of mixing superhuman deeds with all too human vulnerabilities. Wherever the truth lies, the legendary champion's last mortal breath vanished in male fulfilling of the destiny shaped by both triumph and agony. Even the wind seemed to pause in reverence, as though acknowledging that no beast or king had ever broken him as completely as love and betrayal. Hercules' end on Mount Weta thundered through the Greek world like a mournful lament. Those who'd admired him as a liberator stood in stunned silence, while others who had envied him spoke in hushed voices were at the cruel caprice of fate. Priests in local temples offered contradictory explanations. Some insisted his spirit rose to the heavens, others deemed it just another tragic demise, albeit of an extraordinary mortal. In the weeks that followed, altars across the Aegean bore solemn offerings in his memory. Drips of wine, handfuls of grain, even small wood carvings depicting a lion's pelt or a hefty club. Ordinary folk struggled to reconcile the downfall of a figure who had bested lions, hydras, and giants. How could such a champion succumb to something as simple, yet devastating, as poisoned fabric? For many, it confirmed that no one, not even a demigod, was immune to the brutal interplay of divine grudges and human failings. At Mycenae, King Eurystheus' court reportedly watched the news unfold with uneasy satisfaction. Though the king had long resented Hercules, learning of his agonizing death offered no genuine relief, only a hollow sense that the realm's most potent shield was gone. Some whispered that if a champion like Hercules could be vanquished, perhaps the gods would turn a harsher eye on lesser mortals. Fear lingered in the corridors of their power, as though Hercules' fiery end had shifted the cosmic balance in unpredictable ways. Stories multiplied, as tales do. Certain bards favoured the uplifting version. Zeus, recognizing his son's heroism, welcomed him among the immortals. They spun visions of Hercules seated on Olympus, sipping ambrosia in the presence of swirling constellations. Others told the bleaker side, that the flames consumed not just his body, but every vestige of his once glorious spirit, scattering him into oblivion. Across the seas, foreign scribes embellished details, turning him into a half-legendary king in lands he never visited. or crediting him with feats he never performed. Amid these tales, Deianira's part in the tragedy sparked endless debate. Some portrayed her as a naive victim of Nessus's deception. Others painted her as a jealous spouse who rashly destroyed what she claimed to love. Still others insisted the real blame lay with the gods. To many listeners, it hardly mattered. Heartbreak had been the final monster Hercules couldn't defeat. Curiously, in small villages scattered near the sites of his labours, Hercules' memory retained a more grounded quality. In these pockets, older farmers recalled how he once repaired a broken dike or rescued a lost child in the midst of a colossal quest. Children heard bedtime stories of a giant who was kind enough to share bread with travellers in need. Here, the heroic feats remained awe-inspiring, but so did the everyday decency he displayed. Over time, that dichotomy, colossal strength paired with unfeigned humility, became the tapestry of his legend. Rulers from other city-states, seeing the potency of Hercules' name, erected shrines dedicated to him as a protective spirit. They wanted travellers to believe their territory enjoyed the hero's blessing. In some cities, small festivals arose, featuring contests of strength reminiscent of his fabled deeds. However, a whisper of caution permeated every public commemoration. Hercules had conquered monstrous beasts and overcome impossible tasks, yet a subtle sting from the mortal realm had undone him. Might alone could not outmaneuver fate or quell the complexities of love. For those who once knew him personally, warriors like Iolaus or local chiefs grateful for his help, his absence left an ache beyond description. They recalled the quiet convictions that guided him, the guilt that shadowed his eyes after each impossible feat. His final torment seemed a cosmic injustice, yet also a stark reminder that the line between divine and human was never clean. Hercules had walked that line throughout his life, wrestling monstrous forms on behalf of the powerless, while an invisible war of deities raged overhead. Over decades, recollections softened. Younger generations heard only the grand arcs, the Nemean lion, the Hydra, the unstoppable hero. Details of heartbreak and moral doubt vanished in the retellings, replaced by carved statues brandishing clubs or wearing lion skins. Yet in rare corners of Greece, the full story was preserved by those who had reason to remember. A titan among men who was neither wholly god nor entirely mortal, undone at last by the same vulnerabilities he had once tried to transcend. Thus, Hercules' flame burned on in the minds of those who found resonance in his struggles, even long after the funeral pyre's embers cooled to ash. Time and distance transformed Hercules from a man into a myth. Greek cities grew, allied and warred. New heroes rose and fell. In the retelling of old stories, his name emerged as a beacon of impossible feats. Philosophers invoked him as a parable, some praising perseverance, others warning against arrogance. In remote villages, older generations passed down more intimate accounts. How a colossal figure once mended a roof before chasing off marauders, or how he accepted a bowl of wine on a cold night without flaunting his stature. As the classical era gave way to Roman ascendancy, Hercules evolved into a Roman emblem. Soldiers prayed to Hercules Invictus, equating him with conquest and unrelenting will. Statues proliferated, from grand marble works in the Forum to tiny household shrines. Emperors, hungry for legitimacy, wrapped themselves in the demigod's imagery, hoping some shred of that timeless prowess might cloak their human frailties. However, the bragging about strength often overshadowed the deeper nuances of Hercules' trials. Centuries later, medieval scholars wrestled with pagan legacy, attempting to blend ancient myths into Christian frameworks. Hercules became a cautionary figure, powerful yet undone by sin and trickery. In the Renaissance, artists seized upon his heroic silhouette. Palaces displayed frescoes of him wrestling lions or heaving mountainsides, highlighting the human form in dynamic glory. Playwrights toyed with his persona, sometimes as tragic hero, sometimes as comedic foil, each era reinterpreting him anew. Despite these cultural metamorphoses, echoes of his true complexity endured. In certain monastic libraries, meticulous scribes noted lesser-known episodes. The moral agony behind his labours, the heartbreak that ended his mortal story, and the persistent question of whether he ever truly found peace. For some, he embodied the tragedy of a life shaped by the divine lineage yet rooted in mortal limitations. For others, he served as a beacon of aspiration. proof that mortal will could confront even the gods' designs and sometimes triumph. Beyond texts and statuary, Hercules lived on in the intangible realm of folk memory. Fishermen off distant coasts recited short prayers to him before braving storms, as if the old guardian might still shield them from the sea's wrath. Caravans crossing desert routes invoked his name for safe passage. Parents, uncertain how to quiet a restless child at night, spun lullabies of a gentle giant who once fought off wolves so families could sleep in safety. These understated tributes carried forward the essence of a hero who, despite divine drama, always answered mortal need. For a contemporary observer, perhaps in the middle decades of life, Hercules' tale resonates on several levels. There's the unbridled strength of youth, those unstoppable surges of ambition or optimism. Then there's the gradual intrusion of responsibility, regret, and heartbreak. Middle age can bring reflection, how even the strongest among us wrestle with past mistakes, unfulfilled desires, and the weight of moral compromise. Hercules, with his unstoppable arms and vulnerable heart, mirrors that universal dilemma. Overall, it's the dualities that define him. Saviour and destroyer, victor and victim, demigod and man. He soared above mortal confines, yet remained shackled by the god's whims and his own remorse. Scholars today still debate the meaning of his final act. Was the funeral pyre a mere surrender to agony, or a deliberate transcendence of mortal bounds? Did the smoke carry him to Olympus, or was it a symbolic final note to the ballad of an exhausted hero? Some epilogues insist he found a measure of immortality, a seat among the pantheon, a cosmic nod to the labours he performed in the service of humanity and divine prerogative. Others claim his spirit roams the mortal realm, occasionally glimpsed in moments of dire need. Most accept that the ultimate truth, like so many ancient tales, remains wrapped in shifting layers of interpretation. And so Hercules remains, a fixture in the collective psyche. He stands for more than might alone. He stands for the cost of greatness, the fleeting nature of redemption, and the fragile boundary that separates gods from men. Whether chiselled in marble or accounted in a village tavern, his legend endures. He is the champion forever, forging new legends, even centuries after his final breath. In that sense, Hercules lives on wherever human hearts still strive, endure, and grapple with the powers, divine or earthly, that shape our destinies. Sleep wasn't quite the uninterrupted 8-hour luxury you once knew in another life. Instead, you dozed fitfully between the sounds of night, the distant howl that made your spine tingle, the rustle of something large moving through the brush outside, and the gentle snoring of your cave mates curled around the dying embers of last night's fire. Your bed is a carefully arranged pile of furs and dried grasses, positioned just far enough from the cave mouth to avoid the morning chill, but close enough to make a quick escape if needed. Yes, escape plans were part of interior decorating back then. The stone beneath you has been worn smooth by countless nights of human bodies seeking comfort, and honestly, it's not terrible once you pile on enough mammoth hide. Stretching your arms carefully, because that shoulder you wrenched wrestling a particularly stubborn root vegetable last week still protests, you notice the familiar ache in your lower back. Living in the Paleolithic era was essentially a continuous low-intensity exercise regimen that would leave modern fitness enthusiasts feeling both envious and exhausted. The fire pit still glows faintly in the centre of your cave home. Keeping it alive through the night was everyone's responsibility, because starting a new fire from scratch was about as fun as performing surgery with stone tools, which, come to think of it, sometimes happened. You pad over on bare feet that have developed soles tougher than any boot leather, adding a few small branches to coax the flames back to life. The morning ritual begins with checking your body for new aches, cuts, or mysterious bruises that appeared overnight. Living near nature often results in it leaving its mark on your shin or forearm. Today's inventory reveals a scratch on your thumb from yesterday's flint napping session, and a tender spot on your hip where you misjudged the height of a boulder. This is a common occurrence. Your stomach announces itself with a rumble that echoes slightly off the cave walls. Breakfast isn't waiting in a refrigerator, mainly because refrigerators won't be invented for another 40,000 years or so. Instead, Your morning meal depends entirely on yesterday's success at gathering, hunting, or the ancient art of convincing someone else to share their food. You peer outside the cave entrance, squinting against the growing daylight. The world stretches out before you in endless green, broken by rocky outcroppings and the distant glimmer of the river that serves as your neighbourhood's main street, grocery store and community centre, all rolled into one. The air carries the scent of pine resin, damp earth, and something that might be smoke from another group's fire miles away. Weather prediction was a survival skill back then, not casual conversation. You scan the sky with the intensity of a meteorologist, reading cloud patterns like a morning newspaper. Those wispy streaks to the west suggest wind later, which could mean rain by evening. The thought makes you mentally catalogue the cave's water containers, mostly animal bladders and carefully shaped gourds that took weeks to perfect. A sound from deeper in the cave indicates your companions are stirring. There's Grack, whose snoring could wake the dead and occasionally did wake the living at inconvenient moments. He's already sitting up, running thick fingers through hair that defies any attempt at styling. Not that styling products were readily available. Beside him, Mira stretches like a cat, her movements graceful despite sleeping on stone and fur. The day ahead holds the usual uncertainty. Food needs to be found, tools require maintenance, and somewhere out there, opportunities and dangers wait in equal measure. But first, there is the simple joy of living in a world where each sunrise feels like a tiny triumph against the challenges. Your feet find their way to the cave entrance, and you stand there for a moment, breathing in the morning air that tastes cleaner than anything you could imagine. The sun climbs higher, promising warmth later, and somewhere in the distance, a bird calls with the kind of pure joy that makes you remember why being alive, even in the Stone Age, has its moments of absolute perfection. Finding breakfast in the Paleolithic era was like playing the world's most consequential treasure hunt game, where the treasure was edible and losing meant going hungry. You step outside the cave, bare feet immediately registering the temperature and texture of the ground, information your modern brain would dismiss, but your ancient instincts catalogue automatically. The morning dew has settled on everything, turning spiderwebs into jewelled masterpieces and making certain rocks slippery enough to turn a casual stroll into an impromptu tumbling session. Having experienced this lesson firsthand several times, you now walk with a measured gait, understanding that gravity remains the same in the Stone Age as it does everywhere else. Your stomach rumbles again, more insistently this time. You've noticed that the human digestive system doesn't care about the historical significance of your situation. It simply craves food, ideally as soon as possible. This morning's breakfast menu depends entirely on your knowledge of what's edible versus what's decorative versus what's deadly. It's like being a contestant on the world's most dangerous cooking show. 20 yards from the cave, you spot a cluster of berry bushes that wasn't there yesterday. Actually, they were there yesterday, but your brain is still learning to see food sources instead of just green stuff. The berries are small and dark purple and pass the preliminary tests. Birds have been eating them without falling over, and they smell right. You taste one carefully, letting the flavour register fully before committing to a handful. They are sweet, slightly tart, and have a texture that suggests they won't cause immediate digestive rebellion. Success. Gathering enough to satisfy your hunger, you remain vigilant for potential opportunities. Breakfast in the Stone Age was often a progressive meal, eaten as you found it rather than sitting down to a prepared plate. Near the berry bushes, a cluster of what you've learned are edible roots pokes through the soil. Digging them up requires the sharp stick you carved last week, and excavating roots turns out to be excellent exercise for muscle groups you didn't know existed. The roots are starchy, filling, and taste vaguely like potatoes if potatoes had been designed by someone who'd only heard a rough description of what food should taste like. A flash of movement catches your eye. A rabbit is frozen in the peculiar way that rabbits pretend to be invisible by remaining absolutely still. Your hand moves slowly toward the throwing stick tucked into your woven grass belt. Rabbit would be a protein upgrade to this morning's vegetarian fare, but hunting requires a combination of skill, luck, and the kind of patience that doesn't come naturally when your stomach is demanding immediate attention. The throwing stick is a marvel of Stone Age engineering, basically a carefully balanced wooden projectile that you've practiced with until your shoulder aches. The rabbit remains motionless, probably calculating its odds of escape versus the energy cost of sudden movement. You shift your weight slowly, raising the stick with movements smooth enough not to trigger the rabbit's flight response. Then a branch cracks somewhere behind you, probably Grack stumbling around looking for his breakfast, and the rabbit vanishes in a blur of brown fur and indignation. Your throwing stick sails through empty air and lands with a disappointed thud against a tree trunk. So much for upgraded protein. You retrieve the stick, mentally adding practice hunting in areas with fewer clumsy companions to your growing list of survival improvements. The berries and roots will have to suffice for now, supplemented by the memory of yesterday's successful fish-catching expedition. Walking back toward the cave, you notice Mira has discovered a bird's nest with eggs, the kind of find that makes everyone's morning significantly brighter. Eggs are perfect food packages, assuming you can convince their parents that you need them more than the unhatched occupants do. The negotiation typically involves quick hands and faster feet, especially when the parents are larger birds with strong opinions about egg ownership. The morning meal shapes up to be a combination of your berries and roots, shared eggs, and some leftover fish that Grack managed not to eat entirely yesterday. It's not exactly a gourmet breakfast, but it contains calories, nutrients, and the satisfaction of having successfully gathered it yourself from a world that doesn't deliver food to your door. Sitting on a sun-warmed rock outside the cave, you eat slowly, savouring flavours that are simple, direct, and somehow more satisfying than you expected. The food tastes like work, like success, like the peculiar pride that comes from feeding yourself through knowledge and effort rather than convenience. Your stomach settles into contentment, and the day ahead seems more manageable with breakfast accomplished. The sun rises higher, warming the rocks on your shoulders. Somewhere in the distance you can hear the river calling with promises of fish and the kind of morning bath that wakes up every nerve ending at once. After breakfast, your attention turns to the daily maintenance tasks that keep Stone Age life functional. Your toolkit needs inspection, and in a world where the nearest hardware store won't exist for several millennia, tool maintenance isn't optional, it's survival. You settle onto a flat rock that serves as your workbench, spreading out your collection of implements with the care of a surgeon arranging instruments. There's the knife you chipped from flint 2 weeks ago, its edge still sharp enough to slice through hide but showing tiny nicks from yesterday's root digging expedition. You've bound the spear tip, which required 3 attempts to perfect, to its wooden shaft with such meticulous sinew wrapping that it almost appears decorative. Flint knapping, the art of striking stone with stone to create sharp edges, requires the kind of focused attention that makes meditation look like multitasking. You choose a piece of flint, testing its weight and density with fingers that have learned to read stone like others read books. The hammerstone fits perfectly in your palm, its surface worn smooth by countless impacts. The first strike sends a small chip flying, landing near your feet with a tiny click. Success! You turn the flint slightly, visualizing the blade hidden inside the raw stone, waiting to be revealed through patient, precise work. Strike, turn, examine. Strike, turn, examine. The rhythm becomes almost hypnotic, each impact calculated to remove exactly the right amount of material. Somewhere around the 15th strike, your concentration wavers for just a moment, and the hammerstone catches the flint at the wrong angle. Instead of a clean chip, a large chunk breaks away, taking half your emerging blade with it. The flint now looks less like a future tool and more like evidence of why patience isn't just a virtue, it's a requirement. You set the ruined flint aside and reach for another piece, reminding yourself that failure is just another word for practice. The second attempt goes better, partly because you've already made today's mistake and partly because your hands remember the proper rhythm. Gradually, a serviceable blade emerges from the raw stone, its edge sharp enough to make you respect it immediately. Tool maintenance extends beyond just making new implements. Your spear shaft has developed a small crack near the binding, the kind of flaw that could turn a hunting trip into a disaster if left unattended. You unwrap the sinew carefully, it's too valuable to waste, and examine the crack more closely. The split runs with the wood grain, which is positive news. A cross-grain crack would mean starting over with a new shaft. You select a thin strip of wet hide and wrap it tightly around the damaged area, pulling the wood fibres back together. Once it dries, the hide will shrink, creating a repair stronger than the original wood. It's the Stone Age equivalent of duct tape, minus the adhesive and the tape. Fire maintenance demands its attention. The coals from last night have settled into a bed of embers, perfect for cooking but needing encouragement to flame up again. You add small kindling, dry grass, thin twigs, strips of birch bark that catch fire like they were designed for the purpose. The flames respond eagerly, crackling to life with the kind of enthusiasm that makes you appreciate humanity's ancient partnership with controlled combustion. Keeping the fire alive was a community responsibility that rotated among the cave's inhabitants. Today is your turn to be the firekeeper, which means feeding it regularly, banking the coals for cooking, and most importantly, never letting it die completely. Starting a fire from scratch using flint and steel, or rather flint and iron pyrite, since steel won't be invented for quite a while, is possible but exhausting. You practice the fire starting technique anyway, because redundancy keeps you alive. Strike flint against pyrite, directing the sparks into a nest of the finest, driest tinder you can prepare. Cedar bark worked into soft fibres, birch fungus, and dried grass so fine it's almost powder. The sparks catch, glowing like tiny stars in the tinder nest. Gentle breath coaxes them into flame, and suddenly you have fire created from nothing but skill and persistence. Success gives you a quiet satisfaction that's hard to describe. In a world where most things are uncertain, being able to create fire on demand feels like having superpowers, which, from the perspective of any other animal, you suppose it is. Your morning's work spreads out around you. Newly sharpened tools, repaired weapons, a healthy fire, and the kind of competence that builds confidence. These aren't glamorous tasks, but they form the foundation that makes everything else possible. Every sharp edge, every strong binding, and every glowing coal represents the difference between thriving and merely surviving. The sun has climbed higher while you worked, and the warmth feels good on your shoulders. In the distance, you can hear water running over rocks, the river calling with promises of fish and the kind of cooling bath that makes hot work worthwhile. The river beckons with the sound of water moving over stones, a constant murmur that serves as the soundtrack to your daily life. You gather your fishing equipment, a spear with a particular point, a net woven from plant fibres that took weeks to complete, and the kind of optimism that comes from successful fishing experiences mixed with realistic expectations about fish behaviour. The walk to your favourite fishing spot takes you through terrain that changes subtly with each day's weather. Today, the path has become slightly muddy due to yesterday's brief rain, causing footing to become uncertain in areas where the clay soil has turned into a slippery surface. You've learned to read these conditions automatically, adjusting your gait to avoid the kind of spectacular fall that looks amusing in hindsight, but feels considerably less funny when you're picking mud out of uncomfortable places. Your fishing spot is a bend in the river where the current slows and deepens, creating a natural pool where fish tend to gather. The location also offers a large flat rock that serves as your observation post, positioned perfectly for both seeing into the water and maintaining the kind of motionless patience that successful fishing requires. Settling onto the rock, you peer into the water with the focused attention of a meditation master. The surface mirrors the skiing clouds, yet beneath that reflection is a completely different world. Fish move through their domain with the casual confidence of creatures who belong exactly where they are, unaware that you're studying their patterns with the intensity of a behavioural scientist. A large trout, you've learned to distinguish species by their movement patterns and preferred depths, holds position near the far bank, its fins making tiny adjustments to maintain its place in the current. It's perfectly positioned for a spear throw, assuming you can manage the complex physics of refraction, water resistance, and the fish's likely escape route, all while maintaining the balance necessary not to fall off your rock into the river. You raise the spear slowly, muscles remembering the thousands of practice throws that have taught your arms the proper arc and release point. The fish remains steady, focused on something upstream that might be food drifting down with the current. This is the moment when patience and preparation meet opportunity, assuming your aim has improved since yesterday's somewhat embarrassing performance. The spear leaves your hand with the smooth motion of long practice, cutting through air and then water with barely a splash. Success appears certain for a moment. Then physics asserts itself in the form of water refraction, and your spear passes harmlessly beneath the fish, which vanishes in a swirl of indignant motion that somehow manages to look reproachful. Retrieving the spear requires wading into water that's shockingly cold despite the warm air. The river bottom is a collection of smooth stones, some steady and reliable, others perfectly designed to shift unexpectedly and send waders sprawling into deeper water. You move carefully, your feet testing each step before committing your full weight. The spear has lodged between two rocks in deeper water, requiring a wade that brings the river level to mid-thigh. The cold is invigorating in the way that makes you immediately understand why some people voluntarily take cold showers, while simultaneously making you question their sanity. Your muscles tense against the temperature, and retrieving the spear becomes a matter of quick efficiency rather than careful technique. Back on your rock, you settle in for another attempt, water dripping from your legs onto sun-warmed stone. The net offers different possibilities, less precision required, but demanding perfect timing and the ability to read fish behaviour well enough to predict their movements. You study the water again, looking for the subtle signs that indicate where fish are likely to swim. A school of smaller fish moves through the shallows, their bodies flashing silver as they turn in unison. They're following some underwater logic that makes perfect sense to them and appears completely random to you. The net requires positioning downstream from their path, then patience while they swim into range. You slip into the water again, moving with exaggerated care to avoid sending vibrations through the riverbed that would scatter your targets. The fish continue their mysterious choreography, occasionally coming tantalizingly close to your net's range before veering away as if they've suddenly remembered important appointments elsewhere. Finally, the school's wandering path brings them directly toward your position. You raise the net slowly, waiting for the moment when the maximum number of fish occupy the minimum amount of space. The technique necessitates precise timing. If you act too early, the fish will scatter, and if you act too late, they will have already passed through. Now, the net sweeps through water and fish with satisfying efficiency, and suddenly you're holding breakfast, lunch, and possibly dinner in woven plant fibres. The fish flip and struggle with understandable urgency, and you wade quickly to shore to transfer them to the woven basket that serves as your portable container. Success tastes like cold river water, and feels like the quiet satisfaction of having fed yourself through skill and patience. The morning's fishing has provided enough protein for the day, plus extra to share with your cave mates who may have had less luck with their own food-gathering expeditions. Walking back toward the cave, basket of fish in one hand and wet fishing gear in the other, you reflect on the peculiar satisfaction of having succeeded at something your ancestors would recognise and approve of. There's something deeply right about providing food through your own efforts, even when those efforts occasionally involve falling into cold water while chasing fish that seem to mock your hunting skills. The afternoon sun has reached that perfect angle where it warms without burning. Your successful fishing expedition has left you feeling confident enough to venture further from the cave than usual. Today seems like an ideal time to explore the valley beyond the ridge, where rumour, delivered by a travelling group last week, suggests there might be fruit trees and possibly deposits of the particularly good flint that makes superior tools. You gather exploration supplies with the methodical care of someone who's learned that preparation prevents most disasters, and improvisation handles the rest. Your pack consists of a large hide bag containing water in a bladder, dried meat from last week's successful hunt, the multi-purpose knife that's sharp enough to be useful but not so precious you'd weep if you lost it, and cordage woven from plant fibres that serves approximately 600 different functions in Stone Age life. The ridge requires a climb that would be considered moderate exercise in modern terms, but feels more like a full-body workout when you're carrying supplies and watching for loose rocks that could turn an afternoon hike into a medical emergency. Your route follows what might charitably be called a path, really just a series of animal tracks connected by your own optimistic assumptions about the best way up steep terrain. Halfway up the ridge, you pause to catch your breath and immediately understand why your ancestors developed such impressive cardiovascular systems. Every activity in Paleolithic life was essentially a fitness program, designed by someone with a sadistic sense of humour and a deep commitment to building character through physical challenge. The view from the ridgetop makes the climb worthwhile. The valley spreads below you like a green carpet dotted with silver streams and dark patches that might be groves of the fruit trees you're seeking. In the distance, smoke rises from what's probably another group's fire, reminding you that you're not alone in this vast landscape, just temporarily out of the shouting range of your neighbours. Descending into the valley proves trickier than the ascent. Gravity assists your progress with the kind of helpful enthusiasm that occasionally threatens to turn a controlled descent into an uncontrolled tumble. You pick your way carefully down the slope, using trees and rock outcroppings as handholds, and trying not to think about how much easier going down is than climbing back up will be. The valley floor reveals itself to be a mixture of opportunity and complexity. Yes, there are fruit trees, several varieties you recognise and a few that require the kind of careful testing that determines whether they're food or decoration. The good news is many trees are heavy with ripe fruit. The challenging news is that you're apparently not the first to discover this resource. Fresh tracks in the soft earth near the largest fruit grove tell a story that makes your survival instincts pay closer attention. The large paw prints, indicating a predator rather than prey, are so recent that their edges remain sharp. Bear, most likely, and probably still in the area since bears tend to stay near excellent food sources until they've exhausted them completely. This scenario creates what you might call a tactical situation. The fruit represents valuable calories and nutrients that would improve everyone's diet significantly. The bear represents the kind of conversation partner who settles disagreements through methods that don't typically end well for the smaller participant. Wisdom suggests retreat. Hunger suggests negotiation. Pride suggests you're probably overthinking the whole situation. You compromise by gathering fruit from trees on the periphery of the grove, working quickly but quietly, ears tuned for any sound that might indicate you're about to have an unexpected encounter with the local bear population. Every fallen branch that cracks underfoot sounds like a gunshot in the afternoon stillness, and every rustle of leaves brings a momentary pause to listen for approaching footsteps that weigh considerably more than yours. The fruit gathering goes well until you reach for a particularly promising cluster growing just out of easy reach. Stretching toward it requires shifting your weight onto a branch that seemed sturdy enough when you tested it, but apparently has strong opinions about supporting human body weight. The branch surrenders with a sharp crack that echoes through the grove like a dinner bell ringing for every predator within miles. You land in a heap of bruised dignity and scattered fruit, momentarily more concerned about the noise than the impact. The grove falls into the kind of absolute silence that suggests every creature with ears is now listening intently to determine what just announced its presence so dramatically. After several heartbeats of holding your breath and straining your ears, you conclude that immediate danger seems unlikely. Gathering the scattered fruit with hands trembling slightly from adrenaline rather than injury, you come to the conclusion that discretion is a crucial aspect of fruit gathering. Your pack now contains enough fruit to supplement several meals, plus the kind of story that will improve with each retelling around the evening fire. The discovery of the flint deposits proves anticlimactic after the fruit tree adventure. Yes, the stone is excellent quality, better than what you've been working with. Yes, there's enough to supply your tool-making needs for months. And yes, it's located in an easy-to-access outcropping that doesn't require negotiating with large carnivores. You gather several prime pieces of flint, testing each for quality, and selecting those most likely to produce superior tools. The additional weight in your pack reminds you that the return journey will be more challenging than the trip down, but a good flint is worth the extra effort. The afternoon light has begun its slow slide toward evening by the time you start the return climb. Your pack, now heavy with fruit and stone, makes the ascent feel like a full-body strength training session, designed by someone who believes suffering builds character. Each step up the ridge requires deliberate effort, and you find yourself developing a new appreciation for the concept of pack weight distribution. The return to your cave feels like coming home after a successful adventure, your pack heavy with the day's discoveries, and your body pleasantly worn out from useful exertion. The late afternoon light filters through the trees with that golden quality that makes everything look like it's been painted by someone who understands the beauty of natural illumination. Your cave mates have been busy during your absence. Mira has constructed what appears to be a fish-drying rack from carefully arranged branches, and several of yesterday's catch hang in neat rows, slowly transforming into preserved protein that will last much longer than fresh fish. Grack has been working on something involving a great deal of scraped hide and what looks like sinew, though his projects often remain mysterious until they reach completion. The fruit you've gathered creates immediate excitement. Fresh fruit has been scarce lately, and the variety you've brought back includes several types that none of you have tasted before. This leads to the careful ritual of testing new foods. Small amounts first, attention paid to flavour and any immediate reactions, then waiting to see if your digestive system approves of the innovation. The unknown fruits turn out to be pleasantly sweet with a slightly tart finish, and your stomach accepts them without protest. Success. Dinner will be considerably more intriguing than usual. The remaining fruit can be dried using techniques that transform perishable food into long-term storage solutions. Your flint discovery generates a different kind of enthusiasm. Grack examines each piece with the focused attention of an expert, testing density and grain structure with techniques you're still learning. Good flint means better tools, which means more successful hunting and gathering, which means improved odds of thriving rather than merely surviving. As evening approaches, the ritual of fire building begins. Today's fire will be larger than usual, partly for cooking the varied foods you've all gathered, partly for the social warmth that comes from sitting around flames while sharing the day's experiences. You add a portion of fuel, and soon the cave entrance glows with cheerful light, pushing back the growing darkness outside. Cooking in the Stone Age requires timing, attention, and acceptance that precision isn't always possible. The fish cook quickly on hot stones placed near the fire, their flesh turning from translucent to opaque, with the kind of straightforward honesty that makes you trust the process. Roots require longer cooking. They are buried in coal and covered with more coal until the hard starch becomes something approaching tender. The fruit needs no cooking, but some of it gets wrapped in leaves and placed near the fire's edge, where gentle heat concentrates the flavours and creates something resembling a primitive dessert. The result tastes like concentrated summer, sweet and warm and satisfying in ways that make you understand why humans developed such elaborate relationships with food preparation. Mealtime in your small community follows informal protocols that balance individual needs with group harmony. Everyone shares the food based on their contributions and needs. Today's successful fishing expedition earns you a larger portion of the evening meal, while your fruit discovery means everyone enjoys flavours that wouldn't otherwise have been available. The conversation that accompanies dinner revolves around the day's experiences, challenges and discoveries. Grack describes his hide working project, which is apparently intended to become a more comfortable sleeping arrangement, an innovation that everyone endorses enthusiastically. Mira explains her fish drying technique, learned from a group they encountered several weeks ago, who came from a region where preservation methods had evolved to handle seasonal variations in food availability. Your adventure in the fruit grove gets recounted with the kind of embellishment that turns a minor mishap into an entertaining story. The branch-breaking incident becomes slightly more dramatic in the telling, the bear tracks slightly fresher, and your escape slightly more narrow. This is how oral tradition begins, not with deliberate exaggeration, but with the natural tendency to make experiences more engaging when sharing them with others. As full darkness settles outside the cave entrance, the fire becomes the centre of your small world. Its light creates a circle of warmth and safety that makes the vast night seem manageable rather than threatening. The flames dance with hypnotic patterns that capture attention in ways that television won't manage to duplicate for several thousand years. The evening's work continues around the fire. You begin shaping one of the new flint pieces into what will eventually become a superior knife. The careful chip-by-chip process made easier by good light and comfortable seating on fur-covered rocks. Mira works on cordage, twisting plant fibres into strong rope using techniques that require consistent tension and rhythm. Grack continues his hide project, scraping and softening the material with tools designed specifically for the purpose. The work requires patience but produces results that make the effort worthwhile. Soft, durable material that insulates better than woven grass, and lasts longer than most alternatives available to Stone Age craftspeople. The fire settles into steady coals as the night deepens, and conversation gradually gives way to the quiet satisfaction of useful work accomplished in good company. Tomorrow will bring new challenges and opportunities, but tonight offers the simple pleasure of warmth, food, and the security that comes from being part of a group that works together successfully. Outside the cave, night sounds begin their ancient chorus, owls calling across the valley, the distant splash of something large moving through the river, and the rustle of small creatures going about their nocturnal business. The sounds aren't threatening when heard from the safety of your firelit cave. They're simply the soundtrack of a world that continues its complex business regardless of human concerns. The transition from active evening to restful night happens gradually in your Stone Age world, marked not by clocks or schedules but by the natural rhythm of fire settling into coals and bodies, growing heavy with the day's accumulated fatigue. The work around the fire continues, but at the relaxed pace of people who understand that some tasks are improved by patience rather than hurried completion. Your flint knapping project has progressed to the delicate stage where each strike must be precisely calculated. The emerging blade shows promise, straight edge, good thickness, the kind of balance that will make it useful for detailed work. The rhythm of stone striking stone creates a gentle percussion that blends with the soft sounds of your companion's activities and the crackling whisper of the dying fire. Mira's cordage work has produced several arm lengths of strong rope, twisted with the consistent tension that comes from practiced hands and focused attention. She tests each section by pulling against it with her full strength, nodding with satisfaction when the fibres hold without stretching or breaking. Good rope means better nets, stronger bindings, and countless other applications that make daily life more manageable. Grak's hide preparation has reached the stage where the material needs to rest overnight before the final softening process. He rolls it carefully and places it where morning dew won't reach, but air can continue to circulate around it. His movements have the unhurried precision of someone who's learned that rushing this particular process leads to disappointing results and wasted effort. The fire has settled into the perfect state for banking, hot coals that will retain heat through the night, while being easily coaxed back to flame when morning comes. You arrange the coals carefully, covering them with a layer of ash that will insulate without smothering, then surrounding the whole arrangement with stones that will radiate absorbed heat long after the flames disappear. Your sleeping area beckons with the promise of rest after a day filled with successful activities. The furs have been arranged for maximum comfort, with extra padding beneath your hip and shoulder, the pressure points that determine whether you wake refreshed or spend the night shifting position in search of elusive comfort. As you settle into your sleeping arrangement, the day's experiences replay in your mind with the satisfaction that comes from time well spent. The morning's successful fishing, the afternoon's fruit and flint discoveries, and the evening's productive work around the fire, each activity connected to the others in the seamless web of interdependence that characterises Stone Age life. The sounds of your companions settling into their sleeping arrangements create a comfortable background of familiar noises. Soft movements as furs are adjusted, the quiet breathing that indicates relaxation, and the occasional contented sigh that suggests everyone is pleased with the day's accomplishments. These are the sounds of security, of belonging to a group that functions well together. Outside the cave, the night world continues its ancient patterns. An owl calls from somewhere across the valley, its voice carrying clearly through air that's grown cool and still. The river murmurs its constant song, a liquid soundtrack that's as reliable as sunrise and equally soothing. Somewhere in the distance a wolf howls, not the threatening sound of nearby danger, but the distant communication of creatures going about their own business in their territory. The darkness beyond your cave entrance isn't empty. It's full of life-following rhythms older than human memory. Nocturnal hunters pursue nocturnal prey, night-blooming plants release fragrances that attract night-flying insects, and the complex web of relationships that sustains this ecosystem continues without pause or fanfare. From your perspective, enveloped in warm furs, with a banked fire nearby and trusted companions within reach, the night feels protective rather than threatening. Your cave has become home in the most fundamental sense, a place where you belong, where you're safe, where you can rest without constant vigilance. Sleep approaches with the gentle inevitability of tides or seasons, natural processes that don't require your participation or permission. Your breathing deepens, matching the slow rhythm of complete relaxation. The day's minor aches and tensions dissolve into the kind of profound rest that comes from physical work, fresh air, and the satisfaction of having lived fully within your circumstances. Dreams, when they come, are filled with the textures and colours of your waking world. The sound of running water over smooth stones, sunlight filtering through leaves, and the satisfying weight of well-made tools in your hands all contribute to these dreams. These aren't the anxious, disconnected fragments that trouble more complex minds. They're the peaceful processing of a life lived in harmony with immediate, tangible realities. The fire settles deeper into coals, radiating steady warmth that makes the cave's air comfortable throughout the night. The banked heat will last until morning, ready to kindle into flame when the new day begins its cycle of challenges and opportunities. Tomorrow will bring its own weather, its own possibilities for success and failure, and its own moments of satisfaction and frustration. But tonight offers the perfect rest that prepares mind and body for whatever comes next. Your breathing slows to match the rhythm of deep sleep, and the last conscious thought is gratitude for the simple completeness of a day well lived in humanity's most essential mode. The night embraces you with the vast stillness of a world where artificial light hasn't yet pushed back the darkness, where silence isn't broken by mechanical sounds, where rest comes naturally when the sun sets, and work resumes when it rises. This is sleep as it was designed to be, profound, restorative, and perfectly aligned with the natural world that remains your home, your challenge, and your endless source of both struggle and wonder. In the depths of night, your cave becomes a pocket of human warmth in the vast coolness of the world. The banked fire glows like a gentle heartbeat, steady and reassuring. Your breathing synchronizes with the ancient rhythms that have guided human rest for countless generations. Slow, deep, peaceful breaths that carry away the day's tensions and prepare your body for tomorrow's adventures. The furs beneath you hold the day's accumulated warmth, creating a cocoon of comfort that makes the stone floor feel almost luxurious. Your muscles relax completely, releasing the subtle tensions that come from constant awareness, constant readiness, and constant engagement with a world that demands your full attention during waking hours. Sleep, when it finally claims you completely, is the kind of rest that modern humans rarely experience, uninterrupted by artificial lights, electronic sounds, or the mental chatter of complex schedules and abstract worries. It's sleep that serves its fundamental purpose: complete restoration of body and mind, preparing you for another day of the most essential human activities: finding food, creating shelter, making tools, and maintaining the relationships that make survival not just possible, but meaningful. The night passes peacefully around your small community, each of you settled into the kind of deep rest that comes from days filled with purposeful activity and evenings spent in productive companionship. Outside, the natural world persists in its nocturnal activities, while within your cave 3 humans slumber peacefully, rooted in the ancient rhythms of earth and sky, seasons and weather, work and rest. Tomorrow will bring new challenges, new discoveries, and new opportunities to exercise the skills and knowledge that keep you thriving in humanity's most fundamental environment. But tonight offers the perfect gift of complete rest, deep sleep, and the profound peace that comes from a life lived in harmony with the natural world that remains, now and always, your truest home. Picture this. You wake up tomorrow morning, but instead of reaching for your phone to check the weather, you're reaching for a wooden bucket to collect rainwater from the leaky thatch above your head. Congratulations, you've just been transported to rural Ireland in 1847, right in the midst of what historians politely refer to as the Great Famine, although the locals have more colourful names for it. You stretch, expecting your usual morning aches, but instead you're greeted by a hollow gnawing in your stomach that feels like you've swallowed a particularly angry badger. The pain isn't your "I skipped breakfast" hunger. This is your "I haven't had a proper meal in 3 weeks" hunger, and your body is starting to send some very stern memos to your brain about the situation. Probably, your initial reaction is to head to the kitchen to check what's in the fridge. Unsurprisingly, there's no fridge in sight. There's barely a kitchen. What you've got is a single room with a dirt floor, stone walls that seem to specialise in letting in the cold, and a fireplace that's more optimistic than functional. The pantry consists of a wooden shelf that's looking as empty as a politician's promise. Now you might be thinking, how bad could it really be? People survived famines throughout history, and you're right, some did. But here's the thing, you're not just dealing with a little food shortage. You're dealing with a perfect storm of agricultural disaster, economic exploitation, and social upheaval that would make your worst Monday at the office look like a spa day. The potato, yes, that humble tuber you probably take for granted in your French fries, was literally the difference between life and death for most Irish families. We're not talking about potatoes as a side dish here. We're talking about potatoes for breakfast, potatoes for lunch, potatoes for dinner, and if you were really lucky, maybe some buttermilk to wash them down. A typical Irish labourer ate between 12 and 14 pounds of potatoes per day, That's like eating 46 medium potatoes. This amount was consumed on a daily basis. But here's where the real trouble starts. The potatoes have vanished. The potatoes have not only become scarce, but have completely disappeared. A microscopic fungus called Phytophthora infestans, which sounds like a spell from Harry Potter but is actually far more deadly than any dark magic, has rotted the potatoes in the ground. Stepping outside your small cottage, you harbour a faint hope that perhaps, just possibly, you overlooked a healthy patch of potatoes the previous day. Instead, fields akin to a botanical apocalypse greet you. The plants are black, slimy, and they smell like death decide to take up gardening. Your stomach rumbles again, this time loud enough that you're pretty sure the neighbours heard it. By the way, the neighbours are in the same situation as you, so no one is likely to drop by with a casserole anytime soon. In fact, if you had a casserole, you'd probably have to post armed guards around it. You decide to take inventory of your resources, because surely there must be something edible around here. Let's examine your possessions. You have a few worn-out clothes, some rough furniture, and, well, that's about it. You have no savings account, no credit cards, and no DoorDash app. Your wealth was literally growing in the ground, and now it's a stinking mess of plant matter that would make a compost pile weep. The truly maddening part, there's food in Ireland. There is an abundance of grain, cattle, and dairy products available in Ireland. The issue lies in the fact that landlords in England, who have never set foot on Irish soil, are receiving it all as rent. It's like watching a loaded grocery truck drive past your house every day while you're starving, except the truck belongs to someone who thinks you're not quite human enough to deserve what's on it. So here you are, facing your first full day in famine-era Ireland, and you're starting to realise that your greatest challenge isn't just finding food, it's finding food that won't kill you. When you're desperate enough, you'll eat just about anything, and nature has a twisted sense of humour about what looks edible versus what actually is. Your grandmother, bless her heart, has been experimenting with what the locals euphemistically call famine foods. This morning she's preparing a delightful breakfast of nettles, dandelions, and something she insists is grass soup. Though you're pretty sure grass is supposed to be left to the cows, she's also managed to find some tree bark, which she's grinding into flour with the kind of determination usually reserved for Olympic athletes. Now, you might think, how bad could tree bark be? Let me illustrate the situation for you. Imagine chewing on a wooden coffee stirrer, only to find it bitter and fibrous, leaving your digestive system unsure of how to handle it. Your stomach, already confused and angry about the whole situation, decides to stage a full-scale revolt. The ensuing cramps prompt you to question whether your modern life's food waste is punishing you. But wait, there's more. Your well-meaning neighbour has heard about something called yellow meal. Cornmeal sent as relief from America. Sounds promising, right? Wrong. The preparation of cornmeal is beyond the comprehension of anyone in Ireland. The instructions might as well be written in ancient Sumerian. So what do people do? They mix it with water and eat it raw, which results in digestive issues that would make a medical textbook blush. It's like someone shipped over 1,000 pounds of concrete mix and told everyone it was food. Speaking of your digestive system, let's talk about something truly horrifying. Your body is starting to eat itself. When you don't consume enough calories, and right now you're consuming about as many calories as a small bird, your body begins breaking down muscle tissue for energy. You'll notice that climbing the small hill to the well feels like summiting Mount Everest. Your legs shake, your vision gets spotty, and you find yourself taking breaks every 10 steps like you're 90 years old. The psychological effects are almost worse than the physical ones. Your brain, running on fumes and whatever nutrients it can scavenge from that questionable bark soup, starts playing tricks on you. You find yourself having elaborate fantasies about food, not just any food, but specific foods. You can practically taste that ham sandwich you had 3 months ago. You dream about apples so vividly that you wake up chewing on your sleeve. Then there's the social aspect of starving, which nobody really prepares you for. Hunger doesn't bring out the best in people. That friendly neighbour who used to chat about the weather, now he's eyeing your family's cooking pot with the intensity of a hawk watching a mouse. Trust turns into an inaccessible luxury. You find yourself hiding the few scraps you manage to find, even from your family, because the animal part of your brain has taken over the rational part. Your daily routine now revolves entirely around the search for anything remotely edible. You spend hours picking through ditches, looking for forgotten turnips or overlooked grain. You examine every plant, every root, every suspicious-looking fungus, trying to remember if your grandmother ever mentioned whether it was safe to eat. The answer is usually no, but desperation makes you consider it anyway. What's the most concerning aspect? You're starting to understand why people are abandoning their homes and walking to the nearest port town, hoping to catch a ship to anywhere else. The problem is that walking to the port requires energy you don't have, and ship passage costs money you definitely don't have. It's like being trapped in the world's most depressing escape room, except the only way out is through a door that might not even exist. You've likely come to the realization that obtaining food is only half the struggle. The other half is finding clean water, and in 1847 Ireland, clean water is about as common as a unicorn with a college degree. Given that it rains in Ireland approximately every 12 minutes, you might assume that finding clean water would be easy. However, this is where your modern sensibilities could potentially lead you into serious trouble. That beautiful babbling brook behind your cottage? It's essentially an open sewer, not because people are intentionally polluting it, but because when you're starving and sick, sanitation becomes a luxury you can't afford. Your village uses the same water source for drinking, cooking, washing, and, well, everything else. Your stomach, already upset about the bark soup situation, is about to become absolutely furious. You fill your wooden bucket from the stream's cleanest looking part, trying not to think of what might be in it. Back in your time, you'd boil this water without a second thought, but fuel is precious here. You need every scrap of turf and wood for cooking what little food you can find. You must make a difficult decision, consume potentially contaminated water or risk dehydration in the midst of starvation. It's like choosing between being attacked by a bear or a wolf. Within a day of drinking the local water, you discover something that historical accounts politely refer to as the flux, though your ancestors had much more colourful terms for it. Your digestive system, already confused by the unconventional menu, decides to evacuate everything with the urgency of a fire drill. This scenario wouldn't just be uncomfortable, it would be life-threatening. Every time your body expels fluids, you're losing precious nutrients and salt that you can't afford to lose. The cruel irony is that you need water to survive, but the water available might kill you faster than dehydration would. Imagine receiving a glass of water in the desert, only to discover that it could potentially harbour cholera. Your ancestors didn't know about bacteria and viruses, but they knew that certain water sources made people sick. The problem is, when you're desperate enough, you'll drink from anywhere. Let's discuss typhus. Not because it's nice, but because you need to know what you're facing. Typhus is transmitted by lice, and during a famine, maintaining personal hygiene becomes nearly impossible. You can't afford soap, you can't heat enough water for regular bathing, and you're probably sharing living space with more people than the room was designed for. Lice become as common as breathing, and with them comes typhus. The fever starts slowly. You might mistake it for just being tired from hunger. But then it escalates. Your temperature soars, you develop a rash that looks like someone splattered red paint across your body, and your head feels like someone's using it as a drum. In your weakened state, typhus isn't just dangerous, it's often fatal. The graveyards are filling up with people who survived months of hunger, only to be killed by tiny insects they couldn't even see. However, even if you manage to avoid typhus, you still face the threat of dysentery, cholera, and a variety of other waterborne diseases that could frighten even a medieval plague doctor. Your immune system, already compromised by malnutrition, can't fight off infections that a healthy person might shake off in a few days. The psychological toll of constant illness is almost worse than the physical effects. You wake up each morning not knowing if today's the day your body finally gives up. Every stomach cramp could be the beginning of the end. Every fever could be your last. You find yourself making morbid calculations. If I drink from the well, I might get sick. But if I don't drink anything, I'll definitely die of thirst. If you possess any modern medical knowledge, it turns into a burden rather than a benefit. You know how dangerous your situation is, but you can't get any of the treatments that could help. It's like being a mechanic trapped in a broken down car without any tools. Now let's talk about money. Or rather, your complete and utter lack of it. In your modern life, being broke might mean skipping a few restaurant meals or putting off that vacation. In 1847 Ireland, being broke means watching your family die slowly, while there's food literally all around you that you can't afford to buy. Here's how the economics work in this delightful situation. You're probably a tenant farmer, which means you don't own the land you work. You pay rent to a landlord who may or may not live in Ireland, and that rent is due whether your crops succeed or fail. The potato crop that just rotted, that was your rent money, your food, and your entire economic foundation all rolled into one tuber. Your landlord, meanwhile, is having his own financial troubles. The famine has made his Irish properties worthless, and he's got debts to pay in London. His solution? Evict the tenants who can't pay rent and convert the land to cattle grazing, which is more profitable. So not only are you starving, but you're also facing the very real possibility of being thrown out of your home. The eviction process in famine-era Ireland is particularly brutal. The landlord sends men to physically remove you and your family from the property. Then they knock down your house so you can't come back. They don't just put your stuff on the curb, they destroy your shelter entirely. You're left standing in the rain with whatever you could carry, watching the only home you've ever known get reduced to a pile of stones. Now you might think, surely there's some kind of government assistance? Oh, there is. Sort of. The British government has set up workhouses and soup kitchens, but accessing them requires navigating a bureaucracy that would make the modern DMV look efficient. First, you have to prove you're truly destitute, which involves surrendering any remaining possessions. Then you have to travel to the workhouse, which might be days away on foot while you're already weak from hunger. The workhouses themselves are designed to be so unpleasant that only the truly desperate would enter them. They separate families, provide barely enough food to keep you alive, and require you to perform mind-numbing labour for 12 hours a day. It's like a prison, except your only crime was being poor during a famine. Many people choose to die rather than enter the workhouse, which tells you everything you need to know about conditions inside. Let's say you decide to try your luck in the job market. After all, surely someone needs workers, right? Wrong. The economy has collapsed along with the potato crop. The people who might normally hire labourers are either dead, emigrated, or broke themselves. Those few jobs that do exist pay wages that wouldn't buy enough food to sustain a sparrow, let alone a human being. You might consider selling your few remaining possessions, but here's the catch. Everyone else is trying to do the same thing. The market is flooded with desperate people selling everything they own. That family heirloom that might have been worth something in normal times, now it's competing with thousands of other family heirlooms from families just as desperate as yours. The psychological impact of economic helplessness is devastating. In your modern life, even if you're struggling financially, you probably have options. Credit cards, family members who could help, government assistance programs. Here you have none of that. There's no safety net, no bailout, no stimulus package. You're watching your family waste away, and there's absolutely nothing you can do about it because the entire economic system has collapsed. The truly maddening part is that this isn't a natural disaster in the traditional sense. There's food in Ireland, lots of it, but it's being exported to pay debts and rents to English landlords. Ships loaded with grain leave Irish ports every day while Irish people starve on the docks. It's like watching ambulances drive past accident victims because the victims can't afford the ride to the hospital. By now you've probably noticed that society as you know it has completely broken down. What were the social norms and customs that united your community? They're dissolving faster than sugar in rain. When survival is at stake, civilization becomes a luxury that nobody can afford. Let's start with something that would shock your modern sensibilities: the abandonment of the elderly. In normal times, Irish families took care of their grandparents and aging relatives. But when you're choosing between feeding your children or feeding your elderly parent, the choice becomes brutally simple. You find yourself participating in decisions that would have been unthinkable just months ago. Grandpa, once a storyteller by the fire, now serves as an additional source of sustenance in a household where food is scarce for everyone. The disintegration of family structures continues beyond this point. Parents are abandoning their children, not out of cruelty, but out of desperate hope that the children might have a better chance of survival on their own. The local workhouse is full of children whose parents are either dead or unable to care for them. These aren't orphans in the traditional sense. These are children whose families have been destroyed by circumstances beyond anyone's control. Your neighbours, who used to help with harvest and share tools, now eye each other with suspicion. Which family down the lane borrowed a cup of flour last spring? They're not giving it back, and you're not asking for it because you understand that asking for food back is essentially asking them to choose between your family's survival and their own. Trust, which took generations to build in rural communities, evaporates in a matter of weeks. The local church, which used to be the centre of community life, is overwhelmed. The priest is trying to minister to a congregation that's literally dying in front of him. Sunday services become increasingly grim affairs, where the main topic is who died during the week and who might be next. The collection plate, which used to help support the church and local charity, sits empty because nobody has anything to give. Crime, which was relatively rare in rural Irish communities, becomes commonplace. But we're not talking about sophisticated criminal enterprises here. We're talking about desperate people doing desperate things. Children steal turnips from fields. Adults break into houses seeking hidden food stores. People rob each other for resources that wouldn't have been worth stealing in normal times. A single potato becomes valuable enough to fight over. The most heartbreaking aspect of social breakdown is the loss of hope. In normal times, even during hardship, there was always the sense that things would eventually get better. Bad harvests happened, but they were followed by good harvests. Economic downturns occurred, but recovery usually followed. During the Great Famine, that optimism disappears entirely. People stop planning for the future because they're not sure there will be one. Marriage, births, and other celebrations that mark the passage of normal life virtually disappear. Who would plan a wedding when there isn't enough food for a celebration? Who's going to bring a child into a world where that child will likely starve? The normal rhythms of life that give meaning to human existence are replaced by the single, monotonous rhythm of searching for food. Education stops entirely. Children who might have been learning to read and write are instead scavenging for anything edible. Schools close because teachers can't survive on their salaries and students are too weak to attend. The transmission of knowledge from one generation to the next, one of the fundamental functions of human society, comes to a complete halt. Perhaps most disturbing of all is the normalization of death. In your modern life, death is relatively rare and always shocking. Death becomes so commonplace during the famine that people no longer react emotionally to it. Your emotional capacity overwhelms you as you walk past bodies on the road. Grief becomes a luxury you can't afford because you need all your emotional energy focused on staying alive. Let's discuss the rapid and horrifying physical deterioration your body's undergoing during this prolonged starvation. Your body, which you've probably taken for granted in your modern life, is about to demonstrate just how quickly it can turn from a reliable machine into a collection of failing systems. After about 3 weeks of severe malnutrition, your body enters what medical professionals call starvation mode, though your ancestors had more descriptive terms for it. Your metabolism slows down dramatically as your body tries to conserve energy. This phase sounds like it might be helpful, but it actually makes you feel terrible. You're cold all the time. Not just chilly, but bone-deep cold that no amount of layering can fix. You shiver all the time because your body no longer generates enough heat to keep you warm, burning even more of the calories you don't have. Your muscles are literally disappearing. Your body, desperate for protein, starts breaking down muscle tissue to feed your vital organs. You'll notice the change first in your arms and legs, which become so weak that tasks you could do easily before, like carrying water from the well, become monumental challenges. Your hands shake constantly, not from nervousness, but because your muscles no longer have the strength to remain steady. But here's where it gets really disturbing. Your body starts consuming itself in a specific order. It goes after fat first, then muscle, and finally, when there's nothing else left, it starts breaking down your organs. Your heart, already straining to pump blood through a depleted system, starts to contract. Your liver, kidneys, and other vital organs start failing as they're literally digested by your body to keep you alive for a few more days. Your skin takes on a particular appearance that people of the time could recognize from a distance. It becomes thin and translucent, stretched tight over bones that are increasingly visible. You develop what looks like an elderly person's skin, regardless of your actual age. Your hair falls out in clumps, and what remains becomes brittle and colourless. Your teeth become loose in your gums, and a distinct sweet, sickly smell develops in your breath, indicating that your body is breaking down proteins in a desperate attempt to survive. The swelling is perhaps the most deceptive symptom. Your legs, feet, and face begin to swell with fluid, which might make you think you're getting better. You're not. This phenomenon is called kwashiorkor, and it's a sign that your body's protein reserves are completely depleted. The swelling makes you look less skeletal, but it's actually a sign that you're closer to death, not farther from it. Your mental state deteriorates along with your physical condition. If you could understand what was happening to you, severe malnutrition would terrify you. You become irritable, apathetic, then confused. Simple decisions become impossible. You might stand in front of your door for several minutes, unable to remember whether you were going inside or outside. Hallucinations become common as your brain, starved of glucose and essential nutrients, begins to malfunction. You might see food that isn't there, hear voices calling your name, or experience vivid dreams that feel more real than reality. Your ancestors thought these symptoms were caused by supernatural forces because they didn't know the brain is just another organ that fails without nutrients. Sleep becomes both elusive and your only escape. You're constantly exhausted, but actual sleep is difficult because your body is in a state of high alert, desperately searching for resources. When you do sleep, you dream almost exclusively about food. Not just any food, but specific meals you remember from better times. You wake up feeling worse than when you went to sleep because the dream was so different from reality. Your immune system, already compromised, stops functioning entirely. Minor cuts refuse to heal and often become infected. A simple cold, which might have been a minor inconvenience in your modern life, becomes life-threatening. Your body has no resources left to fight off even the most basic infections. The final stage is something called terminal starvation, and it's exactly as pleasant as it sounds. Your body temperature drops to dangerous levels, your heart rate becomes irregular, and you slip in and out of consciousness. At this point, even if food suddenly became available, your digestive system might not be able to process it. People who survived until the very end of the famine sometimes died from refeeding syndrome. Their bodies couldn't handle the shock of suddenly having adequate nutrition again. So here you are, having survived longer than you probably should have in this historical nightmare, and you're beginning to understand something that statistics and history books can't really convey. The Great Famine wasn't just a period of food shortage, it was a complete collapse of human society, a breakdown of everything that makes life worth living, and a demonstration of how quickly civilization can disappear when survival becomes the only priority. You've learned that starvation isn't just about being hungry. It's about watching your body consume itself while your mind slowly disconnects from reality. You've discovered that thirst can be more dangerous than hunger when clean water doesn't exist. You've experienced the horror of economic helplessness in a system designed to extract wealth from the poorest people during their most vulnerable moments. Perhaps most importantly, you've witnessed the complete breakdown of social structures that took centuries to develop. You've seen families torn apart, communities destroyed, and individuals reduced to their most basic survival instincts. You've participated in decisions that would have been morally unthinkable in normal times, and you've understood that morality itself becomes a luxury during existential crises. The truly disturbing realization is that nothing about your situation was inevitable. Throughout the famine, food remained in Ireland, destined for export to cover rents and debts owed to English landlords. Ships loaded with grain left Irish ports, while Irish people starved on the docks. The British government had the resources to provide adequate relief, but chose not to because of ideological beliefs about free markets and Irish racial inferiority. Your suffering wasn't caused by natural disaster alone. It was the result of human decisions made by people who could have chosen differently. This incident brings up uncomfortable questions about your own time period. How many preventable disasters are happening right now, while people with the power to help choose not to? If people with adequate resources made different choices, how many famines, epidemics, and social collapses could we prevent? The Great Famine wasn't an ancient tragedy. It happened in the modern era, during the Industrial Revolution, in one of the wealthiest empires in human history. You've also learned something about human resilience that's both inspiring and terrifying. Some people survived conditions that should have been fatal. They endured months of starvation, disease, social breakdown, and psychological trauma, then somehow found the strength to rebuild their lives. The fact that you're reading this story means that at least some of your ancestors survived famines, plagues, wars, and other disasters that killed millions of their contemporaries, but survival came at a cost that's difficult to calculate. The trauma of the Great Famine was passed down through generations. Families that survived developed behaviours and attitudes about food, money and security that persisted for decades. The famine destroyed social trust, which took generations to rebuild. The economic systems that failed during the crisis were replaced by new systems that carried their forms of injustice and vulnerability. The emigration that resulted from the famine changed the world. Millions of Irish emigrants took their skills and trauma to America, Australia, and elsewhere. Irish-American culture, with its emphasis on family loyalty, political organisation, and suspicion of authority, was shaped by the famine experience. The global Irish diaspora exists because staying in Ireland meant death for many families. As you contemplate your hypothetical day during the Great Famine, you might wonder what lessons apply to your actual life. Perhaps it's an appreciation for the fragility of the systems that keep you fed, housed, and healthy. Perhaps it's an understanding that individual survival often depends on social cooperation and mutual aid. Perhaps it's a recognition that government policies and economic systems have life and death consequences for ordinary people. Or perhaps the lesson is simpler, that human beings are capable of enduring almost unimaginable hardship, but they shouldn't have to. Many of the calamities occurring in the world today could have been avoided, just as the Great Famine was. The difference between catastrophe and recovery often comes down to whether people with power choose to help or to ignore the suffering of others. Your day during the Great Famine is over, and you can return to your modern life with its refrigerators, clean water, social safety nets, and medical care. But somewhere in the world, people are still facing the choice between impossible options, still watching their children go hungry, while food exists that they can't afford to buy, still struggling against systems designed to extract wealth from those who have the least. The Great Famine ended, but the conditions that made it possible, extreme inequality, colonial exploitation, and ideological blindness to human suffering, did not disappear from the world. Your hypothetical day in 1847 is over, but for millions of people around the world that day continues. How do you plan to address this issue? The alarm clock's shrill cry ringed through the Dallas hotel room at precisely 6:30 a.m, though I must confess I was already wide awake. Sleep had become as elusive as Republican votes in Massachusetts these days. I rolled over, my back protesting with the enthusiasm of a Cold War summit meeting, all tension and very little resolution. Jackie stirred beside me, her hair still perfectly coiffed even in slumber. Given our political climate, it was practically a job requirement for her to maintain her composure even during a hurricane. "Good morning, Mr. President," she murmured, her voice carrying that familiar mixture of affection and formality that had become our morning ritual. Even in private moments, the presidency seemed to hover over us like an omnipresent Secret Service agent. "Good morning, Mrs. Kennedy," I replied, attempting to inject some levity into what promised to be another day of handshaking, speech-making, and the general business of being presidential. "Are you prepared to dazzle Texas?" The double entendre wasn't lost on either of us, and Jackie's raised eyebrow suggested she found my humour about as presidential as my Boston accent. The morning routine began with military precision. Shower, shave, and the careful selection of attire that would photograph well under the harsh Texas sun. My back brace, that constant companion since my PT 109 days, required its usual careful adjustment. The irony wasn't lost on me that the very thing meant to keep me upright often made me feel like I was wearing a medieval torture device. Still, appearances mattered, and a president couldn't very well slouch through a motorcade like a college student in a lecture hall. Breakfast arrived with the morning briefings, delivered by staffers who moved with the efficient urgency of men who knew their jobs depended on keeping the leader of the free world properly caffeinated and informed. The newspapers spread before me painted the usual picture: Cold War tensions, civil rights struggles, and political manoeuvring that would make Machiavelli proud. Each headline seemed to demand immediate attention, as if the world's problems could be solved over coffee and toast. "The crowds in Fort Worth were magnificent last night," Kenny O'Donnell reported, his Boston accent making magnificent sound, like a personal endorsement from the Pope himself. Dallas should be even better. His optimism was contagious, yet I couldn't dispel the notion that Texas hospitality carries specific requirements, namely, remembering who was hosting. The flight to Dallas proved uneventful, which in politics is often the best kind of event one can hope for. Jackie looked radiant in her pink Chanel suit, chosen specifically for its photogenic qualities and its ability to stand out in a crowd. "You know," I told her as we prepared for landing, "that colour makes you look like $1,000,000. She smiled, but I couldn't tell if it was in response to the compliment or because I had managed to keep my economic metaphors relatively modest. Crowds pressed against the barriers at the Love Field reception, surpassing the expectations of an opening night at a Broadway show. The enthusiasm was genuine, which always lifted my spirits. There's something profoundly moving about Americans exercising their democratic right to gather, cheer, and occasionally throw flowers at their elected officials. The Secret Service maintained their vigilant positions, their eyes scanning the crowd with the intensity of accountants reviewing tax returns, methodical, thorough, and slightly paranoid. As we made our way toward the waiting limousine, I couldn't help but notice the perfect weather. The sun shone with the kind of brilliance that made everything seem possible. The air carried just enough warmth to make the open car comfortable, and the sky stretched endlessly blue above us. It was, I thought to myself, a capital day for democracy. The presidential limousine, that marvel of American automotive engineering and paranoia, waited with its top down to accommodate the spectacular Texas weather. Governor John Connolly and his wife Nellie comfortably settled into the jump seats, demonstrating the practiced ease of politicians who have spent decades perfecting the art of appearing comfortable in uncomfortable situations. Jackie arranged herself beside me with the grace of someone who'd been doing this particular dance for nearly 3 years now. "This is going to be quite a ride," I mentioned to Connolly, although my thoughts were focused less on the 12-mile route through Dallas and more on the political implications of our visit to Texas. Next year's election calculations heavily weighed the state's electoral votes, and each handshake, wave, and perfectly timed smile symbolized an investment in America's democratic future. Or at least that's how I preferred to think about it, rather than as an elaborate exercise in political theatre. The motorcade began its stately procession through Dallas streets lined with enthusiastic citizens. The Secret Service had plotted our route with mathematical precision, wide streets for visibility, strategic turns to maximize crowd exposure, and carefully timed stops that would allow the press corps to capture those essential photographs that would grace tomorrow's front pages. Democracy, I'd learned, was as much about optics as it was about policy. "Mr. President, you certainly can't say Dallas doesn't love you," Nellie Connolly called out over the crowd noise, her voice carrying the kind of genuine warmth that made politics occasionally worthwhile. She was right. The reception had been overwhelmingly positive, with crowds. I pressed forward to catch glimpses of the presidential party. Children waved American flags with the unself-conscious enthusiasm that reminded me why this job, despite its considerable burdens, remained fundamentally hopeful. The sun beat down with friendly intensity, and I found myself genuinely enjoying the ride. There's something uniquely American about a motorcade. The ordered chaos of democracy in motion, citizens gathering spontaneously to participate in the grand experiment of self-governance. Even the most cynical political operative would have to admit there was something stirring about it all. Jackie waved with practiced perfection, her pink suit providing exactly the visual contrast the advance team had calculated. Every detail had been choreographed, from the car's position in the motorcade to the timing of our arrival at the Trade Mart. Political success, I discovered, lay in the intersection of genuine sentiment and careful planning. The crowd seemed to sense both elements, responding with an enthusiasm that felt authentic rather than manufactured. "You know," I leaned over to tell Jackie, "I think we might actually win Texas next year." The comment was partly serious political analysis and partly an attempt to lighten the mood. Presidential campaigns were marathons, not sprints, and every positive reception represented momentum that could be built upon. The mathematics of electoral politics demanded constant attention to these regional variations in public sentiment. The route took us through downtown Dallas, past buildings whose windows were filled with office workers, taking an extended lunch break to witness history in motion. Some held cameras, others simply watched, and a few displayed signs welcoming the presidential party to Texas. The diversity of the crowd pleased me. Young and old, various ethnic backgrounds, the kind of American melting pot that made democracy not just possible but inevitable. Governor Connolly provided running commentary on local landmarks, pointing out sites of historical significance with the pride of a man showing off his hometown to distinguished visitors. His knowledge was encyclopedic, his delivery engaging, and his obvious affection for Texas infectious. Political partnerships, I reflected, worked best when they were built on genuine mutual respect and shared objectives. The limousine's pace remained steady, allowing for optimal crowd interaction while maintaining security protocols. Every few blocks, I'd spot Secret Service agents positioned strategically, their presence both reassuring and slightly sobering. The balance between accessibility and security had become one of the defining challenges of modern democracy: how to remain close to the people while acknowledging the realities of an increasingly complex world. As we approached Dealey Plaza, I noticed the crowds growing even larger, pressed against barriers with the enthusiasm of baseball fans waiting for autographs. The enthusiasm was palpable, the Texas hospitality genuine, and the political implications encouraging. Whatever challenges lay ahead, this moment represented democracy at its most elemental level. Citizens and their elected representatives sharing the same space, the same sunshine, the same hopes for the future. Dealey Plaza opened before us like a natural amphitheatre, with spectators arranged along the grassy slopes in what could have been mistaken for a particularly well-attended outdoor concert. The crowd's energy was infectious. People pointed, waved, and called out greetings with the kind of spontaneous enthusiasm that reminded me why I'd entered politics in the first place. Democracy, at its core, was about these moments of connection between the governed and those who served them. "What a turnout!" I called to Jackie, though the crowd noise nearly swallowed my words. She nodded, her smile radiant as she continued her practiced wave. Not too enthusiastic to appear undignified, not too reserved to seem aloof. 3 years of presidential appearances had perfected her technique to an art form. The photographers would love this, I thought, already envisioning tomorrow's newspaper coverage with headlines about Texas hospitality and democratic unity. The limousine's progression through the plaza felt almost ceremonial, like a slow-motion parade celebrating the peaceful transfer of democratic power. Children sat on their parents' shoulders, teenagers clustered together with cameras, and adults pressed forward with the kind of civic engagement that made the entire system worthwhile. This was what the Founding Fathers had envisioned: active citizenship, public participation, and government by consent of the governed. Governor Connolly half-turned in his seat, pointing toward a group of particularly enthusiastic supporters near the grassy knoll. "Those folks have been waiting since dawn," he said, his Texas drawl adding warmth to the observation. Political advance work was part science, part art, and part sheer luck, but when it all came together like this, the results justified every hour of planning and preparation. The sun continued its friendly assault, making the pink of Jackie's suit even more vibrant against the blue sky. Colour coordination might seem trivial to political newcomers, but experienced campaigners understood that visual impact often mattered as much as policy positions. Every element of today's appearance had been calculated to project competence, accessibility, and optimistic leadership. The crowd's response suggested the strategy was working. As we neared the plaza's centre, I observed the crowd composition with the expertise of someone who had dedicated decades to studying electoral demographics. The mix looked promising: young families, middle-aged professionals, and elderly citizens exercising their democratic prerogative to witness history. These authentic moments of public engagement won or lost regional campaigns. "Mr. President, they really do love you here." Nellie Connolly's voice carried genuine pleasure, and I had to agree with her assessment. The reception had exceeded even our most optimistic projection. Texas, with its complex political landscape and crucial electoral significance, represented one of the keys to next year's campaign. Days like this built the kind of momentum that could carry through an entire election cycle. The motorcade's pace allowed for extended interaction. Hands reached out for handshakes, voices called personal greetings, and cameras captured the kind of spontaneous moments that define democratic participation. Secret Service agents maintained their vigilant positions, but their presence felt appropriately unobtrusive. The balance between security and accessibility had been struck precisely right. Jackie leaned over briefly, her voice carrying amusement. "I think we've created quite a sensation." She was right. The crowd's enthusiasm had reached almost festival proportions, with people streaming into the plaza from surrounding streets to catch glimpses of the presidential party. This was democracy in its most elemental form, citizens gathering to participate in the grand American experiment. The limousine began its gentle turn onto Elm Street, following the predetermined route that would take us through the heart of the plaza before continuing toward the Trade Mart. Every aspect of the journey had been choreographed, from the speed of our progression to the optimal angles for crowd interaction. Political theatre, when executed properly, served the dual purpose of entertainment and civic engagement. Looking up at the clear Texas sky, I couldn't help but feel optimistic about the day, the visit, and the future. The crowds, the weather, and the entire atmosphere suggested that democracy was working exactly as intended. Citizens were engaged, government was accessible, and the peaceful transfer of power continued its unbroken American tradition. It was, I thought to myself, a perfect day for politics. The gentle curve onto Elm Street provided an even better vantage point for crowd observation, and what I saw continued to reinforce my growing confidence about Texas's political future. The demographic mix remained encouraging. Working families, business owners and students, retirees, exactly the kind of broad coalition that successful campaigns required. Political mathematics demanded this kind of cross-sectional appeal, and today's reception suggested we were achieving it. "This is what I call a Texas-sized welcome," I commented to Governor Connolly, who beamed with the satisfaction of a host whose party was exceeding expectations. Regional pride was a powerful political force, and Texas possessed it in abundance. The state's sense of itself as unique, important and influential made it both challenging and rewarding for national politicians. Day felt distinctly rewarding. The Secret Service had positioned agents throughout the area with their characteristic blend of visibility and discretion. Their presence provided necessary security without overwhelming the democratic character of the event. Balancing protection with accessibility had become one of the defining challenges of modern presidential leadership: how to remain connected to the people while acknowledging contemporary security realities. Jackie continued her graceful performance, each wave calibrated to project warmth without appearing overly familiar. Presidential spouses walked a particularly narrow line, too formal, and they seemed cold, too casual, and they undermined the dignity of the office. She'd mastered the balance with characteristic intelligence and style. The photographers were undoubtedly capturing images that would define today's coverage. The crowd's energy showed no signs of diminishing as we progressed deeper into the plaza. If anything, the enthusiasm seemed to be building, with people calling out personal greetings and extending hands in hopes of contact. These moments of human connection were what made the political process worthwhile, the reminder that governance was ultimately about serving real people with real hopes and concerns. "You know," I mentioned to Jackie, "I think we might need to schedule more Texas visits." The comment was a blend of humour and serious politics. Success bred success in politics, and today's reception would generate positive coverage that could influence future public opinion. Authentic moments of public engagement often built electoral momentum. The limousine's steady pace allowed for optimal crowd interaction while maintaining the security protocols that had become standard procedure. Every aspect of presidential movement required careful coordination between multiple agencies, advanced teams, and local officials. When it all worked smoothly, as it had today, the result was seamless democratic theatre that served both ceremonial and practical purposes. Observing the crowd, their diversity and genuine enthusiasm struck me. These weren't partisan political rallies with carefully screened attendees. These were ordinary citizens taking time from their daily routines to participate in democracy. Their presence represented the kind of civic engagement that made the entire system function effectively. The Texas sun continued its friendly bombardment, making the day feel more like a celebration than a political obligation. The weather had a significant impact on the success of public events, and today's conditions were ideal. Clear skies, comfortable temperatures, and excellent visibility created ideal circumstances for the kind of public engagement that defined successful democratic leadership. Governor Connolly provided ongoing commentary about local landmarks and the crowd's composition, his observations reflecting profound knowledge of Texas politics and genuine pride in his state's reception of the presidential party. Regional partnerships were crucial to national success, and today's collaboration was functioning exactly as planned. As we continued through the plaza, I found myself genuinely enjoying the experience rather than simply enduring it as a political necessity. The crowd's warmth, the perfect weather, and the general atmosphere of celebration made this feel like one of those rare occasions when politics achieved its highest aspirations, bringing people together around shared hopes and common purposes. The route ahead looked clear, the crowd remained enthusiastic, and the entire event was proceeding with the kind of smooth precision that political advance teams dreamed about. The result was democracy working exactly as intended, with citizens and their elected representatives sharing the same space, the same moment, and the same optimistic vision of American possibilities. The plaza's unique geography created natural acoustics that amplified the crowd's enthusiasm, making their cheers and applause echo off the surrounding buildings like applause in a concert hall. The effect was almost musical, a spontaneous symphony of democratic participation that reminded me why public service, despite its considerable challenges, remained fundamentally rewarding. These were the moments that justified the long hours, the difficult decisions, and the constant scrutiny that defined presidential life. "This reception is absolutely remarkable," I told Governor Connolly, who nodded with obvious satisfaction. Texas hospitality was proving itself in spectacular fashion, and the political implications were undeniably positive. Regional support of this caliber could translate into significant electoral advantages, and today's demonstration of public enthusiasm would undoubtedly influence future campaign calculations. Jackie's performance continued to be flawless, her waves precisely calibrated to acknowledge the crowd without appearing either too casual or overly formal. The pink suit had been an inspired choice. It photographed beautifully against the blue sky and provided exactly the visual impact our advanced team had calculated. Political success often depended on seemingly minor details that, when combined, created major impressions. The Secret Service maintained their vigilant positions throughout the plaza, their presence both reassuring and appropriately unobtrusive. Modern presidential security required constant vigilance without overwhelming the democratic character of public events. Today's balance effectively allowed interaction while maintaining necessary protective protocols. As we approached what appeared to be the plaza's centre, I noticed the crowd density increasing even further. People were pressing against barriers with the enthusiasm of baseball fans hoping for autographs, their faces reflecting genuine excitement about this opportunity to witness history in motion. This was civic engagement at its most elemental level, citizens choosing to participate in the democratic process through their physical presence and vocal support. The limousine's progression allowed for extended observation of crowd composition, and what I saw continued to reinforce optimistic assessments about Texas's political future. The demographic mix remained encouraging, young families with children, middle-aged professionals, and elderly citizens exercising their democratic prerogatives. Successful national campaigns required exactly this kind of broad-based regional appeal. "Mr. Pozor, President, I don't think I've ever seen Dallas this excited about a political visit," Nellie Connolly observed, her voice carrying genuine warmth. Her comment reflected the kind of authentic local perspective that political professionals valued highly. Spontaneous enthusiasm couldn't be manufactured or purchased. It emerged from genuine public sentiment and real political momentum. The weather continued to cooperate with almost supernatural precision, providing perfect conditions for outdoor political events. Clear skies, comfortable temperatures, and excellent visibility created ideal circumstances for the kind of public engagement that defined successful democratic leadership. Even the most experienced political operatives would have to acknowledge that days like this were exceptional. Looking ahead, I could see the route continuing through the plaza before turning toward our final destination at the Trade Mart. Every aspect of today's schedule had been carefully coordinated to maximize positive public interaction while maintaining security requirements. When political advance work functioned this smoothly, the results justified every hour of planning and preparation. The crowd's energy remained consistently high, with people continuing to call out greetings and wave with undiminished enthusiasm. Political momentum was often built on exactly these kinds of authentic moments of public connection, times when the theoretical concepts of democratic governance became real through direct human interaction between citizens and their elected representatives. Jackie leaned over briefly, her voice carrying satisfaction. "I think we can call this visit a complete success." She was absolutely right. By any measurable standard, today's reception had exceeded expectations. The political implications were overwhelmingly positive, the public response had been enthusiastic, and the entire event was proceeding with remarkable smoothness. As the limousine continued its stately progression through Dealey Plaza, I found myself thinking that this was exactly what the Founding Fathers had envisioned when they designed American democracy. Engaged citizens, accessible government, and the peaceful transfer of power through public participation and consent of the governed. It was, I reflected, a nearly perfect day for democracy. The sounds of the plaza seemed to intensify as we approached what felt like the crescendo of our Dallas visit. Applause, cheers, and individual voices calling out greetings created a tapestry of democratic participation that reminded me why I'd entered public service. This was the essential element that made all the political manoeuvring, the long hours, and the constant scrutiny worthwhile, these moments of genuine connection with the American people. "Jackie, you truly look stunning today," I said, my voice almost drowned out by the din of the crowd. Political theatre required attention to these details, and today's performance was achieving its objectives flawlessly. Governor Connolly continued his running commentary about local landmarks and crowd composition, his obvious pride in Texas hospitality evident in every observation. Regional partnerships were crucial to national political success, and today's collaboration was functioning with the kind of precision that political professionals spent careers trying to achieve. The reception had exceeded even our most optimistic projections. The Secret Service maintained their positions with characteristic vigilance, their presence providing necessary security without overwhelming the democratic character of the event. Balancing protection with accessibility had become one of the defining challenges of modern presidential leadership, and today's arrangements represented that balance at its most effective. I was struck by the crowd's diversity and their real excitement. These weren't carefully screened partisan supporters, these were ordinary citizens taking time from their daily routines to participate in the democratic process. Their presence represented civic engagement at its most fundamental level, the kind that made American democracy not just possible but inevitable. The plaza's unique acoustics continued to amplify every sound, creating an almost theatrical atmosphere that seemed perfectly suited to the occasion. Political events, when they worked properly, achieved a kind of ceremonial significance that transcended their immediate practical purposes. Today felt like one of those rare occasions when politics achieved its highest aspirations. "This has been flawless," I told Jackie, and I meant it completely. The weather, the crowds, and the entire atmosphere had combined to create exactly the kind of public engagement that justified the considerable effort required to maintain democratic governance. Days like this reminded me why the presidency, despite its burdens, remained fundamentally hopeful. The limousine's steady pace allowed for continued crowd interaction, with people pressing forward to catch glimpses of the presidential party and photographers capturing images that would define tomorrow's coverage. Every element was functioning with the kind of smooth precision that political advance teams dreamed about achieving. As we continued through the plaza, I found myself thinking about the broader side of today's success. Texas represented crucial electoral territory for next year's campaign, and this kind of authentic public enthusiasm could translate into significant political momentum. The crowd's energy remained consistently high, their voices creating a sustained celebration of democratic engagement that echoed off the surrounding buildings. This was what the Founding Fathers had envisioned: active citizenship, accessible government, and the peaceful exercise of democratic power through public participation and mutual respect. Suddenly, there was a sound I didn't immediately recognize, sharp, distinct, cutting through the crowd noise with unusual clarity. For just a moment, I found myself thinking it sounded almost like, but that couldn't be right, that couldn't be true, not here, not today, not when everything was going so smoothly. The crowd was still cheering, Jackie was still waving, and the sun was still shining with that remarkable Texas brilliance. This was supposed to be a perfect day for democracy, a moment that would remind everyone why the American government, established by the consent of the governed, remains humanity's best hope for peaceful coexistence. There was another sound, clearer this time, and I felt something I couldn't quite identify. The plaza seemed to shift slightly, the crowd's voices taking on a different quality. Jackie was facing me, her expression transforming from the routine smile of a political performance to a new expression of concern, confusion, and alarm. "Jack," she said, and her voice carried a note I'd never heard before. And in that moment, with perfect clarity, I finally understood that some stories don't end the way anyone expects them to. Time seemed to slow in the most peculiar way, like those moments in combat when everything becomes crystalline and immediate. The voices of the crowd persisted, yet they underwent a transformation, transitioning from a joyful chorus to a completely different tone. Jackie's face was turning toward me with an expression I'd never seen before. Not the practiced composure of political performance, but something raw and immediate and terrified. "My God, what are they doing?" Governor Connolly's voice cut through the altered atmosphere, and I realised he was looking not at the crowd but at something else entirely. The cheerful chaos of democratic celebration was transforming into something darker, more urgent, and more real than any political satire we'd carefully pieced together. The pink suit that had looked so perfect in the Texas sunshine now seemed almost garish against the sudden gravity of whatever was happening. Political calculations, electoral mathematics, regional demographics, all the frameworks I'd spent decades mastering, suddenly felt irrelevant in the face of this moment that was spinning beyond anyone's control or planning. Jackie's hand extended towards me, revealing a terror in her eyes that was unrelated to campaign setbacks. This was an entirely different realm, existing beyond the meticulously orchestrated realm of presidential appearances and democratic theatre. The Secret Service agents were moving, their positions shifting with an urgency that suggested protocols far removed from crowd control. "Jackie! What?" I tried to say, but the words seemed to dissolve before I could complete them. The plaza's acoustics, which had so perfectly amplified the crowd's enthusiasm just moments before, now carried sounds that belonged to an entirely different kind of event. The sounds of sharp reports, screams and chaos were reminiscent of a crisis rather than a celebration. The limousine, which had been progressing with such stately precision through the carefully planned route, was suddenly accelerating with desperate urgency. Something far more primitive and immediate had replaced the measured pace of political drama. Such behaviour wasn't part of any advanced team's calculations or security protocols. This was improvisation born of emergency. Looking at Jackie's face, I finally understood that all my careful analysis of crowd composition, regional politics and electoral momentum had missed the most important element entirely. Democracy wasn't just about engaged citizens and accessible government. It was also about the fundamental fragility of the entire enterprise. Individual decisions that existed entirely outside the system's assumptions could shatter the peaceful transfer of power. The Texas sun continued shining, with the same brilliant intensity, but everything it illuminated had changed in ways I was only beginning to comprehend. The crowds that had seemed so welcoming, so genuinely enthusiastic, so representative of American democracy at its finest, now appeared different. Not hostile exactly, but powerless to prevent whatever was happening from continuing to happen. "Jackie, get down," someone was yelling, but the voice seemed to come from very far away, even though I knew it must be close. The careful choreography of presidential movement had dissolved into something unscripted and uncontrolled. This was the kind of moment that existed outside political planning, beyond security protocols, past the reach of democratic institutions. The plaza, initially perceived as ideal for our objectives due to its natural amphitheatre, excellent acoustics, and clear sightlines that promoted optimal crowd interaction, now manifested itself as a different entity. Geography that had facilitated political connection could apparently serve other purposes as well, purposes that had nothing to do with civic engagement or democratic participation. In what felt like the last moment of clear thinking I might have, I realised that history was full of these sudden transitions, moments when everything that seemed stable and predictable revealed itself to be far more fragile than anyone had imagined. The presidency, American democracy, and the entire elaborate system we'd all worked so hard to maintain, it all depended on assumptions that could be challenged by individual actions that existed entirely outside the system's logic. Jackie was now screaming, and the pink suit was spreading a warm glow. The moment we had experienced with such precision was dissolving into something entirely different, something real, irreversible, and final. And as consciousness began to fade, my last coherent thought was that the puns had finally stopped being funny. The conversation was no longer about political bullets, or campaign shots, or any of the military metaphors that filled our everyday political vocabulary. The conversation shifted to discussing actual bullets, real shots, and genuine consequences that transcended mere wordplay and wit. The perfect day for democracy was ending in the most imperfect way imaginable, and there would be no opportunity for revision, no chance for second takes, and no possibility of political recovery. Unexpectedly, some stories come to an end. The Texas sun was still burning, the crowds continued reacting, and history continued moving forward into whatever came next. But I would not be part of that continuation. It appeared that I had already penned the final chapter, yet I remained oblivious to what was going through my mind. Picture an early morning in the ancient kingdom of Macedon, a hazy dawn light creeping over the rolling hills and illuminating the stone walls of Pella. The capital, in the courtyard of the royal palace, a young prince takes measured steps across smooth flagstones still cool from the chill of night. He is Alexander, son of King Philip II, already restless with ambition. He stands no taller than any normal youth, yet there's a quiet intensity in his gaze. Local gossip suggests he asks questions no child his age should, ones about life, death, and the boundaries of human capability. It's whispered that from the day he first saw the world, he's been driven by the desire to surpass it. Philip himself is not a particularly sentimental father. He loves Alexander in his own way, yet the kingdom demands more attention than his son. Under King Philip, Macedon has become stronger, more organised and more dangerous to neighbouring lands. Philip sees in Alexander the potential to carry on and expand his work. He pushes the boy to study with the best tutors in all of Greece, ensuring a potent blend of martial and intellectual preparation. Aristotle is one among many teachers, but uniquely revered. He nurtures Alexander's fascination with science, philosophy, and the fringes of knowledge. Lessons aren't rote memorization, but dialogues, full of debates that test logic and stoke curiosity. This mental discipline shapes Alexander's sense of strategy and cunning. The climate in the palace is complex. Every corner can hold a potential spy, and each dusty corridor might echo with rumours of betrayals and alliances. People talk in low tones about the tension between Philip and his wives. Alexander's mother, Olympias, is as formidable in her own right as any soldier. Devout worshipper of the god Dionysus, she's rumoured to participate in midnight rituals involving serpents, drums, and an ecstatic communion with the divine. Some say she is cunning, even a dangerous influence on Alexander. Yet to him, she is not the mysterious priestess, but the unwavering pillar of maternal warmth. Between Philip's stern discipline and Olympias's intense devotion, Alexander is shaped by a certain duality, logic wedded to the mystical, ambition guided by tradition but emboldened by dreams of grandeur. From an early age, Alexander's thirst for the glory finds its first real test in the stables of his father. Legend has it that when he encounters a spirited black stallion named Bucephalus, the horse refuses to be tamed by any of Philip's most capable men. They try, they fail, and the beast is ready to be dismissed. But young Alexander notices the animal's fear of its own shadow. Patiently, he coaxes Bucephalus to face the sun, away from the silhouette that spooked him. In minutes, the horse is calm, and Alexander rides him without protest. Observers watch, stunned, as the boy demonstrates a combination of empathy and ingenuity that even seasoned horsemen lack. From that moment, Bucephalus becomes a living extension of Alexander, a half-wild mirror to his own fierce spirit. In the Macedonian court, no virtue stands above the ability to wage war, an art requiring both brilliance and brute strength. Alexander's basic training begins, filled with the typical rigours, sprinting uphill, wrestling in dusty arenas, and drilling with weapons under the unrelenting heat of the summer sun. Yet his father insists he also master oratory. The skill to sway hearts with words is as valuable in forging alliances as a sharpened spear is in battle. Philip knows that to conquer new lands, you need to win people's faith or kindle their fear. Alexander, even as a teenager, shows promise in both realms. Before he ever lifts a sword in earnest combat, he has already convinced many of his peers he is destined for greatness. At night, after the strenuous training and political chatter, Alexander retreats to the palace library. He pores over scrolls describing the achievements of legendary heroes, Achilles most of all. When Alexander reads these stories, he doesn't see them as dusty relics, but as signposts of what is possible. Every triumph of Achilles, every cunning manoeuvre of Odysseus, becomes a clue to his own destiny. Yet he's not content to just mirror these heroes. He wants to eclipse them, to inscribe his own feats into the tapestry of myths. In his private moments, he contemplates the ephemeral nature of life. He wonders how many will remember him after centuries have passed. His conclusion is always the same: only through extraordinary deeds can one transcend mortality. So, from the vantage point of Pella's palace, we see the formative years of a conqueror in the making. The forces shaping Alexander's character are as varied as the lands he will one day traverse. the unwavering discipline from King Philip, the fierce spiritual intensity from Olympius, the philosophical grounding from Aristotle, and the burning ambition stoked by legends of warriors past. Already, he's begun forging a path that few in the Greek world, indeed, the entire known world, can envision. He's not simply an heir to a throne. He sees himself as the living manifestation of a myth destined to break the boundaries of what Macedon, or any kingdom, believes is possible. Life in Macedon, even for a prince, is precarious. The hallways of the palace buzz with potential treachery, assassins lurking in the shadows, and cunning allies who are only as loyal as their opportunities demand. Every so often, tensions flare between Philip and the aristocracy. Some resent the king's bold military reforms, believing he is gradually dismantling old tribal structures that once defined Macedonian life. Others fear that while building alliances with Greek city-states, Philip risks losing the distinct identity of Macedon itself. Young Alexander, absorbing these concerns, learns early that power can be fickle. Even the mightiest monarchy can topple under the weight of ambition, both from within and beyond the palace walls. Beyond politics, Alexander wrestles with internal doubt. Yes, he is fearless on a charging horse, but the responsibilities overshadowing him loom far greater. There's a hidden conflict, often unspoken, between father and son. Philip expects gratitude for all he provides: training, a stable empire, connections. But Alexander yearns to chart his own course, unsatisfied by mere inheritance. He wants to carve out something unprecedented, an empire bridging cultures and continents. Sometimes it feels like the older generation just wants to secure Macedon's local dominion, while Alexander's private vision stretches across the horizon. He doesn't articulate it yet, but deep within, the seeds of conquest already take root. To outsiders, Macedon can feel rugged compared to the refined city-states of southern Greece. Athenians and Spartans might sneer at Macedonian barbarism, but Philip has proven that Macedon's might lies in an organised army led by fierce leadership. Alexander sees the transformations, the phalanx formation perfected, discipline enforced, and new siege technologies tested. He trains alongside hardened veterans who share stories of battles fought against formidable foes. Growing up amid soldiers' banter, Alexander learns not only the physical demands of combat, but also how morale, fear, and loyalty can determine outcomes before the first arrow even flies. Around this time, Alexander is invited to visit Athens with his father. Despite any mocking glances from local intellectuals, he admires the marble columns, the bustling agora, and the philosophical debates that spill out onto street corners. The famed city is a living monument to human achievement in art and reason, yet it also teems with political tensions, a sense of friction between progress and tradition. Walking those storied streets, Alexander muses that controlling a city is far more than just occupying its walls. You must win over its spirit, its sense of cultural pride. He keeps that insight close, suspecting he'll one day need it. Yet tragedy and strife soon converge, as they so often do in the ancient world. Word spreads of plots against Philip. Some revolve around former allies who feel slighted by the king's conquests or suspect he's grown too bold. Alexander stands on the periphery, uncertain whether he should intervene, afraid that any misstep might implicate him as a conspirator. The tension boils over during a grand ceremony, one that should have been a pinnacle of Philip's prestige. In a sudden and shocking moment, an assassin plunges a blade into the king. The crowd gasps. The king of Macedon, unstoppable in battle, falls victim to a single thrust in the confusion of the celebration. Chaos erupts, with bystanders scattering and guards rushing forward. Within minutes, the assassin lies dead, but the damage is done. Philip's lifeblood seeps into the dirt, and Macedon stands at a precipice. Alexander is thrust into an unexpected, yet almost inevitable, position. At age 20, with the kingdom newly crowned upon his head, he must stabilise his realm. Some friends rejoice, convinced this is his destiny. Others wait in tense anticipation, unsure if the fledgling monarch can hold the reins. Fractious lords sense an opening for independence. Rival city-states begin murmuring about retaking lost territory. Even within Macedon, old grudges resurface. All eyes fix on the new king, who must assert control with the same decisiveness as his father. or face disintegration of all that has been built. One of his first orders is brutal and direct: subdue any potential revolts. In a swift campaign, Alexander and his loyal companions quell insurrections, sometimes responding with shocking severity. Towns that challenge him learn the cost of defiance as he razes structures and exacts harsh penalties. These measures, while seemingly cruel, do confirm a crucial fact: the throne is not vacant. Alexander wields power with an iron determination that matches, and at times surpasses, Philip's. Yet behind the stern facade, there's a flicker of deeper purpose. Alexander doesn't want to be the typical monarch who rules merely out of fear. He yearns to unite, to be recognised not just as a conqueror, but as a visionary leader who can guide disparate peoples towards something grander. In the midst of stamping out rebellions, Alexander turns his eyes back to the Greek city-states. Many think him too young to command their respect, until he arrives at Thebes. The city had rebelled, perhaps assuming the new king was inexperienced. In an audacious move, Alexander's troops storm Thebes quickly, unleashing severe punishment. While horrific to watch, it cements a realization across Greece. This is no malleable successor. If Alexander is tested, he will respond forcefully. The punishment also sends a cautionary note to Athens and others tempted to break alliances. Diplomacy, Alexander understands, can be built on intimidation as well as flattery. By the time the dust settles, the name Alexander already rings with fear across rebellious enclaves and resonates with respect among loyal allies. In fewer than 2 years, he consolidates Macedonia's hold over Greece, earning recognition as the de facto hegemon of the region. Yet rather than rest on these laurels, Alexander looks east, where the vast Persian Empire sprawls. The memory of previous Greek-Persian conflicts looms large, but Alexander imagines more than a retaliatory strike. Rumours swirl that he sees an empire beyond the horizon, a chance to bring Greek culture into a new world, if he can muster the daring to seize it. And so, in the hush of late evening, he prepares to set in motion one of the most extraordinary military campaigns recorded in the annals of history. The war drums beat in the hearts of those who follow Alexander eastward. It's more than just ambition or revenge for past Persian aggression. For many, it feels like a holy cause to punish the empire that once threatened Greek freedom. But Alexander's goals surpass mere retribution. Standing at the Hellespont's edge, where Europe meets Asia, he performs symbolic rituals before crossing. Tossing a spear onto the Asian shore, he allegedly proclaims the land to be won by the spear. It's a blend of theatre and conviction, carefully calculated to unite his troops with the sense that destiny itself beckons them forward. The Persian Empire, stretching from the Aegean Sea to the Indus Valley, has wealth beyond imagination. Its roads, like lifelines, connect distant provinces governed by satraps. Alexander's army, though battle-hardened, pales in sheer numbers compared to the Persian forces, but he counts on something intangible: the belief that each Macedonian soldier is part of a historical quest. Logistics become the silent partner of this ambition. He organises supply lines, secures local alliances where possible, and ensures his men remain disciplined, rewarded, and mindful of the stakes. A loosely knit coalition of Greek allies joins him, some out of genuine admiration, others out of fear of retribution should they refuse. The first major engagement, a confrontation at the Granicus River, tests Alexander's mettle against Persian satraps. Cavalry charges, spears glinting in the sun, churn the muddy banks on the battlefield. Alexander fights at the forefront, disregarding the protective distance that many generals maintain. He trusts in his skill and the loyalty of the men around him. Though pinned down at one point, he narrowly escapes a fatal blow thanks to a timely intervention by a commander. The Macedonians push forward, turning the tide. The Persians, momentarily disorganized, retreat. Their swift defeat rattles the empire's western flank. The rumour spreads that Alexander's boldness on the battlefield is as fearsome as his father's had been in the realm of politics. Victories follow in rapid succession. Alexander's strategy is not merely about smashing through defences, but also about presenting himself as a liberator to Greek cities under Persian rule. He spares those willing to cooperate, displaying a surprising level of mercy towards some towns. This balanced approach undercuts Persian authority and encourages local populations to accept his leadership with fewer rebellions. It also cultivates a sense of moral justification among his troops. They aren't mere invaders, others. They are freeing these territories. At least that's the story told in Macedonian campfires and official proclamations. Still, there are instances of calculated cruelty. When a city defies him, he doesn't hesitate to unleash the terror of siege warfare, employing advanced siege engines learned from Philip's campaigns. Walls crumble, families flee. If the defenders still refuse to surrender, the aftermath is dire. The memory of Thebes resonates. Disobedience to Alexander carries a dire cost, yet what emerges is a pattern of caution among local rulers, and increasingly they weigh submission as the safer path. While forging ahead, Alexander exemplifies a curious mind. Local environments, flora and fauna fascinate him. He consults with his retinue of scholars, describing new animal species in letters to Aristotle. His bond with Bucephalus remains strong, the horse galloping across unfamiliar plains, as though both man and beast are discovering their destinies together. And as the army advances, forging new roads, bridging ravines, setting up supply depots, Alexander ensures each step is methodically prepared for the next confrontation with Persian might. The turning point looms in an expansive plain near the city of Issus. Here, Darius III, the Persian king of kings, personally leads a massive force. The disparity in numbers is staggering. Alexander must rely on the disciplined Macedonian phalanx and cunning cavalry maneuvers. Before the battle, tension grips his soldiers. They face an emperor whose domain and army dwarf their own. Alexander, never missing an opportunity for theatre, walks through his camp, greeting individual soldiers, sharing a brief word of confidence. He underscores that they fight not just for Macedon, but for Greece and for a place in the annals of glory. Morale soars. It's said that a single warrior burning with faith in victory can fight like three, and Alexander aims to ensure that each soldier feels that hot flame. Once the horns signal the charge, dust clouds envelop the plain. Javelins fly, swords clash, and war cries mix with the clamour of shields. Alexander targets the heart of the Persian line, seeking to unnerve Darius himself. Rumour has it that during the most critical moments, Alexander and Darius lock eyes across the chaos. Darius, seeing the relentless approach, loses his nerve and flees the battlefield. Suddenly, the king's personal guard disperses, and the Persian ranks crumble. Victory belongs to Alexander, who captures not only the field, but also the family of Darius, his mother, wife, and children. Remarkably, he treats them with respect, a calculated move to demonstrate both magnanimity and his sense of kingship. If he is to succeed in ruling Persian lands, he must show that he can protect as well as conquer. After Issus, Alexander's star rises among his own troops, while the Persian Empire grapples with uncertainty. Cities open their gates more quickly, satraps weigh switching sides or forging secret deals, and the myth of Persian invincibility splinters. Still, Darius remains at large, and the empire endures. Like a hydra, cutting off one head doesn't necessarily kill the beast, but for Alexander, Issus is proof that no odds are too great when armed with discipline, daring, and a bit of destiny. The next chapters of his campaign will test him in deserts, on the high seas, and within the labyrinthine politics of an empire older than Macedon itself. Yet one fact emerges unmistakably. The young king from the rugged north is rewriting the map of the known world, and he has just begun. In the aftermath of the Battle of Issus, the Macedonian army marches southward, drawn toward the wealthy and strategic coastal cities of Phoenicia. The broad objective is clear: secure the eastern Mediterranean ports and deny the Persian fleet any safe harbours. City by city, Alexander negotiates or besieges, or fostering alliances with those who bow voluntarily and subduing those who resist. At the city of Tyre, perched on an island with towering walls, Alexander meets one of his most formidable sieges yet. Tyre's defenders mock the Macedonians, convinced that their fortress is impregnable, protected by the shimmering blue waters around it. Unfazed, Alexander orders the construction of a massive causeway stretching from the mainland to the island. Day by day, the land bridge inches forward, built from timber and rubble. Tyre's defenders hurl blazing projectiles and stage daring naval raids, inflicting casualties. Still, Alexander's men persist. The siege of Tyre drags on for months, an agonizing test of perseverance and engineering. To motivate his frustrated troops, Alexander personally joins them at the construction, shoulders loaded with materials as though he were an ordinary labourer. sweat mingling with dust on his brow. This spectacle of shared hardship stiffens their resolve, forging a deeper bond. Eventually, Macedonian siege engines batter Tyre's walls. The city falls, unleashing a bloody aftermath that once again underscores Alexander's ruthless approach when denied a swift victory. The causeway, left behind in the sea, stands as a testament to his unbending will to succeed. From Tyre, Alexander's gaze shifts to Egypt. The Egyptians, long subjugated by Persia, see an opening in the young conqueror's approach. Upon arrival, Alexander is greeted less as an invader and more as a liberator, welcomed with processions and offerings. The famed city of Memphis opens its gates, and Alexander visits its temples. He's fascinated by the age-old rituals, the colossal statues of the gods, and the labyrinthine lore. For some, his admiration might seem an act, another shrewd political ploy to win hearts. But Alexander truly finds wonder in the cultural richness he encounters. Sensing the importance of Egyptian beliefs, he visits the oracle of Amun at Siwa, traversing desert expanses. Legend suggests that in the hush of the sanctuary, the oracle addresses him as the son of a god. The exact words remain hidden in the desert's silence, but from that day on, Alexander's conviction in his divine destiny intensifies. Seizing this momentum, he founds the city of Alexandria on Egypt's Mediterranean coast, his future capital in the region. Alexander envisions it as a bustling hub for trade, culture, and philosophy. He consults architects on layout and design, ensuring broad avenues to catch the sea breeze and grand public spaces that might rival Athens. Even in the midst of conquest, his mind is drawn to city planning, forging new centres of learning and commerce. For him, building an empire isn't merely about claiming land, it's about shaping the fabric of civilization. He leaves behind administrators and soldiers to cement Macedonian authority, ensuring that the nascent city will flourish once he has moved on. Returning to the broader campaign, Alexander heads back north and east to chase Darius into the heart of Persia. The next great confrontation comes at Gaugamela, a dusty plain where the Persian king assembles a massive army bolstered by the scythes, chariots and war elephants. The sight intimidates, an ocean of Persian soldiers swirling with countless banners. Yet Alexander employs cunning tactics, encouraging his cavalry to feign retreats, luring enemy chariots into positions where they are easily targeted, and orchestrating the phalanx to hold firm against waves of attackers. Again, Darius flees. The Persian king's departure sends shockwaves through his ranks, inciting panic. Alexander's victory at Gaugamela effectively shatters the core of Persian military might. It's a triumph so decisive that historians later mark it as the downfall of the Achaemenid Empire. With no organised Persian resistance left, Alexander moves eastward into Babylon, a city of legendary splendour. Gold-laden temples, lush hanging gardens, and the labyrinth of ancient streets leave Alexander in awe. Babylon's populace yields to him without significant conflict, and he enters the city like a triumphant hero. Symbolic gestures follow. Alexander orders that the local temples be restored, presenting himself as a patron of Babylonian religion and traditions. Each region he conquers, he strives to affirm its culture and worship, forging an image of himself as a unifier rather than a mere plunderer. Beneath the spectacle, though, is a shrewd realization. To rule lands as vast as Persia, intimidation alone won't suffice. Understanding and respecting local customs will secure loyalty far more effectively than perpetuating fear. As he journeys further into Persia's heartland, Alexander takes possession of the Persian capital cities, Susa and Persepolis among them. At Persepolis, the seat of Achaemenid power, an iconic event unfolds. During a drunken revel, some Macedonian soldiers, possibly incited by Alexander or by a woman's vengeful suggestion, set fire to the royal palace. Flames dance across priceless reliefs and echo through the columns that once bore testament to Persian might. The devastation stands out as a moment of fiery revenge, avenging centuries of Persian aggression against Greece. Yet, as the embers fade, Alexander reportedly regrets the destruction of such a magnificent sight. Legend holds that the next day, he wanders the charred remains in sombre reflection, perhaps realizing that in a single night of triumphal fury, an irretrievable piece of human heritage was incinerated. By now, Alexander has all but dethroned Darius, who flees east with a few loyalists, Yet the empire's total subjugation remains incomplete. Vast territories in Central Asia remain unconquered. Rebellious satraps and local warlords refuse to acknowledge Macedonian rule. The campaign that began with dreams of bridging Europe and Asia now stretches into a sprawling pursuit across deserts, mountains and unfamiliar realms. Alexander, undeterred, pushes onward. The once modest Macedonian force has evolved into a complex, multicultural army, incorporating Persians, Egyptians, and other peoples. Still, the spirit of Macedonia endures in the discipline of its core phalanx and the leadership of Alexander himself. No rumour of a hostile warlord or a rebellious city can quell his determination. The promised land lies yet further east, beckoning him to push the boundaries of the known world. As Alexander forges deeper into Central Asia, the terrain itself becomes an adversary. The rocky highlands, unpredictable winters, and scarce water supplies challenge his army in ways the open plains never did. Gone are the easy, show-stopping battles of earlier campaigns. Instead, Alexander and his men face guerrilla warfare. Local warlords retreat into fortresses high in the mountains, from which they launch ambushes on the Macedonian columns. Supplies strain under the demands of a longer-than-anticipated pursuit, and the troops grow weary. In these hostile environments, Alexander's formidable will must serve as a kind of compass for his men. He refuses to turn back. If he can't sway local leaders with diplomacy, he methodically besieges their strongholds, using a combination of siege towers, specialized climbers, and cavalry blockades. The Macedonians gradually wear down resistance. It's slow and grueling, a war of attrition in which Alexander's famed speed and decisiveness are tested to the limit. Occasionally, entire communities vow loyalty, some out of awe, others out of exhaustion at resisting. Alexander seizes such opportunities to integrate them into his growing empire, placing local leaders in positions of governance if they pledge allegiance. He's discovered that a balanced approach of magnanimity and unrelenting force can be potent. Central Asia also introduces him to new customs and cultures. The region's vibrant tapestries, horse-breeding traditions, and local myths intrigue him. Even the architecture, mud brick fortresses perched on precipitous cliffs, provides lessons in resourceful building methods. Though the campaign is physically draining, Alexander seems mentally alive, soaking up every experience as if it might offer a clue to how worlds might merge under his rule. As the army trudges forward, Alexander's increasingly elaborate attire, sometimes blending Persian finery with Macedonian practicality, sparks disquiet among his veteran officers. They mutter that he's adopting foreign ways too eagerly. Alexander is aware of the whispers, but believes that to govern effectively, he must visibly embrace the cultures under his dominion. For the older Macedonians, though, these gestures threaten the very identity they fought to protect. Tension simmers. One controversy that ignites this tension is Alexander's adoption of the Persian court practice known as proskinesis, bowing or prostrating oneself before the king. Among Persians, it symbolizes respect for a ruler believed to be quasi-divine. However, for Macedonians and Greeks, bowing to another mortal man seems like servile flattery, even blasphemy. When Alexander begins expecting his courtiers to perform the gesture, he faces a quiet but potent backlash. It's not outright mutiny, but murmurs drift through the camp that their once beloved leader is succumbing to arrogance, forgetting that the bond between commander and soldier in the Macedonian tradition was forged through a shared sense of mortal equality. Alexander, for his part, sees proskinesis as a means to unify the traditions of East and West under a single court protocol, but the friction underscores the growing distance between him and the rank and file who once found him so relatable. Adding to this strife is the case of Philotas, a high-ranking officer and son of Alexander's cherished general, Parmenion. Accusations arise that Philotas is embroiled in a conspiracy to assassinate Alexander. Whether real or fabricated, Alexander reacts swiftly. Philotas is tortured into confession and executed. Fearing Parmenion might seek vengeance, Alexander orders the older general's murder preemptively. The effect ripples through the army, striking fear and sowing doubt. Even close companions realize Alexander's paranoia has grown. No one is untouchable in the face of suspected betrayal. Rumors swirl that his mother, Olympias, had once warned him about trusting anyone too deeply. The triple blow of adoptive Persian customs, harsh punishment of perceived traitors, and the creeping sense that Alexander is evolving into a distant figure combine to erode some of the camaraderie that once fueled his men's devotion. Yet if the internal climate is fractious, the external campaign continues to expand Alexander's legend. In the region known as Bactria and Sogdiana, roughly modern Afghanistan and parts of Central Asia, Alexander marries Roxana, the daughter of a local noble. Historians debate his reasons. Is it genuine affection? Stories describe her as strikingly intelligent and beautiful, or a strategic move to legitimize his claim over the newly subjugated territories? Possibly both. In any case, the wedding is symbolic. It merges Macedonian power with Central Asian lineage, hinting at Alexander's deeper ambition to create a blended aristocracy that transcends old boundaries. Eventually, the pursuit of Darius ends not with a climactic battle, but with the Persian king's murder at the hands of one of his own satraps, Bessus. Alexander finds Darius abandoned and fatally wounded along a dusty roadside, granting him a final respectful cloak. The demise of his long-standing rival brings Alexander no real triumph. Instead, it leaves him with a new antagonist, Bessus, who declares himself the rightful Persian king. To avenge Darius and maintain the semblance of continuity, a clever tactic to rally Persian loyalists under his banner, Alexander pursues Bessus until the usurper is captured and executed. It's a twist of fate that Alexander, originally the nemesis of Persia, now punishes those who harm the Persian royal family, positioning himself as the legitimate heir to the empire. With that, Alexander effectively becomes King of Asia, though the label falls short of capturing the enormity of what he's achieved. He's already governed territories from Greece to the eastern edges of the Iranian plateau, but the horizon beckons him yet again, this time toward the far-flung lands of the Indus Valley. Having extended his empire across deserts and mountains, he thirsts for new challenges. No ancient map fully satisfies him. If oceans define the world's boundary, he wants to see that boundary for himself and possibly cross it. Marching into the Indian subcontinent, the vast Indus region, Alexander confronts not a monolithic empire but a tapestry of kingdoms, each with its own traditions, warriors, and alliances. The land is lush, with tropical forests and rivers that swell during monsoon rains. As he advances, he sends envoys to local rulers, hoping to forge alliances or demand submission. Some comply, offering gifts and tribute. Others test his mettle on the battlefield. Famed among these rulers is King Porus, who reigns over a territory in the Punjab region. Taller than most men, Porus is said to command fearsome war elephants that tower over the Macedonian cavalry. When Alexander's scouts bring back tales of the beasts' trumpeting roars and the sight of their sweeping trunks used like living battering rams, it sparks both fascination and anxiety among the troops. Alexander senses this confrontation will be unlike any before. Elephants can shatter a phalanx, throwing even seasoned veterans into disarray. Nevertheless, he refuses to be deterred. In fact, the challenge invigorates him. His route to Porus leads him and his men across the Hydaspes River, where fast currents and monsoon rains make the crossing treacherous. Under the cover of darkness and using diversionary tactics, Alexander manages to transport a significant portion of his forces to the opposite bank, positioning himself to attack. When dawn breaks, the armies face each other on a sodden plain. Porus, astride an elephant, appears regal and unflinching. Alexander, on his trusty Bucephalus, readies his cavalry to harry the flanks. As the battle commences, the thundering of the elephant shakes the ground, sending tremors through the Macedonian lines. Yet Alexander employs cunning. He directs archers to focus on the elephant mahouts, drivers, creating confusion among the beasts, and positions horsemen to strike from multiple angles. The Macedonian infantry displays its trademark discipline, forming tight formations that can pivot to lure elephants into lethal cul-de-sacs. The chaos is intense, mud and blood mingle underfoot, and the roar of maddened elephants resonates across the battlefield. Eventually, Porus's forces buckle under the unrelenting pressure. Even the mighty war elephants, wounded and panicked, turn against their own side in some cases. In the end, the Macedonians triumph. Rather than subjecting Porus to humiliation or execution, Alexander does something unexpected. Impressed by Porus's bravery, he restores him to his throne as a subordinate ruler, extending a policy of pragmatic statesmanship. This act leaves an enduring legacy in the region, capturing the idea that Alexander valued noble opponents and recognized the utility of local rulers who would maintain order in his name. A sense of admiration grows on both sides. Some of Alexander's men remark they've never seen him so openly respectful to a defeated foe. And in return, Porus becomes a loyal ally, at least for a time. Despite the victory, the Macedonians are battered by the tropical climate, monsoon rains, unfamiliar diseases, and the strain of campaigning so far from home. Some murmurs become open pleas to turn back. Many have marched for years, seldom seeing their families. Tales spread of monstrous rivers further east, of endless armies waiting, or of new elephant corps that dwarf Porus's. The men, once intoxicated by a continuous string of conquests, begin to waver. The bond between Alexander and his army is tested. He rallies them with talk of forging an empire that circles the entire known world. Yet even as he speaks, the weariness in their eyes is palpable. At the Hephaestus River, they finally balk, refusing to go any further. Alexander is outraged. This is the first time his men openly defy him en masse. He tries all his powers of persuasion, calling upon their shared glory, reminding them of the unswerving loyalty they once showed under the scorching sun of Persian deserts. But the tired, homesick soldiers refuse to yield. The standoff is deeply emotional. At last, Alexander relents, perhaps realizing that an empire without an army to maintain it would collapse anyway. He constructs large altars at the boundary, symbolically marking the furthest point of his march and dedicating them to the gods. It's a gesture that provides him a sense of closure, even as frustration roils in his heart. The retreat begins. Though it's hardly a straightforward journey home, Alexander splits his forces, sending part by river while he leads the remainder through the harsh Gedrosian desert, modern-day southern Pakistan and Iran. This route is fraught with scorching heat, water scarcity, and sandstorms that obscure the sun. Many men succumb to thirst, exhaustion, and disease, leaving their bleached bones on the barren dunes. The retreat, in a way, becomes more of a trial than any of the battles waged. Alexander shares in the hardships. He famously pours out a helmet of offered water onto the sand rather than drinking it himself when his men have none. Such acts rekindle a measure of respect, though no one can forget the scale of the suffering they endure. At length, the battered army reunites near the Persian heartland. In place of triumphal parades, there is subdued relief. They have conquered more territory than any Greek or Macedonian ever dreamed possible. Yet the human toll is devastating. Alexander now stands at the apex of his power, in theory the ruler of everything from the Ionian Sea to the fringes of India. He has tested the boundaries of the world as known to him, but he can't escape an inevitable question. What does one do after conquering so much? There's an unease in the air, a sense that the unstoppable force of Alexander's ambition might have reached its outer limit. In the final years, Alexander's empire is vast yet fragile. He understands that simply conquering land doesn't guarantee permanence. Cracks appear among his generals, each harbouring personal ambitions. Ethnic tensions flare between Macedonians, who consider themselves the rightful rulers, and Persians, who resent foreign occupation, but also resent each other. Alexander attempts a radical solution. He pushes for a fusion of the races, encouraging mass marriages between Macedonian officers and Persian women, even presiding over a grand ceremony in Susa. Thousands of couples wed under lavish canopies, the event choreographed to signal unity. While it's a breathtaking spectacle, it doesn't fully ease the undercurrents of distrust. Many marriages end as soon as the official feasts conclude. The shift in Alexander's personal demeanour also causes unease. He drinks more heavily, at times losing the composure that once set him apart. Gone is the simplicity that marked his early campaigns. Now he's surrounded by an entourage of courtiers, many eager to flatter or manipulate. Some suspect that guilt over the killing of old friends haunts him, that the war-weary ghosts of campaigns past weigh on his conscience. Anger flares unpredictably. In one infamous episode, during a heated argument, he fatally stabs Clytus the Black, the same officer who once saved Alexander's life at the Battle of the Granicus. Immediately remorseful, Alexander is inconsolable for days, shutting himself away in anguish. But the damage is done. The old Macedonian veterans now see their king as a dangerous blend of paranoia and absolute power. Despite these tensions, Alexander doesn't abandon governance. He plans administrative reforms, carving the empire into provinces run by both Macedonian and local officials. He invests in roads, trade routes and the expansion of cities. Alexandria in Egypt blossoms into a vibrant metropolis, a beacon of Hellenistic culture. Similar foundations or refoundations across Asia create a network of Alexandrias, each intended as a focal point of Greek influence entwined with local customs. Scholars travel these routes, exchanging knowledge from Athens, Babylon, and beyond. Alexander envisions a cosmopolitan tapestry, though whether such a vision can survive him remains uncertain. He even contemplates new campaigns. Rumours swirl that he wants to press into the Arabian Peninsula, that he might return to India with a fresh army, or sail around Africa to find a western sea route. The man who once stood restless in the courtyard of Pella still cannot resist the siren call of uncharted horizons. Yet fate intervenes. While residing in Babylon, his chosen administrative centre, Alexander falls ill after a prolonged banquet. High fever grips him. Some whisper it's the result of poisoning. Others claim it's malaria, typhoid, or complications from old battle wounds. The unstoppable conqueror, only in his early 30s, finds himself bedridden. As his condition deteriorates, Alexander's high commanders gather anxiously. Each wonders who will inherit an empire so colossal that it defies any single heir. Roxana is pregnant, but an unborn child can't rule a realm in chaos. On his deathbed, voice rasping, Alexander is said to murmur cryptic statements about leaving his empire to the strongest. Or maybe he names no successor at all. The records vary, reflecting the swirling confusion of that moment. He offers his signet ring to a trusted general, but the gesture's meaning is ambiguous. Was it a personal bequest or a declaration of succession? In the humid Babylonian nights, the mighty conqueror succumbs. Soldiers gather outside the palace gates, refusing to believe the rumours. They beg to see him one last time. Legend says the dying Alexander is carried to an antechamber, where he silently acknowledges his troops with his eyes. Too weak to speak, sorrow envelops them. The man who led them across oceans, deserts, and countless battlefields is now leaving them, with no clear directive for tomorrow. With Alexander's death, the empire he created trembles on the brink of fragmentation. Generals, later called the Diadochi, will carve the territories into separate kingdoms, forging their own dynasties in Egypt, Asia Minor, and beyond. Many of the cities Alexander founded remain, cultural crossroads that spin out new fusions of art, philosophy, and religion. Hellenistic influence spreads further than any purely Greek city-state ever could have imagined, shaping centuries of development in lands as far as the Indus Valley. And what of Alexander's legacy? For some, he is a brilliant strategist who rewrote the art of warfare, a king who integrated peoples and stoked the fires of cross-cultural exchange. To others, he is a figure of tragic hubris, dragging thousands into a long, bloody march fueled by personal ambition. Stories from the Indus to the Nile, from the Oxus River to the Aegean Sea, carry fragments of his legend. Over centuries, the raw details morph into myths. Poets transform him into a demigod. Historians debate his virtues and vices, and explorers invoke his name when embarking on perilous quests. But above all, Alexander remains the restless soul of antiquity, a leader who, from his first steps on Macedonian soil, dreamed not of limiting horizons but of breaking them. His life stands as a testament to the sheer, and sometimes terrifying, force of will, forever leaving questions about how one man's drive can alter the course of nations for good or ill. Thus concludes our tapestry of Alexander the Great, a story woven from dusty paths, rivers of conflict, lavish banquets, and fleeting triumphs. He was shaped by powerful parents, guided by philosophers, tested on countless battlefields, and enthralled by the promise of immortality through conquest. Whether or not he had achieved that immortality remains for us to judge. As long as human curiosity thrives, his name echoes. Alexander, the man who sought to see, to rule, and to understand the edge of the known world, only to find that the world is always larger than we dare imagine. We uncover the surprising story of how André Michelin tricked the world, turning a tire company into the arbiter of fine dining. Through clever marketing and visionary thinking, Michelin transformed the way people travel, eat, and view quality itself. This is the story of a brand, a guide, and the long game of global influence. So before you get comfortable, as always, take a moment to like the video and subscribe to the channel if you haven't already joined the crew. Also, let us know where you're watching from and what time it is for you. As we progress through the week, I aim to maintain a concise and enjoyable experience for all of you. So turn off the lights, grab your blanket and warm pillow, and let's begin. Clermont-Ferrand, France, 1889. In a modest rubber factory teetering on the edge of bankruptcy, brothers André and Édouard Michelin took charge with one goal: to reinvent their family's failing business. The company, Michelin Essier, had been selling farm equipment and vulcanized rubber goods since 1832, but by the late 19th century it needed a new direction. André, a trained engineer, and Édouard, an artistic soul-turned-industrialist, believed that the future lay on the roads, specifically in providing the tyres for France's nascent automobile age. The trouble was that in 1889, even bicycles, which were exploding in popularity, were constantly waylaid by punctures on rough, primitive roads. Their first breakthrough came unexpectedly, courtesy of a weary cyclist. One day a man trudged into their workshop with a bicycle tyre punctured beyond quick repair. At the time, most tyres were glued tightly to the wheel, making flats an hours-long ordeal to fix. Such punctures were a very common occurrence given road conditions of the day. Horseshoe nails, broken glass, and sharp stones were the natural enemies of early cyclists. Édouard Michelin saw an opportunity. He experimented tirelessly and by 1891 had patented a revolutionary removable pneumatic tyre that could be mended in minutes. This invention built upon John Dunlop's earlier pneumatic tyre concept, but Michelin's detachable design was far more practical and quickly proved itself in action. The brothers tested their new tyre in the longest bicycle race of the day to demonstrate its superiority. Fitted with Michelin's quick-change tyres, cyclist Charles Terron won the grueling 1891 Paris-Brest-Paris race 8 hours ahead of his nearest rival. It was a stunning victory for both rider and tyre, a publicity coup that announced Michelin as a new force in transportation. Emboldened, the Michelins turned their attention to the automobile, contraption still in its infancy. In 1895, they entered a peculiar-looking vehicle nicknamed L'Éclair, Lightning, in the Paris-Bordeaux-Paris competition, one of the world's first long-distance car races. The car ran on Michelin's air-filled tyres, a daring gamble at a time when many observers doubted that fragile air-stuffed rubber could support a motorcar's weight and speed. True, L'Éclair didn't win. It limped in near the back of the pack, but its performance was convincing enough to create a market. Spectators and fellow engineers saw that a car on pneumatic tyres could survive a rugged 732-mile journey. As one report noted, the race virtually launched the market for detachable pneumatic automobile tyres by proving their resilience and practicality. The Michelin brothers had found their calling, making indispensable things that nobody realised they needed, until they did. Édouard reportedly conceived the idea for a mascot at a trade exhibition in Lyon, noticing a stack of tyres that uncannily resembled a human form. Soon he and André commissioned an artist to bring it to life, the Michelin Man, a rotund fellow made of stacked tyres. Debuting in a famous 1898 poster, this jolly character, dubbed Bibendum from the Latin Nunc est bibendum, now is the time to drink, was depicted cheerfully raising a goblet brimming with nails and broken glass to your health. The message was witty and clear: Michelin tyres will drink up obstacles on the road. This imaginative ad, showing the tyre man merrily swallowing road hazards, captured the public's attention. It married humour with a practical promise, signalling that Michelin tyres made motoring not only safer, but a bit more fun. The Michelin Man quickly became one of the world's first truly iconic advertising characters, a testament to the brothers' flair for marketing surprises. By 1900, Michelin had established itself as France's premier tyre innovator. Yet the market remained small. Automobiles were still the playthings of the rich or the tinkering enthusiast. There were fewer than 3,000 cars on all the roads of France as the new century dawned. For Michelin to thrive, more people needed to buy cars, and drive them far enough to wear out their tyres. André Michelin understood that selling tyres wasn't just about the rubber. It was about selling the adventure of motoring itself. If France's rutted lanes could be transformed into more welcoming pathways, perhaps many more citizens would be enticed to get behind the wheel. With characteristic ingenuity, he began devising a new kind of product. Not a tyre this time, but a booklet that would boost the entire ecosystem of driving. Little did anyone suspect that this next idea would become Michelin's greatest legacy of all. Taking an automobile on a cross-country journey was a daring expedition in the early 1900s. Imagine embarking on a 200-mile drive with no road signs, no reliable maps, and no guarantee you'd find fuel or a mechanic if things went awry. For instance, in 1905, Parisian gentlemen embarking on a journey to the French Riviera would pack extra petrol tins and tools, anticipating the unexpected at every corner. Car travel was truly an adventure, and André Michelin keenly understood that drivers needed guidance and reassurance. To support their customers' journeys, he and his brother compiled a slim red-covered handbook, the Guide Michelin, filled with everything a motorist might need. Technical tips on tyre repair, lists of garages and fuel depots, recommended hotels and eateries, and even maps and handy town indexes. Michelin even included a whimsical cartoon in the guide, showing a weary traveller collapsing under an armload of maps and manuals, only to be rescued by an outstretched hand offering a single book, the Michelin Guide. The message: one small volume could replace a trunk full of disparate references. The first Michelin Guide, 1900, was a free booklet for motorists, full of practical information. André Michelin predicted, "This book appears with the century, it will last as long as it does." The first Michelin Guide made its debut in 1900, strategically timed to the Paris World's Fair. At the bustling exposition that year, which drew an astonishing 50 million visitors, attendees could pick up a free copy of this new motorist's guidebook, which catalogued hundreds of French towns and advised where to find lodging, meals, gas, and reliable repairs. In an era with no GPS or roadside assistance, the little red book was a godsend. That inaugural edition ran to nearly 400 pages, with some 1,300 hotels among its myriad listings. "This book appears with the century, it will last as long as it does," declared André Michelin, boldly predicting his guide's longevity. Indeed, the guide quickly became more than a directory. It was a passport to adventure, its annual release eagerly awaited by motorists who saw it as essential gear for the open road. Indeed, as automobiles proliferated on Europe's roads, the Michelin Guide emerged as the preferred glove box companion for astute drivers. By the outbreak of World War I, France had embraced the automobile with gusto. In fact, the number of cars in France surged from about 3,000 in 1900 to over 100,000 by 1914, and Michelin's Guide had expanded far beyond its home turf. What started as a local French publication grew into a pan-European phenomenon within a decade. A Michelin Guide for Belgium appeared in 1904, followed by editions covering Algeria and Tunisia, 1907, the Alps and the Rhine regions, 1908, Germany and Spain, 1910, and the British Isles, 1911. In 1910, Michelin also launched a series of 1 to 200,000 scale road maps to complement the guide's directions and make it easier for drivers to find their way. There was even a special English-language guide to France published in 1909 for the benefit of British and American tourists touring the continent by motorcar. This rapid expansion reflected the exploding interest in motor tourism. Wealthy adventurers were now driving through the Alps or motoring down to the French Riviera, and Michelin was right there with them, its guides offering dependable information in unfamiliar lands. If anything, the hardships of early driving only cemented the guide's importance. Cars of that era were finicky machines prone to breakdowns, and roads outside major cities were often little more than rutted mud paths. Pity the traveller who didn't carry a Michelin Guide when his tyre blew out miles from the nearest town. He might not know that a blacksmith in the next village doubled as an auto repairman, or that a certain inn down the road offered clean beds and a hot supper. The guide's detailed listings helped turn chaos into a manageable adventure. As war loomed in 1914, the Michelin Guide had firmly established itself as part of the motoring routine. Publication was suspended during World War I, when Europe's focus turned from leisure travel to survival. But the groundwork was laid. Motoring had arrived as a way of life for the well-to-do, and thanks to Michelin's prescient strategy, a tyre company's giveaway guide had become an authority in its own right. The stage was set for even bigger transformations after the war, not least the guide's evolution from a utilitarian road aid into the venerated culinary Bible we know today. From its inception, the Michelin Guide served as more than just a simple guide for drivers. It represented a brilliant marketing strategy. André Michelin realised that if people drove more, they'd wear out their tyres faster and need replacements, boosting Michelin's sales. So what better way to spur road travel than to give drivers a reason to hit the road? The free guide served as a tyre company's valuable tool, inspiring motorists to make longer and more frequent journeys. In modern terms, Michelin was pioneering content marketing, offering valuable information to customers to stimulate demand for its core product, long before anyone coined that phrase. Nearly 35,000 copies of the inaugural 1900 edition were distributed at no charge, handed out to chauffeurs, garage owners, and anyone who owned, or even aspired to own, an automobile. Before long, drivers considered the Michelin Guide nearly indispensable, as essential as a spare tyre or a road map on any long drive. The message was never buy our tyres, yet every page quietly served that goal by making motoring easier. For 2 decades, Michelin poured resources into this project, printing and updating the guide annually without earning a cent from it. The company stocked petrol stations and repair shops with stacks of the free red guide, confident that every road trip it encouraged would eventually lead to more worn-out tyres in need of replacement. This ploy worked brilliantly, perhaps too well. As motoring moved from fad to mainstream, the guide's distribution soared in tandem. France counted over 230,000 cars on the road by 1920, a huge leap from fewer than 3,000 2 decades earlier, and many new drivers wouldn't dream of setting out without the latest Michelin Guide in the glove box. By 1920, some people had become so accustomed to the guide that they began to take it lightly. According to company law, when André Michelin stopped by a garage one day, he was shocked to see his beloved guide being used to prop up a workbench. Outraged and perhaps a little heartbroken, he immediately declared the end of the free Michelin Guide era. "Man only truly respects what he pays for," he reportedly declared. Thereafter, the guide was no longer a giveaway, but a product in its own right, sold for about 7 francs, roughly $2, a not insignificant sum at the time, and revamped for a new era of motoring. The Michelin Guide's 1920 edition marked a significant milestone. Freed from the constraints of being purely promotional, the guide's content was refined and elevated. All advertising was stripped out to reinforce its impartiality. New features appeared, including a list of hotels in Paris and an expanded directory of restaurants, now grouped by category and cuisine. What had begun as a handy road atlas was transforming into something of a travel handbook for the discerning motorist. Readers wanted more than just gas stations. They were increasingly turning to Michelin for dining and lodging advice. Sensing this shift, the Michelin brothers made a shrewd move. They hired a team of anonymous field inspectors to visit establishments and quietly evaluate them. Recognizing the growing influence of the guide's restaurant section, the company understood that consistent, trustworthy restaurant reviews would be crucial. These undercover diners, the first of their kind, fanned out to sample meals without ever revealing their affiliation. It was an unprecedented commitment to quality control, ensuring that a Michelin recommendation truly meant something to the travelling public. By the mid-1920s, the Michelin Guide had evolved from a tyre company pamphlet to a more ambitious guide. Its original purpose, to get people driving, had succeeded beyond expectation, and its reputation for fair, thorough recommendations was growing. Not coincidentally, Michelin's tyre sales were booming as well. The brothers had become leading suppliers to Europe's fledgling auto industry, buoyed by the growing ranks of motorists they helped create. Now this little red book was evolving from a glovebox staple into a symbol of discernment and credibility. As one observer noted, early car enthusiasts even liked to keep a Michelin Guide matching their vehicle's model year in the glove box as a badge of honour. This set the groundwork for Michelin's next brilliant move, transforming a tyre company's travel guide into the world's most influential authority on fine dining. In 1926, Michelin quietly introduced a new feature that would forever change the guide's destiny: star ratings. That year, a small star symbol appeared next to the names of select exceptional restaurants. 5 years later, in 1931, the hierarchy of 1, 2 and 3 stars was introduced, creating a graduated honour roll of dining excellence. A single star denoted a restaurant that was excellent in its category. 2 stars signified excellent cooking worth a detour, and the coveted 3 stars meant exceptional cuisine worth a special journey. The wording was telling. Michelin was still in the business of inspiring journeys. By 1933, 23 restaurants in France held 3-star status. Their kitchens instantly vaulted into the culinary stratosphere. Chefs regarded Michelin stars as the highest recognition, and a 3-star ranking had the power to transform a remote country inn into a global destination for gourmets. In 1931, Michelin also swapped the guide's cover from its original blue to a now iconic red. cementing the identity of the Red Guide that endures to this day. One journalist later noted that the Little Red Guide, often referred to as the Bible of gastronomy, holds significant influence among restaurateurs. Over the ensuing decades, the guide's influence only grew. Restaurants vied passionately for Michelin's approval, knowing that a star or 3 could bring prestige and prosperity. The guide's judgments, with their concise descriptions and iconic stars, established a benchmark that profoundly influenced the concept of fine dining. Even war could only briefly interrupt its authority. World War II forced a pause in publication, but in 1944 the Allied forces famously requested a special reprint of Michelin's last pre-war guide because its roadmaps of France were the most detailed and reliable available. After the war, as Europe rebuilt, Michelin cautiously resumed its gourmet guardianship, initially imposing an upper limit of 2 stars given the era's food shortages, before restoring 3-star awards in 1951 as haute cuisine bounced back. By then, the Michelin Guide was entrenched as the arbiter of French fine dining, and its reach was extending further afield. What began as a parochial handbook for French motorists had evolved into an international institution. Michelin published its first guide to Italy in 1956, though no restaurant earned a star in that inaugural Italian edition, and rolled out guides across the continent in subsequent years. A Michelin Guide for Great Britain and Ireland reappeared in 1974 after a long hiatus, signalling the guide's pan-European scope. In 2005, the company finally crossed the Atlantic, debuting a New York City guide, and soon afterward it entered Asia with guides for Tokyo, 2007, and Hong Kong and Macau, 2008. In its first Tokyo edition, Michelin awarded an unprecedented 8 restaurants the top 3-star rating, declaring Tokyo the new world leader in gourmet dining even ahead of Paris. By the 2010s, Michelin was publishing annual guides in dozens of countries across Europe, North America and Asia, his once humble book now a global arbiter of taste. For perspective, more than 30 million Michelin guides have been sold worldwide over the past century. A Michelin star became part of the common lexicon, a byword for culinary excellence recognised from Boston to Beijing. Michelin also added secondary distinctions over time. For instance, the Bib Gourmand Award, denoted by the face of Bendham licking his lips, was introduced to highlight restaurants offering excellent quality at a reasonable price, proving that not all outstanding cooking need be expensive. The guide had transformed into a luxury brand influencer in its own right. The endorsement of a single Michelin guide could propel a modest chef to prominence or transform a remote village into a destination for foodies. Tourism boards even began courting Michelin to publish guides in their regions, hoping to capitalise on the Michelin effect of gastronomic travel. In the world of haute cuisine, the red-covered guide wielded a clout matched by few institutions. Yet even as its fame grew, the Michelin Guide remained cloaked in mystique, not least because it never revealed exactly how it cast its judgments. Diners devoured each annual edition, but the identities of Michelin's inspectors and the inner workings of its rating process were kept rigorously secret. Restaurateurs could only guess when a Michelin critic had dined in their midst. This aura of secrecy became part of the guide's legend, and it set the stage for the next chapter of the story. The secretive inspectors and enigmatic criteria behind those stars. The true genius of the Michelin Guide, and perhaps the key to its credibility, lay in the inspectors. From the 1920s onward, Michelin cultivated an image of rigorous, anonymous evaluation. The company insisted that its inspectors always pay for their meals and never reveal their identities, so restaurants couldn't curry favour, pun intended. These mystery diners, as the Michelin brothers conceived them, would blend in with ordinary patrons and experienced restaurants just as any guest would. Over time, the guide's mystique became central to this covert approach. While other guidebooks or critics might tolerate freebies or announce their visits, Michelin's tasters moved in silence and picked up their checks. Chefs lived in quiet dread of unrecognised gastronomic spies in their dining rooms. One French chef famously likened the suspense to waiting for the executioner. You never knew when they would come or who they were. It wasn't just who the inspectors were, but what they looked for that set Michelin apart. For decades, the guide said little publicly about its judging criteria, letting diners and chefs puzzle over the secret recipe for earning a star. Only in 1936 did Michelin publish a brief description of the standards behind 1, 2, and 3 stars, couching them in reassuringly simple terms. A top-rated restaurant was one that vault worth the journey, A, phrase that harked back to the guide's road trip origins. Behind the scenes, of course, the inspectors' palates were finely honed and their expectations exacting. Over time, Michelin quietly established 5 universal criteria to guide their assessments: quality of ingredients, mastery of cooking techniques, harmony of flavours, the personality of the chef in the cuisine, and consistency across the menu and over time. Notably, factors like decor, service, or ambience, things one might assume influence a dining experience, were officially not supposed to affect the rating. It was all about the food on the plate, Michelin would later insist. This obsessive focus on food quality, combined with anonymity, gave the Michelin Guide a reputation for integrity. Inspectors often had culinary or hospitality backgrounds, and they ate out nearly every day, sometimes 250 meals a year, meticulously writing up reports on each experience. Their work was, and still is, shrouded in confidentiality. In an age of Instagram and crowdsourced Yelp reviews, Michelin clung to an old-world secrecy. Michelin barred inspectors from speaking to journalists and even discouraged them from telling their families about their covert job. Michelin even ensures that no single inspector can make or break a restaurant. Multiple inspectors visit, and their reports are pooled, with stars awarded only after a collective deliberation by the inspection team and Michelin's directors. The guide leverages this secrecy and rigour as a marketing asset. It is mysterious and methodical, and therefore, in the eyes of its fans, impartial and authoritative. But secrecy has its price. Over the years, Michelin's veil was occasionally pierced by scepticism and controversy. Critics wondered if a handful of inspectors could really cover thousands of restaurants thoroughly, or if biases crept in despite claims of objectivity. A disgruntled ex-inspector in France published a book in 2004 alleging that the rigour of the guide was slipping. He claimed Michelin employed only 5 full-time inspectors for all of France, each paid a humble salary and expected to somehow cover well over 10,000 restaurants, making it a complete myth that the inspector comes around every year to each establishment. He also claimed that 1/3 of the best are not of the standard expected. Michelin vehemently denied the accusations, noting that Remy had been dismissed after allegedly trying to extort money to keep his diary unpublished, and the guide's overseers insisted their standards remained as strict as ever. However, the exposé revealed a hidden organisation. Despite such drama, the guide's prestige proved resilient. Few diners outside the industry remembered the episode for long. The Michelin brand of excellence had decades of trust behind it, and no competing guide managed to unseat its authority. To this day, for most chefs and gastronomes, Michelin's inspectors remain enigmatic figures, wielding power with their pens and forks and keeping alive the allure of an honour that is, at least in principle, purely merit-based. As Michelin's influence grew, so did the stakes for those under its gaze. A Michelin star could make a career, but the pressure to keep it could also break one. The tales of this uneasy love-hate relationship with the Red Guide abounded in the culinary world. In 2003, renowned French chef Bernard Loiseau tragically took his own life, an act widely linked to fears. He was about to lose one of his 3 Michelin stars, a downgrade that ultimately did not occur. His death echoed across France, spurring public debate about the enormous stress placed on chefs. The legendary Paul Bocuse lambasted the culture of "I'll give you a star, I'll take one away," and how critics' ratings toyed with chefs' lives. In the years that have passed, other renowned chefs have acknowledged that meeting Michelin's expectations can be a challenging task, as the same recognition that draws pilgrims to their dining rooms also causes them to experience anxiety at night. Some chefs have even attempted to dethrone Michelin. In 2017, Sébastien Bray, the chef of a 3-star restaurant located in rural Laguiole, shocked the gastronomic world by requesting that Michelin remove his restaurant from its guide. After nearly 2 decades at the summit, he yearned to cook without the shadow of constant judgment, to be free from the pressure, as he explained in a video announcement. Michelin reluctantly agreed to his request, an almost unheard of concession, though a couple of years later Braz found himself back in the guide, stars and all, after Michelin decided its assessments would remain independent of chefs' wishes. Braz's public renunciation ignited conversations about whether the pursuit of perfection demanded by Michelin had gone too far. He wasn't alone in his ambivalence. Other celebrated chefs have both revered the guide and resented it. In 2019, the eminent French chef Marc Veyrat went so far as to sue Michelin, after his restaurant was demoted from 3 stars to 2, claiming the inspectors had made a factual error. The saga was dubbed Cheddargate in the press. The court ultimately threw out his case. Such dramas underscore the intense emotions experienced by those minority chefs. Beyond individual chefs, there are broader cultural critiques. For decades, Michelin was accused of a French and Eurocentric bias, of favouring stiff white tablecloths and classical techniques over more diverse or homey culinary experiences. In the 2000s and 2010s, as gastronomic awareness blossomed globally, Michelin expanded its reach across Asia, the Americas and beyond, seeking to stay relevant. It surprised skeptics by awarding stars to humble street food stalls such as a hawker stand in Singapore known for $2 noodle bowls. This was Michelin's way of saying excellence can be found anywhere, not only in gilded temples of haute cuisine. And yet debates continued. Did Michelin truly understand local food cultures, or was it imposing its standards? Was a starred sushi bar in Tokyo evaluated using the same criteria as a fine dining salon in Paris? Such questions provided endless fodder for food lovers and fuel for Michelin's rivals. What is clear is that a Michelin star creates a profound economic and emotional ripple effect. Restaurants that earn one often see bookings skyrocket overnight, allowing them to raise prices and invest in their craft. Entire regions have bet on the Michelin effect to boost culinary tourism, sometimes even reportedly subsidising the guide's expansion into their cities. And civic pride is now intertwined with star count. Cities and countries trumpet their Michelin-laurelled restaurants to entice travellers, just as chefs trumpet their stars to entice diners. Conversely, losing a star can feel like a public humiliation, and can lead to real financial pain as diners and investors react. The guide has been called a kingmaker, a kingbreaker, a tyrant, and a saviour. To some chefs, it's a benchmark of achievement. To others, a source of unrelenting pressure. In the era of Instagram influencers and crowdsourced review sites, some have speculated that Michelin's old-school approach would lose relevance. But the continued obsession with its verdicts suggests that its star system still holds a unique sway over chefs and diners. A fact as astonishing today as it was a century ago. This tension has only heightened the Michelin Guide's cultural aura. Love it or loathe it, those little stars provoke big emotions. Looking back, the audacity of André Michelin's strategy is astonishing. What began as a clever ploy to sell more tyres evolved into a venture that transformed both travel and gastronomy on a global scale. The Michelin Guide helped turn the act of driving from a novel experiment into a widespread cultural practice, and in doing so it laid foundations for the modern travel industry. Early motorists with a guide in hand felt empowered to explore, secure in the knowledge that they could find their way, get a decent meal, and repair a flat. In many ways, Michelin wrote the first draft of the road trip. Over time, that little red book spawned an entire ecosystem of travel aids, road maps, tourist guidebooks, and travel itineraries. Indeed, Michelin eventually expanded into publishing green guides to cities and regions worldwide. It's no exaggeration to say that Michelin's promotional gamble greased the wheels for 20th century tourism, making distant corners of France, and later the world, accessible and inviting to those adventurous enough to motor there. The impact on the food industry has been even more profound. By introducing the idea that restaurants could be rigorously evaluated and ranked, Michelin inadvertently created a whole new arena of competition and aspiration among chefs. The guide stars became the Oscars of the culinary world, and chasing those stars became a narrative of ambition in kitchens from Paris to Shanghai. Haute cuisine, which was once confined to word-of-mouth acclaim, now had a codified system of merit, one that could vault a chef to international fame or humble even the mightiest ego. This innovation also turned dining out into a sport for patrons, ushering in the era of the destination restaurant, where food enthusiasts strategize entire trips to dine at Michelin-starred temples of cuisine. A tire maker from Clermont-Ferrand ended up setting trends in the cooking of foie gras, the serving of sushi, and the topping of pizzas, indirectly influencing countless culinary traditions through the power of its ratings. Michelin's own mascot, the tubby tire man Bibendum, became a cultural icon in his own right, named the best logo of the century by the Financial Times in 2000. Perhaps just as significantly, Michelin demonstrated the power of brand extension through content long before that term existed. The company proved that a brand could transcend its original product, rubber tyres, and insert itself into consumers' lives in more intimate experiential ways. Today, when airlines publish travel magazines or beverage companies curate lifestyle blogs, they are following a trail blazed by Michelin in 1900, using useful content to deepen customer engagement. In Michelin's case, the stunt was so successful it eventually outgrew its marketing purpose entirely. The guide established itself as an institution, perhaps even surpassing the fame of Michelin's tyres. By the 21st century, Michelin's verdicts could determine a chef's fortunes, and cities would strive to attract a Michelin guide due to its potential economic benefits. Dozens of would-be imitators, from crowdsourced websites to alternative ranking lists, have tried to replicate Michelin's formula, but none has quite matched the cachet of those stars. All this originates from a scheme dreamt up by two brothers who simply wanted people to drive more. Even in an age of GPS apps and social media, the essence of Michelin's gambit to spark wanderlust and celebrate outstanding cooking, and in so doing create demand for its core business, remains as powerful as ever. In the end, the story of how André Michelin tricked the world is not one of deceit, but of vision. He understood that selling a lifestyle, the thrill of discovery, the promise of adventure, the allure of a perfect meal at journey's end, was the key to selling his product. In nurturing that vision, Michelin changed the way people travel, the way we eat, and even the way businesses court customers. The Michelin Guide's century-plus journey, from freebie pamphlet to global gastronomic gatekeeper, stands as one of the most remarkable chapters in marketing and cultural history. Indeed, it's now a textbook example of content marketing. It's a well-told yet still surprising true story of a business gambit that steered its way into the hearts of millions, leaving tire tracks across the world's roads and indelible stars in the world's kitchens. André Michelin's grand trick of transforming a tire firm into a cultural tastemaker achieved unprecedented success. Elizabeth Schuyler came into the world on August 9th, 1757, cradled by the rolling vistas of the Hudson River. Her father, Philip Schuyler, was a respected military leader and landowner in the colony of New York, and her mother, Catherine Van Rensselaer, hailed from one of the most influential families in the region. Growing up amid such privilege might have nurtured a sense of arrogance in some, but Eliza, as she was often called, had a natural warmth that set her apart from many of her peers. Nestled in the Schuyler mansion in Albany, Eliza spent her earliest years as part of a large clan that valued public service, hospitality, and the quiet force of tradition. The estate hummed with activity. Soldiers sometimes shared camp stories by the hearth. Travelling merchants arrived to do business, and politicians stopped by on their way to legislative sessions. In this swirl of visitors, Eliza learned to mingle with all sorts: haughty aristocrats, weary militia officers, and even the occasional foreign envoy. Yet her home life had its share of complexities. The Schuyler family, though wealthy, carried the anxieties of living in a colony hovering on the brink of conflict. The tensions between Britain and its American subjects simmered. As a child, Eliza observed how her father weighed the possibility of war. General Philip Schuyler eventually became a key figure in the Continental Army, and dinner-table conversations often circled back to strategy, logistics, and the moral burden of rebellion. These discussions shaped Eliza's understanding of politics as something more than an abstract game. It was about forging a future from uncertain times. Despite such concerns, her childhood retained a sense of magic. She roamed the gardens overlooking the Hudson, daydreaming about distant places she only knew from travellers' tales. She and her sisters, Angelica and Peggy, shared a bond forged by laughter and mischief, pranks on unsuspecting cousins, midnight raids on the kitchen to pilfer sugar biscuits. Eliza was neither the bookish child Angelica was, nor as vivacious as Peggy, but she combined a quiet determination with a thoughtful curiosity. As she approached her teenage years, Eliza's mother introduced her to the more formal aspects of womanhood. Sewing circles, polite dances, and lessons in hospitality were considered essential to any young lady's future. For some, these rituals were rote, but Eliza took to them with a sense of genuine kindness. She discovered she could put people at ease, a smile here, a well-timed joke there. It was less about social climbing and more about forging a real connection. Sometime around her adolescence, the American Revolution moved from hushed speculation to living reality. Soldiers set up camp on the Schuyler grounds, forged alliances in the drawing room, and apprehension about the future permeated daily life. Eliza's father was dispatched on missions across the region, leaving her mother to manage the estate's day-to-day operations. In this environment, Eliza developed resourcefulness, noticing how the women of her family stepped up when men were off waging war. Her father's increased involvement in the war in 1777 marked a significant shift in the situation. That year, British forces threatened the Hudson Corridor, and Albany itself seemed vulnerable. While many families fled south for safety, the Schuylers remained steadfast, trusting in Philip's strategic mind. Eliza watched as her once calm household transformed into a nerve centre of patriot supporters. Maps on tables, correspondences carried in and out by exhausted couriers, and the muffled clang of armaments stacked in the yard. Amid this upheaval, Eliza grew keenly aware of her position in the swirling drama of a young nation's birth. With Angelica off forging social alliances in other colonies and Peggy bouncing between acquaintances, Eliza found herself called upon to maintain a semblance of normalcy. She visited the wounded in makeshift infirmaries and prepared care packages for soldiers. Though still unmarried, she was no longer a mere child listening in on adult conversations. She was a participant, embracing the cause of liberty her father championed. As the war raged, each new day seemed to bring a surprise. Shifting alliances, uncertain supplies, and heartbreak over lost battles. In that cauldron of revolution, fate was about to introduce her to a fiery young officer of illegitimate birth and boundless ambition. Elizabeth Schuyler was about to meet Alexander Hamilton, and her life would never be the same. She first encountered Alexander Hamilton in 1779, but their paths had nearly crossed earlier. He served as an aide-de-camp to General George Washington and was known among the Continental Army's inner circle for his articulate letters and keen strategic mind. Hamilton's origins, born out of wedlock in the West Indies, could have made him an outsider, but his intellect and fervour for the patriot cause earned him respect. Though not from an elite lineage like Eliza's, Hamilton possessed a magnetic quality that defied social conventions. When they finally met, it was through mutual acquaintances who gathered in the Schuyler household. Hamilton arrived with a swirl of laughter and conversation, an earnestness in his eyes that left an impression. He was no tall, gallant figure. Instead, he was compact and brimming with restless energy. Rumour had it he could dictate multiple letters simultaneously to different aides, his mind racing faster than his quill could keep up. Eliza, conversely, was known for her measured confidence, quiet but unwavering. Their conversations, at first, centred on practicalities, the direction of the war, rumours of British troop movements, and the hardships faced by soldiers. But beneath these tactical topics, a personal connection sparked. Eliza found Hamilton's ambition refreshing rather than boastful. He, in turn, appreciated her sincerity and the intelligence she did not flaunt. They spent evenings strolling through the garden, forging a bond grounded in shared hope for America's future and a mutual sense of responsibility to their respective families. Still, Eliza harboured doubts. Courtships in wartime carried uncertainty. She saw how heartbreak could follow a letter announcing a casualty or a transfer to a distant front. But Hamilton's letters, penned during his absences, were tender, infused with more than just flattery. He spoke of unity, both for the nation and between two souls ready to face life's challenges together. When he addressed her as Eliza, it felt simultaneously intimate and reverent. They married on December 14th, 1780, in a ceremony that reflected the swirl of revolutionary fervour. The bride's father, though still weighed down by the complexities of war, offered a generous celebration at the Schuyler mansion. Guests included prominent military officers, local dignitaries, and friends from across the colonies. Candles flickered as violins played, and talk of independence mingled with toasts to love. For Eliza, that night felt like a bridge between her old life and a new horizon. In the early weeks of marriage, their world seemed to pulse with promise. Yet the realities of the war intruded almost immediately. Hamilton was pulled back to his post, drafting critical communications for Washington, orchestrating supply logistics, and occasionally heading into dangerous territory. Eliza, accustomed to supporting her father's campaigns, adapted swiftly. She learned to manage household finances, keep track of important documents, and serve as a confidant for Hamilton's anxieties about the fate of the revolution. She first encountered Alexander Hamilton in 1779, but their paths had nearly crossed earlier. He served as an aide-de-camp to General George Washington and was known among the Continental Army's inner circle for his articulate letters and keen strategic mind. Hamilton's origins, born out of wedlock in the West Indies, could have made him an outsider, but his intellect and fervour for the patriot cause earned him respect. Though not from an elite lineage like Eliza's, Hamilton possessed a magnetic quality that defied social conventions. When they finally met, it was through mutual acquaintances who gathered in the Schuyler household. Hamilton arrived with a swirl of laughter and conversation, an earnestness in his eyes that left an impression. He was no tall, gallant figure. Instead, he was compact and brimming with restless energy. Rumour had it he could dictate multiple letters simultaneously to different aides, his mind racing faster than his quill could keep up. Eliza, conversely, was known for her measured confidence, quiet but unwavering. Their conversations, at first, centred on practicalities, the direction of the war, rumours of British troop movements, and the hardships faced by soldiers. But beneath these tactical topics, a personal connection sparked. Eliza found Hamilton's ambition refreshing rather than boastful. He, in turn, appreciated her sincerity and the intelligence she did not flaunt. They spent evenings strolling through the garden, forging a bond grounded in shared hope for America's future and a mutual sense of responsibility to their respective families. Still, Eliza harboured doubts. Courtships in wartime carried uncertainty. She saw how heartbreak could follow a letter announcing a casualty or a transfer to a distant front. But Hamilton's letters, penned during his absences, were tender, infused with more than just flattery. He spoke of unity, both for the nation and between two souls ready to face life's challenges together. When he addressed her as Eliza, it felt simultaneously intimate and reverent. They married on December 14th, 1780, in a ceremony that reflected the swirl of revolutionary fervour. The bride's father, though still weighed down by the complexities of war, offered a generous celebration at the Schuyler mansion. Guests included prominent military officers, local dignitaries, and friends from across the colonies. Candles flickered as violins played, and talk of independence mingled with toasts to love. For Eliza, that night felt like a bridge between her old life and a new horizon. In the early weeks of marriage, their world seemed to pulse with promise. Yet the realities of the war intruded almost immediately. Hamilton was pulled back to his post, drafting critical communications for Washington, orchestrating supply logistics, and occasionally heading into dangerous territory. Eliza, accustomed to supporting her father's campaigns, adapted swiftly. She learned to manage household finances, keep track of important documents, and serve as a confidant for Hamilton's anxieties about the fate of the revolution. When the Treaty of Paris officially ended the Revolutionary War in 1783, Alexander Hamilton found himself in a position to help shape America's future. After his bar admission, he established a thriving legal practice in bustling New York City. Initially, he focused on property disputes left in the war's wake, yet bigger ambitions loomed. He sensed the new nation needed a stable financial structure, a strong central government, and a cohesive framework for unity. Eliza, meanwhile, adapted to city life with the same resilience she had shown amid military camps. The Hamiltons' household was never quiet for long. Their circle of acquaintances ballooned, including statesmen, merchants, and military comrades turned politicians. The Hamilton home became a hub of spirited discourse. Eliza served as both hostess and participant. Her hallmark was a welcoming presence, ensuring everyone felt at ease, from the most polished senator to the rough-hewn frontier representative. Despite sometimes intimidating conversation about economics or legislation, she never shied away from asking pointed questions. Alexander's participation in the Constitutional Convention in 1787 represented a progressive moment. While he was away in Philadelphia, Eliza managed affairs in New York, maintaining correspondence with him. She offered moral support, reading newspapers to gauge public sentiment and relaying her observations. Though not formally educated in political theory, she grasped the importance of a balanced government. She often wrote that the promise of liberty would flounder without practical safeguards. When Hamilton returned with the proposed constitution, debates raged. Federalists championed a robust central government, while anti-federalists feared tyranny. Hamilton, a leading federalist, penned the majority of the Federalist Papers, explaining the Constitution's merits. Late nights of writing blurred until dawn. Eliza recognized his fervor. doing what she could to ease his workload. She edited drafts lightly, made sure he ate, and even coordinated with his co-authors, John Jay and James Madison. Although her name never appeared on the pamphlets, her unseen labour and emotional support proved invaluable. As the Constitution was ratified, Hamilton stepped into a new role, the nation's first Secretary of the Treasury under President George Washington. He tackled the public debt, proposed a national bank, and laid out an economic blueprint that would stir controversy for years. Throughout this whirlwind, Eliza managed a rapidly expanding family. More children arrived, each named with care. She also tended to her father's affairs, as Philip Schuyler had joined the new US Senate. Eliza adeptly juggled her responsibilities, balancing the realms of motherhood, social diplomacy, and philanthropic engagements. One of her quieter achievements involved the creation of an orphanage. In the aftermath of war, many children roamed the streets bereft of parents. Eliza's heart went out to them. She tapped into her connections, rallying other women from prominent families to organise resources. Though Hamilton's name was more associated with financial policy, it was Eliza who championed charitable efforts, seeing in them a reflection of the new republic's moral obligations. She believed social welfare was not a luxury, but a fundamental sign of civilized values. Meanwhile, the couple's personal life was a tapestry of devotion, intense arguments, and fleeting reconciliations. Hamilton's political enemies targeted him relentlessly. He was accused of favouritism, monarchy-leaning sympathies, and financial improprieties. Eliza stood by him, convinced of his integrity. Yet stress loomed. Long hours at the Treasury, combined with the scorn of detractors, sometimes left Hamilton edgy. Family dinners occasionally turned into strategy sessions, with Eliza offering a calm perspective. At other times, he withdrew into brooding ruminations. Then came scandal. In 1791, Hamilton embarked on a disastrous affair with Maria Reynolds, eventually revealed in 1797. Eliza learned of it in disjointed pieces, the betrayal hitting hard. The affair was no trifling rumour. It was a reality that threatened to unmoor her marriage. And yet, in her heartbreak, she chose not to abandon him. Some historians interpret her reaction as moral fortitude. She believed in redemption, especially for the father of her children. Others see it as a pragmatic move, given her limited options in that era. Regardless, her decision underscored a resolve forged by adversity. She insisted that Hamilton come clean publicly, which he did through the infamous Reynolds pamphlet, revealing private matters in humiliating detail. The scandal tarnished Hamilton's reputation, but Eliza never wavered in supporting him. Their union, tested by the court of public opinion, emerged battered yet intact. She retreated from society's glare, focusing on her children and philanthropic ventures. In private, she and Hamilton worked toward mending the trust between them. Her stance was rooted in a belief that individuals and the young nation could be redeemed from failings, provided they confronted their missteps openly. By the end of the 1790s, Hamilton had resigned from the Treasury. Political battles consumed him. Federalists and Democratic Republicans fought bitterly. Eliza, quietly reflective, saw the shape of things to come. A new century beckoned, but personal storms had left scars. Still, she pressed on with her philanthropic dreams and unwavering commitment to her family, convinced that the American experiment and her marriage both warranted every ounce of perseverance she could muster. As the 1800s dawned, Alexander Hamilton's political career entered a contentious phase. He engaged in newspaper feuds, criticised John Adams' presidency, and tried to sway elections behind the scenes. Eliza watched, worried that his relentless ambition might alienate even his allies. She urged moderation, but Hamilton's temperament demanded he push forward, certain that his vision for the nation outweighed short-term unity. Meanwhile, Eliza deepened her involvement in New York's charitable circles. She helped organise relief for impoverished families, often visiting tenements with a small retinue to distribute necessities. Her presence in these rough neighbourhoods surprised many. Dressed modestly but unmistakably from a higher social sphere, she approached each household with empathy, inquiring about their hardships and connecting them with local artisans or job possibilities. In her mind, the spirit of the revolution hinged on ensuring that liberty was not purely for the privileged. At home, life was busy. The Hamilton children, by now a lively brood, required guidance and moral grounding. Eliza's father had retired from the Senate, and her sisters were scattered among marriages and estates. Letters flew back and forth among the Schuyler siblings, exchanging gossip and confidence. Angelica, living abroad, lamented the distance, while Peggy struggled with health issues. In these letters, Eliza was a pillar, pragmatic, affectionate, and ever eager to uphold family bonds despite the swirling chaos of politics. Hamilton's disputes escalated. He penned damning critiques of Aaron Burr, once a political ally but now a rival. Burr, equally ambitious, felt slighted by Hamilton's influence and remarks. In 1804, Burr, on the verge of losing New York's governorship, intensified tensions by accusing Hamilton of undermining his campaign. As accusations swirled, Burr issued a challenge, a dawn duel to settle their honour. Eliza, upon learning of the challenge, pleaded for Hamilton to find another resolution. She implored him to consider their children, to think of the scandal that had already tested their marriage, to weigh the heartbreak that another public confrontation would unleash. Hamilton assured her the affair was a matter of principle. He confessed personal reservations about duelling. It contradicted his moral convictions and religious beliefs. Yet the unwritten rules of honour among gentlemen at the time left little room for retreat without being branded a coward. Torn between personal ethics and societal codes, Hamilton resolved to meet Burr across the Hudson River in Weehawken, New Jersey. The night before the duel, Hamilton wrote letters to friends and family. Eliza found him in a sombre mood, his usual fiery determination replaced by introspective melancholy. He gave her instructions about the children's education, finances, and even personal regrets. She tried desperately to dissuade him, offering every argument from his political future to their family's stability. But the machinery of the duel was set in motion. In a final gesture of love, they prayed together, tears unspoken but understood. On the morning of July 11th, 1804, Hamilton and Burr faced each other at Weehawken. Eliza waited anxiously at home, racked by dread. The details of the duel remained debated, but the outcome was tragically clear. Hamilton was mortally wounded, shot in the lower abdomen, and transported across the river. Eliza rushed to his side, finding him in a friend's house, drifting in and out of consciousness. He lingered for more than 24 hours, enough time for them to exchange final words. He expressed regret for the turmoil he'd caused, and she, through tears, assured him of her unconditional love. Hamilton died on July 12th, leaving Eliza a widow at age 47, with 7 surviving children and another extended family to support. The entire city of New York was shocked. A funeral procession took place, overshadowed by the scandalous nature of the duel. Burr fled, publicly vilified. Eliza's grief was immense, a mixture of sorrow and anger at a code of honour that demanded lethal resolution, at the political climate that spurred such violence, and at the cosmic cruelty of losing her husband just as the nation was stabilising. In her anguish, she sought solace in faith and family. The immediate aftermath required practical decisions. Hamilton's debts loomed large, some due to his lavish lifestyle and unprofitable investments. Eliza, reluctant though she was, tackled the financial intricacies head-on. Rather than retreat into mourning, she found a clarity of purpose. She would safeguard her husband's legacy, provide for their children, and carry on with the charitable missions that held a special place in her heart. If Alexander Hamilton died ensuring his place in history, Eliza would live on to shape how that history remembered him. In the weeks following Alexander Hamilton's funeral, Eliza confronted a daunting to-do list. She sorted through unpaid bills, discovered unfinished essays and treatises in his study, and faced the prospect of raising her children in a social climate that still buzzed with rumours about the fatal duel. The Schuyler family offered emotional and financial support, but Eliza felt compelled to manage her affairs independently. She liquidated some assets, negotiated with creditors, and carefully planned a modest lifestyle that would preserve dignity yet remain financially feasible. One of her first initiatives was to gather Hamilton's letters and writings. She sensed that his political enemies might attempt to distort his legacy. Determined to present an accurate account of his contributions, she approached friends and colleagues for additional correspondence, anything that could shed light on Hamilton's thought process and character. These efforts planted the seeds of what would eventually become a significant archival trove. Though she had no formal training in historical preservation, all she knew was that the story of his role in founding the new nation needed to be told honestly, free from the rancour that surrounded his final years. Her philanthropic spirit surged as well. She returned to the Orphan Asylum Society of New York, later known as Graham Windham, dedicating more hours to its expansion. The orphanage had grown since its inception, and children of various ages depended on stable funds and guidance. Eliza believed her personal grief could fuel a deeper compassion for those who had lost families under equally harsh circumstances. She organised fundraisers, leaning on acquaintances from Hamilton's Federalist circles and from her father's old networks. Donations trickled in, enough to expand the orphanage's facilities. At home, she took solace in her children's presence. Some older ones, like Philip Jr. and Angelica, stepped into supportive roles, though they too reeled from their father's violent death. Eliza's maternal instincts extended beyond mere comfort. She actively cultivated their education and moral development. Hamilton had always advocated for robust learning, so she ensured her sons and daughters had access to tutors and libraries. The younger children gleaned from her an abiding sense of hope despite life's traumas. Friendship with Dolly Madison, the charismatic wife of President James Madison, rekindled after the duel. Though Madison had once been Hamilton's political rival, Dolly admired Eliza's fortitude and philanthropic drive. The two women exchanged letters on everything from child-rearing to the complexities of shaping national identity. During visits to the capital, Eliza dined among statesmen who revered her husband's intellect yet had once clashed with him. Her presence in these circles underscored that while Hamilton was gone, his ideals and family remained part of America's evolving story. Over time, Eliza found a measure of peace. She read extensively scripture, philosophy, and even Hamilton's essays on finance. She became a discreet mentor to young women, advising them that loss did not have to define one's entire existence. In that process, she uncovered an internal wellspring of power. No longer defined merely as a general's daughter or a statesman's wife, she was forging her identity as a protector of children, a keeper of her husband's legacy, and a quiet, stabilizing figure in a nation still shaping its post-war identity. Yet she confronted constant reminders of the duel's aftermath. Burr's reputation had collapsed, but he lingered on society's fringes, and occasionally rumours of his presence in New York circulated. Some supporters of Hamilton yearned for Eliza's public condemnation of Burr. She responded by emphasising forgiveness, not for Burr's sake alone, but for her own spiritual health. Still, she admitted to close friends that the wound ran deep, and any mention of Burr reopened old pain. In 1806, tragedy revisited her life when her sister Peggy died. Though they had not spent as much time together recently, losing a sibling reignited her sense of mortality. Each family loss spurred reflection. Why does fate entwine sorrow and joy so tightly? She found partial answers in her faith, which had grown more earnest since Hamilton's death. Eliza turned to church communities for comfort, simultaneously offering her organisational skills to parish events. Slowly, the Hamilton household stabilised. Debts were gradually paid off. The children advanced in their studies or commenced livelihoods. Eliza's philanthropic projects flourished, earning her quiet admiration across class lines. Life was by no means carefree, money was tight. Social slights stung, but she navigated each challenge with calm determination. By middle age, she stood as a testament to endurance, weaving heartbreak, duty, and service into a tapestry that gave her a renewed sense of mission. As decades rolled on, Eliza entered a reflective phase of life. She remained in New York, though the city changed around her, evolving from a post-revolutionary port into a bustling metropolis. She occasionally visited her beloved Schuyler mansion in Albany, now quieter and steeped in nostalgia. Each time she walked the garden paths where she once courted Alexander, reminded of both the innocence of youth and the seismic shifts that had sculpted her fate. During the War of 1812, when the US again clashed with Britain, Eliza worried for her sons, some of whom served in the conflict. Memories of the revolution merged with fresh anxieties. She found the national mood reminiscent of her childhood: uncertainty, pride, and the determination to defend independence. Though she was no longer at the forefront of patriotic fervour, she contributed by donating to relief efforts for soldiers' families. The Orphan Asylum Society also expanded its reach, taking in children orphaned by this new war. Family events punctuated her life with both grief and celebration. Her father, Philip Schuyler, passed away in 1804, mere months after Hamilton's death. Her mother, Catherine, died in 1803, so Eliza found herself increasingly the matriarch of a sprawling clan. Grandchildren eventually came into the picture. She watched them with pride, telling stories of their heroic grandfather. These tales often alluded to Hamilton's intellectual prowess, omitting the specifics of his downfall. Eliza believed that preserving his better qualities would inspire younger generations. A notable shift occurred in the 1820s when John Church Hamilton, one of her sons, began collecting material for a biography of his father. Eliza became an essential collaborator, providing letters, anecdotes, and clarifications. Her memory was sharp despite advancing age. She recalled specific conversations, recounted legislative battles, and recalled the exact inflection in Hamilton's voice when he debated a point of law. Many historians would later marvel at her recollections, which filled gaps in the archival record. It was as if she carried a living library of Hamilton's life in her heart. Yet that collaboration was not free of emotional toll. Revisiting the events leading up to the duel forced her to confront old wounds. Tears occasionally halted her storytelling, especially when she recounted the final hours of Hamilton's life. John Church pressed gently, wanting to capture every detail for posterity. Eliza, sensing the greater purpose, persevered. She recognised that telling Hamilton's story might help the nation appreciate the foundations he helped lay, structures like the Treasury Department, the National Bank, and the concept of federal credit. In 1828, she travelled briefly to Washington, D.C., invited by friends who remembered her philanthropic achievements. The capital had grown since her earlier visits. Monuments dotted the landscape, celebrating founding fathers. She experienced a bittersweet pride passing tributes to men Hamilton had worked alongside: George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, and James Madison. Some pointed out the conspicuous absence of Hamilton's own monument. She shrugged it off, insisting that the measure of a person's influence lay not in stone effigies, but in living institutions. With the passage of time, she also became more candid about the Reynolds scandal, though still discreet. In private conversations, she admitted the pain had never vanished, but she framed it as a testament to the flawed humanity even brilliant people carry. Her capacity to forgive reflected a deep spirituality. She attended church regularly, praying for unity in a country that seemed perpetually on the brink of new conflicts, nullification crises, debates over slavery, and the push westward. Living well into her golden years, she gathered a tight circle of confidants. Often, they found her mending clothing for orphan children or proofreading a letter for John Church's next manuscript draft. She rarely sought acclaim for her charitable work. If praised, she gently redirected attention to the cause itself. For her, the real triumph lay in ensuring children had a chance at life, just as the nation's founders had tried to secure opportunity for future generations. In 1832, she experienced another heartbreak when her oldest son, Philip Jr., passed away after a struggle with illness. Each loss reminded her of time's relentless march, yet her faith and familial bonds kept her grounded. She wrote that her love for God and for the late General Hamilton fortified her soul against despair. Approaching 80, Elizabeth Schuyler. Hamilton was more than a relic of a revolutionary era. She was a living narrative of strength, weaving personal tragedy and national memory into a single tapestry of compassion and hope. Elizabeth Schuyler Hamilton lived to see Andrew Jackson's presidency and the beginnings of the Industrial Revolution. She watched America morph into a nation both deeply reflective of its revolutionary roots and straining toward modernity. Railroads spread, factories arose, as this political scene erupted with fresh tensions over states' rights and potential expansion. By now, Eliza was considered a venerable figure, one of the last living links to the nation's founding generation. In her final years, she resided in a modest home in Washington, D.C., partly to be nearer some of her children. The city had matured since the muddy, partly built capital she once knew. She took quiet walks with visitors, reflecting on how her husband had helped shape the financial systems that fueled such growth. Political leaders occasionally sought her out for anecdotal insights, hoping to glean from her personal glimpses into Hamilton's strategies and relationships. She obliged politely, though she often reminded them that real progress required fresh ideas, not mere nostalgia. Her commitment to philanthropy never waned. Even in advanced age, she attended Orphan Asylum Society meetings when possible, offering guidance on fundraising and resource management. Younger trustees listened intently, aware that the Society's founding mother was still sharp despite her frailty. In many ways, the orphanage had become a symbol of her life's work, caring for the vulnerable, preserving hope amidst adversity. Ensuring the completeness of John Church Hamilton's father's biography was one of her most cherished final projects. She reviewed the final drafts, contributing details she'd previously withheld or forgotten. She emphasised Hamilton's unwavering dedication to the Union, his progressive stances on federal power, and his unrelenting push for financial stability. Some editorial disagreements arose, particularly around the Reynolds affair, but Eliza insisted on honesty tempered by grace. The published volumes, though not immediate bestsellers, gradually shaped public understanding of Hamilton's legacy. As her health declined, her family closed ranks around her. Letters from grandchildren poured in, stories of their studies, their marriages, their small triumphs. Eliza's once robust figure had become frail, but her mind held firm. She reminisced about ballrooms in Albany, the swirling war councils at her childhood home, and the day she first locked eyes with a brash young officer in revolutionary garb. Occasional visitors found her reading the Federalist Papers by candlelight, as if reacquainting herself with Hamilton's voice. She also kept a well-worn Bible, reflecting a faith that had buoyed her through heartbreak after heartbreak. Prayer, to her, was less about ceremony and more about continuous conversation with a higher power that had guided her from war to widowhood. In these final dialogues with God, she found peace, certain that her labours, both familial and charitable, held meaning beyond mortal life. Elizabeth Schuyler Hamilton died on November the 9th, 1854, at the age of 97. Her passing marked the end of an era. Obituaries praised her dedication to preserving Alexander Hamilton's legacy and championing charitable causes. Publications recounted her devotion to the Orphan Asylum Society and her unwavering presence during the tumultuous birth of the Republic. While she never held public office, her influence was palpable in the communities she served and in the narratives of America's founding. She was buried near her husband in the graveyard of Trinity Church in Manhattan, reuniting them in eternal rest beneath the city skyline he had once helped transform. For decades, the memory of her kindness lingered in the stories told by those who knew her. A woman who had endured scandal and duel-driven tragedy, only to emerge as a symbol of grace. In the decades following her death, interest in Hamilton's financial genius grew, spurred by economic expansions and civil conflict. Historians found in Eliza's carefully guarded letters a trove of insight into the man behind the policies. Her philanthropic legacy endured, with the orphanage continuing to serve children well into the modern age. Over time, as the nation wrestled with the complexities of its founding ideals, the figure of Eliza gained renewed appreciation. She was not merely the devoted wife of a founding father, but a quiet architect of social welfare and historical stewardship in her own right. To this day, visitors at Hamilton's gravesite often spare a moment for Elizabeth Schuyler Hamilton. Her story underscores how the quieter characters of history can profoundly shape a nation's ethos. The Battle of Stalingrad began in the summer of 1942. During the height of World War II, the German army, under Adolf Hitler's command, launched a massive offensive aimed at capturing the industrial city of Stalingrad on the Volga River. Stalingrad was more than just a strategic target. It bore the name of the Soviet leader, Joseph Stalin, and its capture would deal a psychological blow to the Soviet Union. For Hitler, taking Stalingrad was as much about prestige as it was about military strategy. Stalingrad was a vital industrial hub, producing weapons, ammunition, and supplies. Crucial to the Soviet war effort, its location, on the Volga River, made it a key transportation route, linking the northern and southern regions of the Soviet Union. For Stalin, the city's defense was non-negotiable. Losing it would be both a symbolic and logistical disaster. In August 1942, the German Sixth Army, led by General Friedrich Paulus, began its advance on Stalingrad. The city, a sprawling industrial expanse with factories, railways, and residential areas, became the site of one of the most grueling battles in history. The Germans were initially confident of a swift victory, but the Soviet defenders, under the command of General Vasily Chuikov, were determined to resist. At all costs, the fighting in Stalingrad was unlike anything the world had seen before. Urban warfare turned every street, building and factory into a battleground. The Germans and Soviets engaged in brutal close-quarters combat, often fighting, room by room, floor by floor. The city became a labyrinth of destruction, with rubble and debris transforming entire neighborhoods into treacherous landscapes. The Soviets adopted a strategy of hugging the German forces, staying as close as possible to avoid being targeted by German airstrikes and artillery. This forced the Germans into relentless hand-to-hand combat, draining their resources and morale. Soviet snipers, hidden in the ruins, became a deadly force, picking off German soldiers with precision. One of the most famous snipers, Vasily Zaitsev, became a symbol of Soviet resilience, his actions inspiring defenders across the city. As the weeks turned into months, the harsh Russian winter set in, adding another layer of misery to the already dire conditions. Temperatures plummeted, and both sides struggled to survive in the freezing cold. Supplies dwindled, and hunger and disease took their toll. Yet, despite the suffering, the Soviets held firm. Reinforcements and supplies continued to trickle into the city across the frozen Volga River, ensuring that the defenders could maintain their resistance. The turning point in the Battle of Stalingrad came in November 1942 with the launch of Operation Uranus. The Soviet High Command, led by General Georgy Zhukov, devised a bold counteroffensive to encircle the German Sixth Army. While the Germans were focused on their assault within the city, the Soviets launched massive attacks on the weaker flanks of the German forces held by Romanian and Italian troops. The plan was a success. Within days, the Soviet pincers closed around Stalingrad, trapping the German Sixth Army inside the city. What followed was a desperate struggle for survival. The encircled German forces, numbering over 300,000 men, were cut off from supplies and reinforcements. Hitler, refusing to allow a retreat, ordered Paulus to hold the city at all costs. The Luftwaffe attempted to airlift supplies to the encircled troops, but the efforts were insufficient. The soldiers inside the pocket faced starvation, freezing temperatures, and relentless Soviet attacks. The Soviets tightened their grip on the city, systematically destroying the remaining German positions. The defenders' situation became increasingly hopeless, and morale plummeted. In January 1943, the Soviets launched their final assault to crush the pocket. By this time, Paulus and his men were exhausted, demoralized, and out of options. On February 2nd, 1943, Paulus surrendered, marking the end of the Battle of Stalingrad. The Soviet victory was a turning point in the war, shattering the myth of German invincibility and shifting the momentum in favor of the Allies. It was a devastating blow to Hitler's ambitions, and the loss of the Sixth Army was a humiliation from which Germany would never fully recover. The cost of the battle, however, was staggering. Over 2 million soldiers and civilians were killed, wounded, or captured during the 5 months of fighting. Stalingrad itself was left in ruins, its streets and buildings reduced to rubble. The human suffering on both sides was immense, with countless families forever altered by the loss of loved ones. Despite the devastation, the Soviet victory at Stalingrad became a symbol of resilience and determination. It demonstrated the power of unity and the will to endure even the most harrowing of circumstances. The people of Stalingrad, who had endured unimaginable hardship, became heroes in the eyes of their nation. In the years following the war, Stalingrad was rebuilt, its scars serving as a reminder of the sacrifices made to defend it. Monuments and memorials were erected to honour the fallen, including the iconic Mamayev Kurgan, a hill that saw some of the fiercest fighting during the battle. At its summit stands the towering statue of the Motherland Calls, a symbol of the Soviet Union's strength and resilience. The Battle of Stalingrad remains one of the most studied and remembered events of World War II. It serves as a testament to the courage and determination of those who fought, and as a reminder of the horrors of war. The sacrifices made at Stalingrad helped shape the course of history, paving the way for the eventual Allied victory. As you drift into sleep tonight, let the story of Stalingrad remind you of the strength of the human spirit and the resilience that emerges in the face of adversity. Imagine the quiet, snow-covered streets of the rebuilt city, the echoes of history carried gently on the wind. Let the bravery and sacrifice of those who endured inspire a sense of gratitude and peace within you. The story of the Battle of Stalingrad did not end with the surrender of the German Sixth Army. Its aftermath rippled far beyond the frozen streets of the ruined city, shaping the course of World War II and the history of the 20th century. The Soviet victory was a turning point, not just for the Eastern Front, but for the entire Allied effort. It demonstrated the determination and resilience of the Soviet people and marked the beginning of a relentless push to drive the Axis forces out of the Soviet Union and eventually defeat them in Europe. The cost of the battle was nearly unimaginable. The casualty figures are staggering, with estimates placing the total number of dead, wounded, or missing on both sides at over 2 million. Civilians caught in the crossfire endured unimaginable suffering as the city they called home became a war zone of unthinkable destruction. Homes were destroyed, families torn apart, and lives forever altered by the relentless tide of war. For the survivors of Stalingrad, the end of the battle brought no immediate relief. The city, once a thriving industrial centre, lay in ruins. Entire neighbourhoods had been reduced to rubble, and the infrastructure was necessary for daily life, water, electricity, food supplies, was obliterated. The people of Stalingrad faced the monumental task of rebuilding their lives and their city from the ashes. Yet, even in the face of such devastation, there was a sense of pride and determination among the survivors. They had endured the unendurable and emerged victorious. The Soviet government worked swiftly to rebuild Stalingrad, the city became a symbol of resilience and sacrifice, a beacon of Soviet strength and determination. Propaganda celebrated the victory as a triumph of socialism and the indomitable spirit of the Soviet people. The rebuilding effort was immense, and though the scars of war were not easily erased, the city slowly rose from its ashes. For the German army, the defeat at Stalingrad was a catastrophe from which it would never fully recover. The loss of the Sixth Army, one of Germany's most experienced and well-equipped fighting forces, was a devastating blow. Morale among German troops on the Eastern Front plummeted, and the aura of invincibility that had surrounded the Wehrmacht since the beginning of the war was shattered. Hitler's refusal to allow a retreat, his insistence on holding Stalingrad at all costs, and the ultimate surrender of Paulus and his forces exposed the flaws in Germany's military strategy and leadership. The Soviets capitalized on their victory at Stalingrad, launching a series of offensives that pushed the Germans further and further west. The Red Army's momentum, gained at such great cost in Stalingrad, carried them all the way to Berlin by the spring of 1945. The victory at Stalingrad was the foundation upon which the eventual Soviet triumph in World War II was built. Beyond its military significance, the Battle of Stalingrad left a profound legacy in the collective memory of the world. It became a symbol of resilience, sacrifice, and the unyielding human spirit. The stories of the soldiers and civilians who endured the battle, stories of heroism, endurance, and survival, continue to resonate. Their experiences remind us of the horrors of war, the cost of conflict, and the strength of the human will to persevere. For the people of Stalingrad, their city's name became synonymous with courage and defiance. In 1961, during a wave of de-Stalinization in the Soviet Union, the city was renamed Volgograd, yet the memory of the Battle of Stalingrad remained deeply embedded in the hearts of those who lived through it and those who came after. The name Stalingrad continues to evoke the profound sacrifices made during those grueling months of battle. The battlefields of Stalingrad have since been preserved as places of remembrance and reflection. The Murmiev-Kurgan Memorial Complex, with its towering statue of the Motherland Calls, stands as a testament to the courage and sacrifice of those who fought and died there. Visitors from around the world come to walk the hallowed ground, to honour the memory of the fallen, and to reflect on the lessons of history. As we look back on the Battle of Stalingrad, it serves as a reminder of the resilience of the human spirit in the face of unimaginable adversity. It is a story of sacrifice and survival, of hope and determination, and of the enduring belief in the possibility of a better future. As you rest tonight, let the story of Stalingrad remind you of the strength that lies within us all. Imagine the quiet streets of the rebuilt city, the soft whispers of the Volga River, and the stillness that now blankets a place once filled with chaos. Let the courage and sacrifice of those who endured inspire peace and gratitude in your heart. The legacy of the Battle of Stalingrad extends beyond its historical and military significance. It has become a symbol of human endurance, the cost of war, and the hope for reconciliation. The rebuilding of Stalingrad, later renamed Volgograd, was not merely a physical endeavour, but an emotional and cultural journey. Every stone laid, every home rebuilt, was a testament to the resilience of the people who survived the horrors of war. In the aftermath of the battle, the city became a focal point for the Soviet Union's narrative of victory and sacrifice. Monuments were erected to commemorate the bravery of those who fought, such as the eternal flame that burns in memory of the fallen. The massive statue of the motherland calls one of the tallest statues in the world, towers over the landscape as a powerful reminder of the battle's significance. It is not just a symbol of victory, but a tribute to the unbreakable will of the defenders and the civilians who endured unimaginable suffering. For decades, the memory of Stalingrad shaped the Soviet Union's identity and its portrayal on the global stage. The battle was celebrated in films, literature, and art, each retelling emphasizing the unity and determination of the Soviet people. The city became a pilgrimage site for veterans, their families, and historians seeking to understand the profound impact of this defining moment in history. On a more personal level, the stories of those who fought and survived the battle have been passed down through generations. Veterans shared their experiences with their children and grandchildren, ensuring that the sacrifices made at Stalingrad would never be forgotten. These personal accounts, filled with both sorrow and pride, add depth to the historical narrative and remind us of the humanity behind the statistics. Globally, Stalingrad has become a symbol of resistance and perseverance. Its name is invoked in discussions of strategy, endurance, and the high cost of war for historians and military scholars. The battle offers countless lessons on tactics, leadership, and the interplay of morale and logistics for ordinary people. It stands as a reminder of what can be achieved when the human spirit refuses to yield. In recent years, efforts have been made to preserve the memory of Stalingrad, while fostering a spirit of reconciliation. Memorials and museums now serve not only as places of remembrance, but also as venues for dialogue and education. They encourage visitors to reflect on the consequences of war and the importance of working toward peace. The city of Volgograd, while forever tied to its past, is also a thriving modern metropolis. Its people have rebuilt their lives and created a vibrant community that honours its history. While looking to the future, the scars of the battle remain in some places, but they serve as reminders of resilience rather than destruction. The lessons of Stalingrad resonate today, reminding us of the importance of unity in the face of adversity, the necessity of standing firm for what is right, and the value of seeking peace, even in the darkest times. It teaches us that the human spirit, when fueled by determination and hope, can endure even the greatest challenges. As you settle into rest, let the story of Stalingrad fill you with a sense of reflection and gratitude. Picture the calm, serene city of Volgograd today, its streets filled with life, its people moving forward while carrying the memory of their past. Imagine the stillness of the fields and the gentle flow of the Volga River, now a place of peace and renewal. The story of the Battle of Stalingrad is rich with details and facts that help us understand the scale of the conflict and the impact it had on the course of World War II. As we reflect further on this pivotal event, let's explore some key facts that bring its history into sharper focus. The Battle of Stalingrad lasted for 200 days, from August 23rd, 1942 to February 2nd, 1943. It is considered one of the longest and bloodiest battles in the history of warfare. The total number of casualties is estimated at over 2 million, making it one of the deadliest battles in human history. These figures include soldiers from both sides, as well as countless civilians caught in the crossfire. The German Sixth Army, led by General Friedrich Paulus, was one of the most formidable forces in Hitler's military. At its peak, the Sixth Army was comprised of over 300,000 soldiers. By the end of the battle, nearly 91,000 German soldiers were taken prisoner, including General Paulus himself. The Soviet strategy of hugging the enemy, staying in close combat to neutralize the Germans' artillery and air superiority, played a critical role in the city's defense. This tactic turned the urban ruins of Stalingrad into a deadly maze for the German forces. Vasily Zaitsev, a Soviet sniper, became a symbol of the defenders' resilience. During the battle, he is credited with killing over 225 German soldiers, including enemy snipers, which boosted the morale of his comrades. Operation Uranus, a Soviet counteroffensive launched in November 1942, was a brilliantly executed maneuver by attacking the weaker flanks of the German forces held by Romanian and Italian troops. The Soviets were able to encircle and trap the German Sixth Army within the city. The German soldiers trapped in the encirclement known as the Kessel, or cauldron, endured horrific conditions. They faced starvation, freezing temperatures, and relentless Soviet assaults. Supplies delivered by air were woefully inadequate, leading to widespread suffering and death. One of the defining moments of the battle was Hitler's refusal to allow Paulus to retreat or break out of the encirclement. This decision sealed the fate of the Sixth Army and marked a significant turning point within the war. When General Paulus surrendered on February 2nd, 1943, it was the first time in history that a German field marshal had been captured alive. This was a major humiliation for Hitler and a symbolic victory for the Allies. The Soviet victory at Stalingrad marked the beginning of a series of offensives that pushed the German forces back across Eastern Europe. It was a critical turning point that shifted the momentum of the war in favour of the Allies. The city of Stalingrad, renamed Volgograd in 1961, has become a place of remembrance. Monuments like the Mamayev Kurgan and the Motherland Calls serve as powerful tributes to those who fought and died during the battle. Despite its association with destruction and suffering, Stalingrad is also a symbol of resilience, unity, and the indomitable human spirit. Its story continues to inspire people around the world, reminding us of the importance of courage and perseverance. As you reflect on these facts, let the weights of history settle gently. In your mind, each detail, each moment of bravery, appearance, and sacrifice adds to the tapestry of this remarkable story. Imagine the quiet streets of Volgograd today, a city that has risen from the ashes of war, standing as a testament to the enduring strength of the human spirit.